LoveLore Library. Chapter 197. Ichiosa was not wary of Kudo. He had a good impression of him and thought that he had a good character and an upright outlook. He was an outstanding young man worthy of deep friendship. He treated Kudo as a friend and partner. He naturally treated him honestly, except for the necessary secrets. He really did not hide anything from him and Hattori Heiji. From the clues found in the case to the lunch box he had for lunch today, Chin Yushing had found something big. He was used to being straightforward, and even the atmosphere in the small team became more and more harmonious. Kudo was making tea again. His craftsmanship was excellent. Even the steam from the boiling water that dyed the tea leaves was filled with a fragrance. It curled up and blurred his satisfied expression. A cup of tea, a stack of snacks. Even if the files were as high as a mountain, it also gave people a little leeway. Hattori Heiji took a sip. He sighed and said, "Kudo, my taste is almost spoiled by you. Hey, this is a master-level tea art, right?" He shook the green tea in the cup and carefully admired the glistening water. He felt that it was like a piece of high-quality jade. It refracted a beautiful brilliance in the light. Hattori Heiji's family background was excellent. His biological father was the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police. His biological mother was the queen of Songpai. The family of three were all kendo experts. Most of his paternal and maternal relatives worked in political and commercial organizations. They had a huge network and a strong background. It was not that he had never seen a master-level tea art, but detectives had always been meticulous. He could see the color, appearance, and taste of the same master tea in his hand. "Kudo, why haven't I heard that you like tea art?" Hattori Heiji was a little puzzled. "Kudo Kanto, I've seen your information. I remember that you like football." "Ah, that was filled in casually." Kudo smiled warmly. "It's to prevent curious people like Hattori-kun from understanding me through the information." Ichiosa, who was taking notes at the side, rolled his eyes and echoed, 70% of my personal information is fake. Didn't you see it? I wrote playing chess in my personal specialty. Playing chess? Kudo asked, does Yi-jun know how to play chess? Tycoon, hee. Kudo. Hattori Heiji. Could it be that he was the only one stupidly filling in the real information? Hattori Heiji rubbed his forehead and changed the topic with a bitter smile. "Kudo, how long have you been studying tea? To be able to learn to this extent, you must be very fond of it, right?" Kudo smiled. "I didn't learn it for long, and it's not a hobby. I just need it, so I've been doing it." "You need it?" "Yes." Kudo took a sip of tea. Refreshing the mind and refreshing the spirit is a need. Giving comfort and comfort to our companions is also a kind of need. Since everyone needs it, I will naturally do it. Kudo's eyes seemed to be looking far away, and his tone was a little melancholy. Just like in this world, many victims need us, so we do it. The room was silent for a while before it became lively again. Compared to before, the relationship between the three of them was much closer. Only Corgi, who was outside the door, quietly retracted his short legs. He seemed to be thinking deeply as he walked back to the kennel step by step. His colleagues were rolling on the carpet and combing their fur. Corgi was lost in thought for a while. When his eyes inadvertently met Aizen's angelic smile, dog face, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. For a moment, he felt that Kudo and Aizen overlapped with each other. They had the same gentleness and cordiality, as well as justice and awe-inspiring. Even the arc of the smile, the tone of the speech, and the specious attitude were all in line with each other. As for Aizen, Corgi had also inquired about it. It was not an easy target to get along with. Don't be fooled by the gentle and considerate smile on his face. In fact, he had killed countless of his colleagues in his world. He even used the lives of hundreds of thousands of people as the foundation to ascend to the throne of the Spirit King. To put it bluntly, he was the combination of a smiling tiger, a drama queen, and a black sheep. Although he could not find any evidence and was only left with a feeling, for an experienced detective, having a feeling was the scariest thing. "What's wrong with you?" 9 Orchid Flower subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with Corgi. "Are you not feeling well?" Corgi shook his head and said slowly, "It's nothing. I just feel that." Aizen looked down at him, its face full of harmlessness. Your temperament is somewhat similar to that of the raider." Corgi stared at Aizen without blinking. "They really are similar." Dogs cast inquiring gazes at Aizen. Aizen was speechless. "So, I want to ask, if you were this raider, what method would you use to get close to your target? What method would you choose to protect yourself? What method would you use to get rid of someone who is a threat to you?" Aizen crossed its paws and said, "Of course it would be gentleness." He smiled. Dog face. "Humans, gentleness is the best method to win over a person's heart. As long as it is a person's heart, there will be flaws. When these flaws are made up for, they will be filled with longing and good feelings towards the benefactor. But longing and good feelings are the furthest distance from understanding." Dogs was speechless. Inexplicably, they felt a little confused. Obviously, Aizen was well aware of this. "If I'm a raider and I want to live, then his gaze gradually darkened. "I won't personally kill the main body. Instead, I'll get close to the guardian." Corgi asked, "Why?" "I'll enter the guardian's heart so that she or he can't leave me anymore." Aizen cried. "Because she or he can't leave me. As long as I give a hint, they will personally help me kill the main body. When that happens, the guardian will also become the new raider." Dog suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Corgi's entire body stiffened. "And you, the main body is already dead. You've truly replaced him." "That's right. I don't even need to do anything to obtain everything." Aizen laughed as if he was mocking something. "But all of you must remember that the beginning of all conspiracies requires strength. Without strength, conspiracies aren't conspiracies. They're just jokes between children." Dogs seemed to have realized something, and their faces became extremely unpleasant. Corgi curled up in his kennel and felt goosebumps all over his body. "If you don't have strength, then I won't even get close to the guardian." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the kennel suddenly became solemn. They finally remembered what Yoshi Asakura had said before. As the king of psychics, he actually couldn't understand the other party's heartbeat. In other words, hiss. Aizen's eyes darkened. This was the reason why he chose to stay in the 5th division instead of the 1st division, which was closer to the palace. Compared to the meticulous captain of the 1st division, Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu fainting, forcefully returning the desert Sistanch promise, reflecting the moon's steps to induce carbuncle coal. That was why he went to the 5th division instead of the 1st division. Without the corresponding trump card and strength, the death rate of recklessly approaching the guardian is far higher than the survival rate. Unless there's a way out, otherwise, you should stay far away until the guardian and the main body die of exhaustion. However, not only did the raider, who lived next door, get close to the guardian, he was also living a leisurely life. If he wasn't an idiot who didn't know anything, he could only be an even more terrifying and extreme person. As if some joints in their thoughts had been cleared, the kennel suddenly felt cold. If Corgi had not asked Aizen, they would not have noticed so many suspicious points. The worst thing was that before this, they thought that they had encountered a rare weirdo among the raiders. They thought that the person was harmless and that they could take his life at any time. But now that they thought about it, it didn't seem to be the case. We'll make our move tonight. Uchiha Madara had always been decisive in killing. Since he couldn't be kept alive, he absolutely couldn't be kept alive. We can't keep him alive. There are too many variables. This time, Corgi did not say anything. Instead, Saishomaru spoke up. The biggest variable has appeared. What do you mean? Yijiosa won't let you kill him. Saishomaru calmly stated the facts. With her personality, she only believes in what she believes in. She treats him as a friend. Corgi continued. If we don't have a good reason to make a move, even if Saishomaru appears, she won't change her original intentions. She'll protect him. When she believes that we've done something wrong, she'll desperately stop us. The dogs were rendered speechless. For some reason, they felt a little stifled. Gilgamesh felt that they were making a simple matter complicated. Let's get rid of him first, then explain things clearly. The prerequisite is that we can successfully get rid of him. Aizen smiled eerily. Actually, I suggest that we don't make a move. Our owner's life has been too smooth. She needs a tragic lesson to let herself grow up completely. The human heart is the most unreliable thing in the world. Only after this incident will she understand who she should truly trust. Aizen. Add a medical bottle. Sex. C. Old Satin comes to the brothel with blind anger. Zaidi, the gurgling sound of a duckweed. You. Just as he had expected, the plunderer was a tough nut to crack. Aizen knew very well that regardless of whether they made a move or not, it was all within the raiders' expectations. If they made a move, they would fall into the raiders' trap. He would probably be more than happy to drive a wedge between them and their owner. If they didn't make a move, it would be even more in line with his wishes. He would have more time to get close to their owner. To the raider, they were already a school of fish that had bitten the hook. However, Aizen wasn't someone who would sit still and wait for death. Saishomaru. Aizen maintained his angelic smile. Pardon me for asking. Saishomaru raised his head and looked at him. Do you know how to seduce women? Saishomaru was speechless. Before the raider died, Aizen should die first. At the same time, in the room next door, Kudo held a teacup and watched the tea leaves rise and fall. After a long time, he smiled and said, "The tea stalk has stood up. That's a good sign." In the white porcelain cup, a grayish-green tea stalk stood up in the green tea, just like a fishing hook. Yijiosa felt that the atmosphere in the kennel was very strange after he returned home. He thought that they had fought again, but when he saw that the carpet was intact and the puppy was fine, he felt that it was just his imagination. He poured water and dog food, fed the puppy goat's milk, and ate something simple. He looked up at the clock. Oh, it was 11:10. Kimimaro had gone to a class reunion and would probably return home late today. Now, he should meet with Aotomo and Momoi and go to Takashi Akashi's house. Remedial classes, especially Japanese history and Mandarin, were simply terrible. He hurriedly packed up his things and was ready to leave, but he didn't expect a litter of dogs to block the door, as if they wanted to go out with him. Not today. Yijiosa pushed the dogs away and rubbed their heads one by one. I'm going to do something serious, remedial classes, understand? I'm going to someone else's house, so I can't bring you guys along. Alright, don't follow me. Can you stay at home? The dogs huddled together in a corner, looking extremely depressed. They secretly looked at white firewood with sad eyes, smiling faces, and revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white fangs, in Baichai's eyes. It was as if a group of men were looking at him pitifully, chattering like a sissy, with a tender and beautiful peony by their ears. Saishomaru was speechless. Even the prince of the Western Kingdom couldn't stand such a scene. White Firewood took a deep breath and walked in front of Yijiosa with small steps. He raised his head and slightly wagged his furry little tail. Yijiosa was speechless. Damn! Wagging his tail. For some reason, White Firewood did this under his nose, which was a critical hit of 280%. White Firewood quietly looked at him and slowly tilted his head. With a pair of golden and cold eyes, there was an indescribable sense of endearment. Then, White Firewood flicked his ears. In an instant, Yijiosa felt that his health bar was emptied, and his brain seemed to have been bombarded by a Rasengan. His brain scattered, and he directly turned into a tofu flower. He took a deep breath, covered his heart with one hand, and reached out with the other to pinch the back of White Firewood's neck. Fuqiang. For the sake of your sincerity, Dad will take you away. Saying that, he rubbed White Firewood twice and stuffed him into his school bag. Saishomaru was speechless. It turned out that the trick he used to deal with his mother when he was a child could also be used when he grew up. Although it was shameful, he was reluctantly satisfied with this woman's reaction. Seeing that Yijiosa took away the only dog that could transform, the dogs looked at each other for a while and finally felt a little relieved. Although Saishomaru had a bad temper, a little poker face, and a little stubborn, he still had the face and means to seduce women. They didn't expect that in just a moment, the owner would change his mind. So the question was, how did he do it? The dogs couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How did he do it? Uchiha Madara whispered, what did he do? Raise your head and shake your tail. Corgi recalled the cute pet picture and said, open your eyes wide, tilt your head a little, and shake your ears. Above. The dogs thought carefully and felt that they still had to learn this trick. In case the owner got angry and wanted to beat the dogs in the future, could they also? So, the litter of dogs tacitly squeezed into the bathroom, climbed onto the washstand, and began to practice in front of a mirror. Clatter. Suddenly, they heard a heart-wrenching sound. They lowered their heads and saw that the owner's lipstick, perfume, and bottles had been pushed down the washstand by them. The floor was already a mess. The dogs were speechless. What should they do? Calm down. At the critical moment, Aizen gave the order. Act cute more, and get beaten less. When the dogs heard this, they felt that it made a lot of sense. For the time being, it was better to learn the trick first. The group of bosses that had once wanted to destroy the world didn't feel that acting cute for a living was shameful at all. Only Sephiroth was left in the dog kennel. He watched with his own eyes as his colleague looked at himself in the mirror on the washstand and stroked his hair coquettishly. He felt that not only were his eyes burning, but his brain was also burning. It was really, really scary. At this moment, even the strongest Special Forces soldier in Shinluo felt a chill run down his spine. Yijiosa hugged White Firewood and met Aohiro and Momoi at the agreed place. He smiled and greeted them, and they got on the tram together. He didn't expect that there were really perverts in the Japanese tram. However, Aohiro Dahue was used to being Momoi's bodyguard. He quickly pulled out the person, beat him up, and threw him in the middle of the aisle. He firmly protected Momoi Wiyue, like a knight. On the other side, a perverted pig's hand quietly reached out to Yijiosa's chest. Yijiosa paused, grabbed the hand, and violently pulled it out. He dragged it out and beat it violently. He scolded, "Fuck. Animal, you actually want to take liberties with my dog." Saishomaru was speechless. Yijiosa protected White Firewood like a knight, but he saw Aohiro and Momoi looking at him with twitching faces. "What's wrong with you guys? Is the corner of your eye cramp?" No. Momoi said weakly, pointing to the man who was beaten up on the ground. He just wanted to hand the thing in his hand to his girlfriend. Ichiosa was speechless. His smile completely disappeared. He turned his head with trepidation and saw a gloomy girl standing behind him. She was staring at him. Ichiosa lowered his head and looked at the poor boy who had been beaten up by him. He was holding a 4-leaf clover in his hand. The poor victim's face was bruised and swollen, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Ichiosa was speechless. Saishomaru was speechless. Ichiosa's legs went soft. He put on a stiff smile and said to his brother who was lying in the aisle, "Brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you couldn't take a beating." The big brother twitched, and the beautiful girl stepped forward to help him up. It seemed that she was going to fight to the death with Ichiosa. Ichiosa could only apologize and asked for their names. He said that he would visit them next time to apologize. "Excuse me, you are. Please, I want to make it up to you." The girl turned her head away and snorted. The man with a bruised nose and swollen face covered his nose and said, "Hey Yukuru." "Oh, hey Yukuru. Good, good. Remember." Ichiosa decided that he must make it up to this brother in the future. He was really a little miserable after being beaten by him. However, at this moment, Ichiosa and Heiyukuru would never have thought that their future would be so complicated. This incident of perverted hands was simply the beginning of all their bad karma. After a long time, when Heiyukuru recalled this day, he would be moved to tears. "If I knew this day would come, I would never have taken the tram." Chapter 198. Ichiosa felt that Heiyukuru was a good person. He didn't ask him for medical expenses even though he was beaten up for nothing. Although the other party was beaten into a pig's head and was so angry that his entire body was trembling and he wanted to turn over and fight again, he did not take action in the end. Instead, he took a deep breath for a long time before he let the matter go with excellent self-restraint. He left his address and name. He also got Ichiosa's information. He wanted to pull out a sinister sneer, but he didn't expect it to pull the wound at the corner of his mouth, which hurt badly. It wasn't that he didn't care, but now that there were people watching, he couldn't afford to lose face a second time. Heiyukuru glared angrily at Ichiosa, then took his girlfriend's hand and got off the tram. Looking at that back, he seemed to be in a hurry. Ichiosa rubbed white firewood twice. He muttered, "It's so strange, he didn't care. I thought I had to accompany him to the hospital, pay the medical expenses, fight another lawsuit, compensate for mental distress. I didn't expect him to be a good person." Everyone. Aoki Dahue pursed his lips and said, "Hey, if you weren't a woman, his fist would have come." Momoi Wuyua nodded and added, "Yes, if Yi Jun wasn't so powerful, no matter if you were a man or a woman, his fist would have come." Aoki Dahue. He touched his nose. He took back the words that could save the man's face. Wuyua was right. The other party stopped so easily. It was indeed because Ichiosa was too fierce. A man could afford to lose face for the first time, but he couldn't lose face for the second time in the same place. After suffering a huge loss, everyone could still help Heiyukuru blame Ichiosa, but if Heiyukuru were to argue to the end, the spear of public criticism would be him. After all, the tram was indeed not a safe place for women. Men were wronged, and there was nothing they could say. Ichiosa figured out the crux of the matter and felt even more sympathy for Heiyukuru. He decided that the next time he visited, he would bring enough gifts and sincerely apologize. With that in mind, Ichiosa patted White Firewood's back and whispered, "Fu Chang, do you remember the smell of that pitiful man?" Saishomaru did not say anything. After a moment, it nodded its head slightly. Ichiosa was relieved. "He gave me his address, but I might not be able to find him." But if you remember his scent, this will be much easier. No matter where he is, I can find him and apologize. Knowing that Yi-Josa couldn't get over his conscience, Saishomaru didn't say much. Remembering a human's scent wasn't difficult at all. However, the young man named Heijujiodo's scent leaned towards the cold texture of gemstones and metals, as if he had been dealing with these things for a long time. White Firewood withdrew his gaze, struggled for a while, and climbed out of Yi-Josa's arms with difficulty. He climbed onto her shoulder and laid on top of her. His golden eyes slid down her neck and fell on the undulating curve of her chest. After a while, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It was also at this moment that Saishomaru began to understand what those vulgar little monsters often said, die on a woman's body. Indeed, it was easy to suffocate to death. Yi-Josa once had a dream, that was to become a rich second generation and live a wonderful life of spending money like water. After his rebirth, he indirectly realized this dream and became the king of dogs, living a life of debt and spending money like water. When he stood at the door of Takashi Akashi's house, he was welcomed in by the housekeeper who was already waiting for him. He walked through the wide boulevard, passed by the gorgeous fountain, admired the classic and elegant statues. Stepped on the long corridor, walked past the studio, and stepped out of the reading room. His legs were about to be crippled, and he still hadn't reached the main hall. Oh my God, is this a rich second generation? Absolutely. In a place like Tokyo where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, to be able to monopolize such a large mansion, he must be a fighter among the chaebols. Although it was a little rude to ask, Yi-Josa couldn't help but whisper, Tao Jing, have you been to Takashi Akashi's house before? Yes, Tao Jing replied. I remember that there was a special passageway and car from the door to the main hall. A rich second generation, from home to the main hall, was there a fucking luxury car to pick them up? Yi-Josa was deeply shocked. In a trance, he remembered the Cloud City in the west, from the ground to the palace, there was also a special demonic car to pick them up, all to show the status of the nobility. Thinking about it this way. Oh, the rich second generation of the West was still lying on his shoulder. And he was the owner of the rich second generation of the West. Fuck, suddenly full of confidence. Then why isn't there a car to pick them up today? Yi-Josa whispered. That's because of Takashi Akashi's hobbies. Tao Jing Wuyuao laughed dryly. Any team member who doesn't study hard and wants to come to Takashi Akashi's house for supplementary lessons has to walk to the main hall before Takashi Akashi. Yi-Josa was stunned, team member. Yes, when Adagwo was in middle school, he was the power forward of Digwang basketball team, and Takashi Akashi was the captain. Tao Jing Wuyue's eyes were full of memories. At that time, Wangace, Tetsuya, Midori, Ziyuan were all still there, and Digwang dominated for 3 years. When he heard red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, Yi-Josa subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Sorry, who did you say was on the Digwang basketball team? Tao Jing Wuyue repeated. Yi-Josa laughed dryly, this. What's the name of their basketball team? Don't fucking say Rainbow Team. Generation of Miracles. Yi-Josa was speechless. Sorry, this name sounds even more Chinibu. Then why didn't they study in the same high school? Yi-Josa's voice trembled. After dominating for 3 years, why did they tear up the team? Because they wanted to prove that they were the strongest in the team. Yi-Josa was speechless. He understood now, this was the same logic as the 7 fairies coming down to the mortal world to prove who was the most beautiful one. The generation of miracles, the era of Chinibu. Who knew what expression they would have when they recalled this period of Chinibu when they were 15 or 16 years old 10 years later. Yi-Josa once again met all the members of the Rainbow Team, but other than him, there was also an outsider, Vulcan. Why was he here? Vulcan was already feeling extremely awkward. Not long ago, he had been threatened by Takashi Akashi with a pair of scissors. Now, he was here with Heizi for supplementary lessons. He sat on the chair, feeling extremely tormented. Speaking of which, it was strange. He had only knelt together with Takashi Akashi, but now he was even included in the supplementary lessons. Fortunately, with the addition of Yijioza, he felt much more at ease. Akagi Seijiro sat at the head of the table. Seeing that everyone was present, he did not exchange pleasantries, did not even bother to prepare the textbooks. The moment he opened his mouth, a series of difficult content came out of it. He was indeed a prodigy. No matter the content of the course, he knew it like the back of his hand. Even if Haichang High School was located in Kanagawa, he could still list out different key categories and summaries, giving Ryota the best shortcut. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the rustling of a group of people who were immersed in memorizing the test questions. Then, a gust of chilly wind brushed past everyone's eyes. No one cared. Only Yijioza raised his head. He saw a gentle and beautiful woman standing beside Takashi Akashi. She smiled and gently wrapped her arms around Takashi Akashi's neck. Seijiro. Tears of blood fell from the woman's eyes. Blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Her body began to turn gray and dirty. Wounds appeared one after another. Seijiro. Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something. She raised her head and looked in Yijioza's direction. Help him. I beg you. Yijioza's pupils shrank slightly. Yi-kun. Yi-kun. Yijioza came back to his senses. However, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on his face. Instinctively, Yijioza touched his forehead. He was shocked to find that his hand was sticky with cold sweat. What happened? He would not have been this scared in the past. Sorry, I was distracted. Yijioza smiled embarrassedly. He put his hands together and apologized. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please continue, Takashi Akashi-kun. Takashi Akashi did not say anything. However, the golden light in his eyes deepened. He continued with his remedial lessons. However, he never forgot Yijioza's abnormality. It was around 5:00 in the afternoon when the remedial lessons ended. Takashi Akashi asked them to stay for dinner. No one pretended to be polite. They all told him their favorite dishes. The process of waiting for dinner took some time. Without the pressure of the remedial lessons, everyone chatted casually. Little Mitoroma, why are you here? Huang Ase was puzzled. Mitoroma Shintaro was a straight-A student. Although he was not as good as Takashi Akashi, he was still one of the best in his age group. They had not seen each other for half a semester. Suddenly meeting him during remedial lessons made Huang Ase tremble. He thought that Hidedeku High's exam papers were not meant for humans. I saw today's horoscope. It's suitable for remedial lessons. There might be a pleasant surprise. Mitoroma pushed up his glasses. His eyes unconsciously glanced at Yijioza. It seems that it's true. He turned his head silently. The tips of his ears were a little red. Mitoroma did not expect this. He only wanted to try his luck with women. He did not expect to meet such a beautiful woman in Takashi Akashi's house. He had heard of Yijioza. However, his impression of her was limited to the glimpse he had in Kuriko's ward. They did not have any interaction at that time. They were called out of the ward by Takashi Akashi. And ended up kneeling in front of the cleaning lady. After that, he heard many legends about her. Emperor Tong's iron-blooded discipline, Emperor Tong's demonic president, Emperor Tong's source of all evil. However, he felt that rumors should not be trusted. At least based on his current contact, he felt that Yijosa was quite good. Little Mitaroma is still obsessed with horoscopes. Huang Ase was very emotional. However, he quickly shifted his gaze. Speaking of which, Yekuin, long time no see. Yijosa was speechless. Who the hell was Yekuin? Huang Ase always calls those he approves of so intimately. Momoi Wuyue smiled. So Yekuin and Huang Ase know each other. Mitaroma's ears pricked up. Yes. Yijosa said frankly, I've known him for a long time. Huang Ase smiled. In retrospect, I think it was a fortuitous encounter. It's a pity that Yekuin did not stay in Kanagawa for too long. Mitaroma looked at Huang Ase without batting an eyelid. He squeezed the woodpecker doll in his hand. He hoped that this lucky item would work. Unexpectedly, metaphysics did not let him down. Yijosa sized him up. He stared deeply at his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Mitaroma pushed up his glasses. His heart was beating faster. He was secretly looking forward to the other's question. May I ask? Is it here? May I ask who you are? How should he answer? I'm Shintaro Mitaroma. I like divination and horoscopes. I'm an otaku. No. No. There's no hope for an otaku. Then. May I ask? Yijosa stared at Shintaro Mitaroma. He watched him turn his neck a little stiffly. He asked curiously, was your hair dyed green? Mitaroma's first reaction was that he was lucky that he washed his hair this morning. So, his green hair attracted the other party's attention. As expected, men must have hair. No. My hair is natural. Mitaroma said gently. This color is rare, right? Yijosa nodded with difficulty. Your head is so green. I just want to ask, if you squat on the ground, will people think that you're wearing a potted plant? Moreover, this green cloud covering his head was natural. This young man was too pitiful. This was a green life from head to toe. Most importantly, Mitaroma was wearing an orange short-sleeved shirt today. Paired with his green hair, he was like a giant carrot that attracted Yijosa's attention. A living carrot. Mitaroma was speechless. His smile gradually disappeared. Actually, don't mind it. If you want to live a good life, you have to be a little green. Mitaroma was speechless. His smile completely disappeared. There was intermittent laughter in the room, and it couldn't be suppressed. Until Takashi Akashi announced that it was time for dinner, Mitaroma was still in a state of shock. White Firewood withdrew his cold gaze and no longer paid attention to this young man. Takashi Akashi was an extremely sensitive person. He sensed Yijosa's abnormality and connected it with Yijosa's uniqueness. He couldn't help but have a bold idea. However, this involved the private affairs of Takashi Akashi's family. Before he could confirm it, he would subtly probe. After dinner, everyone said their goodbyes. Takashi Akashi asked Yijosa to stay for a while in the name of Mount Luo Student Council President. Under the other's puzzled gaze, he said slowly, I'm really sorry, but I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it. Help him. I beg you. The voice echoed in his mind. Yijosa was stunned. I'm going to a ball at around 10 o'clock tonight. Takashi Akashi smiled. I'm missing a female companion. I don't know if I have the honor to invite Yikuin to go with me. Only in a place of wealth and pleasure could one see through a person's true nature. And the ball that was qualified to invite Takashi Akashi Seibatsu was naturally the most extravagant and extravagant. As long as Ichiosa had the intention to climb the social ladder, Takashi Akashi would not take a step closer to her. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he understood that Ichiosa was someone who could be bought with money. On the contrary, he would treat her like an honored guest and really let her come into contact with some of the secrets of Takashi Akashi's family. Ichiosa thought about it. The ball was at 10 o'clock in the evening, so it would take at least midnight to finish. However, since Takashi Akashi had given him tuition, he would consider it as payment for the tuition. Okay. Ichiosa agreed. Then, he was driven by a luxury car to get his hair done and try on a suit. Ichiosa was dumbfounded the whole time. Bathing, beauty treatment, fragrance, suit, makeup. After the whole process, his soul almost flew away. On the other hand, Takashi Akashi only needed to put on a suit and sit in the corner with a magazine. On the other hand, White Firewood only needed to curl up into a ball and squat on the sofa. Ichiosa. How could the world be so unfair to women? However, it had to be said that Ichiosa was really beautiful, and his figure was like a coat hanger. No matter how beautiful the upper body of a suit was, he could wear it with great visual effect. Finally, she walked over in a long silver fishtail dress, swaying gracefully. In an instant, the whole world was lit up. White Firewood was stunned for a while, then he jumped down and ran towards her. He jumped onto her palm and was held in her arms. At this moment, he only had the thought of monopolizing her. Takashi Akashi nodded. No matter how harsh he was on Ichiosa's appearance, he couldn't escape the sting. However, Yi-kun, please keep smiling at the ball. Takashi Akashi instructed, please. Don't open your mouth. Ah, why? Takashi Akashi. Didn't you know that the moment you opened your mouth, you ruined the overall beauty? Ichiosa really didn't know. They arrived at the port in a luxury car and boarded a luxury cruise ship. The cruise ship was full of beautiful women and handsome men dressed in luxurious clothes. Various important people walked among them, accompanied by exquisite desserts and pale golden champagne. It was an extravagant atmosphere. It was said that at around 12 o'clock, a diamond necklace, True Love Heart, would be auctioned on the cruise ship. That beautiful and exquisite necklace had a long history and a beautiful legend. It was said that women who possessed the true love heart would eventually reap the perfect love. And this necklace could only be auctioned by men with female companions. Takashi Akashi looked at the time and glanced at a group of police officers on the cruise ship. He frowned and asked, why are there police officers on such an occasion? And there are quite a lot of them. Don't you know, Takashi Akashi-kun? Another person said, I heard that Strange Thief Kid has issued a notice to take away the true love heart tonight. Strange Thief Kid. Ichiosa hugged White Firewood and stroked him from time to time. Ah, he's a superb thief. He hasn't missed a single time so far. Someone replied, I've attended quite a few auctions, and Kid often visits them. He always takes something from them. But it's strange. The things he takes away will soon be involved in a big or small case. I've paid attention to the follow-up. It seems that the auction items came from a very improper source. And Strange Thief Kid's method is to return the items to their original owners. Takashi Akashi's eyes darkened. He shook his glass and looked at the time. The previous owner of the true love heart died a terrible death. Nothing. Ichiosa was not interested in listening to Takashi Akashi's greetings. He only held a small cake and hugged White Firewood. He sat in the corner and fed the dog in boredom. Saishomaru was not fond of sweet things, but since the other party was eager to serve him, he reluctantly accepted. Chapter 199. On the top of the luxury cruise ship, there was a private place specially set up for couples to have a tender moment. At the same time, it was also a place for unmarried men and women in the upper echelons to meet. There was no extravagance of a ball, no confrontation of the main hall. Under the semi-outdoor design, many young people held onto the railing. They temporarily let go of the roll on their backs. They had a pleasant conversation. Yijose carried the dog and walked to the top floor. Because his appearance was too outstanding, he attracted more than one gaze. However, Yijose was alone with his own ability. He did not receive any moving light waves. He only looked in the direction where White Firewood's chin was slightly raised. He hurried over. Yijose did not quite understand why would the poor man be hiding in a secluded place. Could it be that his pig head and face were still swollen, causing him to feel inferior and hide? Uncontrollably, Yijose blamed himself even more. He swore that he would find him and make up to him. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. In the dark room, Heiyukido was only startled, but he didn't seem to be at a loss. After all, he was the strange thief kid who had never failed since he became famous. He had faced many unexpected situations. He could even escape from the pursuit of dozens of police officers, not to mention the situation where there was only one person approaching. Moreover, listening to the footsteps, it was a woman. And women were the easiest to be used. Heiyu was not in a hurry. He was fully prepared and put on his hat and mask. Just as the footsteps stopped at the door, he chuckled and took out the first item from his pocket, the majestic and mighty cockroach from the south of Huaxia. It was alive. It was said that not only was this big cockroach not afraid of people, it could also fly and could not be killed. Even if it was flattened, it could still struggle for a while. Just these few points of scaring people were enough for him to raise a few. Women were afraid of cockroaches. When they encountered them, 90% of them would scream, and the remaining 10% would faint. Using them to deal with people could help him quickly attract firepower and change targets. Please. Heiyukido shook off some bread crumbs by the door and put down 2 big cockroaches. Other than the door, there was no other exit in the room. Heiyukido took a deep breath, and with a sudden kick, he stuck to the ceiling like a huge gecko. At this moment, the door opened. Yijose saw that it was pitch black inside. There seemed to be something under his feet. The sound of. So he turned his hand to the side and turned on the light. Looking around, there was no one in the room, only 2 big cockroaches crawling beside his feet. Yijose. Hey, Fu Chang, this is your younger brother, Xiao Chang. Of course, he dared not say this out loud. Speaking of which, seeing such a big cockroach in Japan was a little familiar. Yijose was stunned for a moment. Just when Heiyukido thought she was scared silly, he saw her lift her fishtail skirt, slowly lift her foot, and carefully step down, trying to break both of them. With a cracking sound, the big cockroach died instantly. Heiyukido. Wasn't this woman the one who just KO'd him at noon? Damn it. Why did he bump into her? But, where was the fear, screaming, and fainting? Why was this script different from what he had imagined? After getting rid of the 2 cockroaches, Yijose put down her fishtail skirt, and once again became an elegant, charming, and intellectual beauty. He patted White Firewood's back, and saw White Firewood raise its head, staring at the ceiling. Yijose blocked the door, looked up, and saw Heiyukido, who was still wearing a mask, obediently on the ceiling. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Yijose looked at the cockroach, and then looked at the poor man who was being beaten, and suddenly felt that he was so miserable. Look at what he had done, his face was swollen, and he was wearing a mask, hiding in the corner, and then he encountered 2 cockroaches, and he was so scared that he wanted to climb the ceiling. Seeing this, Yijose couldn't help but say softly, "Don't be afraid, I have already trampled them to death, come down." Heiyukido. Damn it, I'm even more scared. This is a woman who can't even deal with cockroaches. No, no, I can't go on like this. I must get rid of her, the auction is about to start. I can't make a mistake. Actually, I know who you are. Yujosa said something that made everyone shudder. I'm here to stop you, hey Yujosa. Had his identity been exposed? Cold sweat ran down Hey Yukiru's forehead. What are you talking about? I don't understand, beautiful lady. After saying that, he suddenly took out a smoke bomb from behind him and smashed it hard on the ground. At the moment when the white smoke suddenly rose, he threw off his cloak, jumped down, and seized the gap to escape. Just as he was about to leap over the railing and glide into the main hall, Yujosa quickly turned around and grabbed his belt with his sharp eyes and nimble hands. Hey Yukiru's body was firmly fixed in the air, and the smile on his lips gradually disappeared. He looked back and saw Yujosa holding his belt with all his strength. At this moment, the top of the ship, the sea breeze, the wings, the cloak, and the fishtail skirt flew high. The woman firmly held the man's strong waist, and the man opened his arms, embracing the breath of freedom and the feeling of flying in the air. It was like a classic scene from the Titanic, with an indescribable aesthetic. However, there was no hugging, no kissing, only Yujosa's chi in his dantian, and his voice was like a bell. Help, someone is jumping into the sea. Hey Yukiru. I beg you to let go, if you don't let go, I will have to jump into the sea. Footsteps came one after another, and Yujosa's hand was like an iron clamp, not letting go no matter how hard he struggled. At this moment, Hey Yukiru really wanted to jump into the sea, and he did so. There was no time to hesitate. When the group of onlookers turned the corner, Hey Yukiru gritted his teeth and untied his belt with one hand. He twisted and struggled, like a goshawk that had finally been freed, and couldn't wait to fly away. But the next second, his body froze in the air again, and his whole body hung upside down on the railing. Hey Yukiru was speechless. He looked up and saw Yujosa holding his belt with her right hand, and pulling his leather shoes with her left and right hand. Why are you so stubborn? Isn't it good to be a human? If you die, you'll have nothing. Yujosa's spittle flew everywhere. You're in the prime of your youth, why are you feeding the fish in the sea? Hey Yukiru was speechless. For the first time, he felt what was called despair. Hey Yukiru closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forcefully kicked off one of his shoes, and his body slid down again. Now, it should be over, right? Then, Hey Yukiru found that his body froze in the air again. He looked at Yujosa with pleading eyes, and looked at her hand that was holding his trouser leg tightly. Sister. I'm begging you. Please let go of my trousers. Unfortunately, although Yujosa received his brainwaves, the translation failed. Don't be afraid, I'll save you. Yujosa pulled on his trouser leg, and a swarm of people was about to swarm him. I'll never give up on you. Hearing this sincere sentence, Hey Yukiru couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. He took a deep look at Yujosa's compassionate face, and firmly remembered her in his heart. Once again, he looked back at the world with nostalgia. Finally, he loosened his trouser leg with a strong sense of righteousness. Swoosh dash, his trousers fell off like a flag fluttering in the wind. Hey Yukiru quickly fell, like a broken wing of a New Orleans barbecue that had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. Oh, cake seller, Yujosa screamed at the top of his lungs. He flung his fishtail skirt and wanted to jump down, but the people behind him rushed up and tried their best to stop him. Calm down. Calm down. We've already sent out the lifeguards. Yujosa hugged his trousers and white firewood, and trembled. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect him to make up his mind to die. Don't be afraid, the lifeguards will bring him back. A gentle female voice comforted her. Yijiosa shook her head and murmured, I didn't expect his underwear to be red. Everyone. Their movements gradually stiffened. No, I can't wait here, I have to go down and see him. After saying that, Yijiosa threw down his belt, shoes, and trousers, picked up white firewood, and rushed downstairs. Seeing that there was no one around, White Firewood climbed back onto her shoulder and said coldly, he's not dead. Yijiosa breathed a sigh of relief. He's on the dance floor in the main hall. White Firewood locked on to the smell of Heiyu and continued, this person is not simple. On the dance floor in the main hall. Yijiosa was dumbfounded. Wasn't he just flopping in the sea 3 minutes ago? However, he couldn't care so much at the moment. He just wanted to apologize. Why was it so difficult? Yijiosa hurried to the main hall and saw that there were so many people coming and going that it was almost impossible to tell who was who. If it weren't for White Firewood, the cheating device, on his shoulder, Yijiosa wouldn't have been able to find Heiyu at all. Where is he? Bai Chai raised his chin with an arrogant look on his face. Yijiosa scratched his fur and walked toward Heiyu Juru at a steady pace. However, the closer he got, the more surprised he was. Yijiosa was sure that Heiyu Kiru was a teenager and a real man. Couldn't he tell if it was a man or a woman when his pants were taken off? But the beauty in front of him, with gorgeous makeup, long wavy hair, and silicone prosthetic breasts, was Blackfeather Combat. Oh my god! Is this a crossdresser? Yijiosa approached him stiffly and stared at his opponent's face. He was a little nervous. What topic should he talk about? Heiyu was terrified and almost couldn't maintain his disguise. He was a little nervous. What excuse should he find to leave? Yijiosa slowly approached him, looking hesitant. Are you? Heiyu took a deep breath, raised his eyebrows, and looked at her with a faint smile. Oh, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Are you new here? Here, have a glass of champagne. Do you want it? He quickly picked up a glass of champagne, poured an instant drug into it, and generously handed it to Yijiosa. The devil in his heart wagged its horn. High-end laxative, I'll kill you. Yijiosa swirled the glass, and the second before he sprayed the champagne on his lips, the lights on the dance floor suddenly dimmed. Screams came one after another. No one could see each other in the dark. It seemed that there were many unexpected situations. However, it was good that it was dark and noisy. It was enough for him to grab Heiyu and have him apologize. Yijiosa casually put the glass on the table and quickly grabbed Heiyu's wrist with one hand. Hey, wait, I'll talk. Heiyu was quick-witted. He turned around without saying a word, tilted the glass in his hand, and accidentally splashed Yijiosa's gown. Yijiosa subconsciously let go of Heiyu's hand and heard Heiyu apologetically saying, I'm sorry. Ha! Please take care of it quickly. It will be exposed. Heiyu quickly turned Yijiosa's shoulder and pushed her to the corner. After confirming that the damn woman would finally not hinder his actions, Heiyu could not help but sigh in relief. He scooped up the champagne on the table and took a big gulp. Comfortable. The next moment, Heiyu quickly blended into the crowd and strode toward the big stage, passing through the layers of defense at an extremely fast speed. He arrived at the auction house full of infrared. He avoided all the obstacles with his superb skills, reached out, and held the true heart in his hand. With his target in hand, Heiyu could not help but smile. He put away the true heart and was about to climb out of the window when he heard a rumbling sound from his abdomen, like a muffled thunder. His face was full of horror, and he was stunned on the spot. This feeling. No. It can't be. Impossible. Who's there? The bodyguards and police guarding the auction items sensed something and directly raised their guns to enter. They saw a white cloak flash by, and the door was wide open. It's Monster Thief Kid. Chase, on the luxury cruise ship, the vigorous pursuit began. You finally got rid of the police, but his current physical condition did not allow him to fly away in a glider. He covered his lower abdomen and hid in the toilet. The moment he sat on the toilet, he was so moved that he cried. That's great. His reputation was not ruined by laxatives. He saved his last dignity. However, Heiyu, who was squatting on the toilet, did not know that in the women's toilet next door, Yijosa had found white firewood after tidying up his dress. White Firewood raised his paw and patted her arm, saying, "He's in the toilet." Yijosa's eyes suddenly lit up. He just wanted to find Heiyu to apologize. He did not expect that after so many hardships, there would be one last chance. Even God was helping him. So, Yijosa squatted in front of the toilet and waited for 5 minutes, then another 5 minutes, then another 5 minutes. Do you think he's still in the toilet? White Firewood glanced at her and did not say anything. It's been 30 minutes. The baby should have finished giving birth, but he still hasn't come out. Yijosa was shocked. Do you think he didn't bring any toilet paper? White Firewood broke free from her embrace and did not want to talk to her. By the way, Fuqiang, do you use toilet paper when you go to the toilet? White Firewood turned around and scratched her with his paw. He seemed to be a little angry. Hey, let's not talk about it anymore. Yijosa hugged him bitterly. To be honest, Saishomaru, you are a dog demon. Is it really good to have such a cat personality? White Firewood's face was cold and he did not even want to look at her. Yijosa knew that Saishomaru was angry again, the kind that could not be coaxed. With no one to chat with him and Heiyu not coming out, Yijosa was very bored. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He cleared his throat and shouted towards the men's toilet, "Hi!" Heiyu suddenly froze. Hearing Yijosa's voice at this time was like seeing a ghost. Heiyu, I know you're in there. Heiyu. How did you know I'm in there? Ever since he met this woman on the tram, he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. First, he was beaten, then dragged, then forced to jump into the sea, and now he was squatting on the toilet. Whose fault was this? Heiyu, stop squatting. If there's anything, why don't you say something? Did you bring any toilet paper? Yijosa whispered, if there's no one in the men's toilet, I'll come in. Heiyu's hair stood on end. He took care of his funeral affairs with difficulty. He pulled up his pants, pushed open the toilet door, and climbed out of the skylight. He looked down at the vast sea and could not help but smile bitterly. For the sake of a man's face, for the sake of his last dignity, it seemed that he had no choice but to sacrifice himself. Heiyu climbed out of the window and jumped. At this moment, he was like a little mermaid facing the sun and turning into countless bubbles, running towards heaven full of light and love. He would never meet that woman again. This was life in full bloom. It was like flying in the vast sky. He opened his hands and squinted his eyes at the salty sea breeze. His body fell weightlessly. In a trance, he felt that there was something beside him. Heiyu turned around and saw Yijosa smiling like a flower. Heiyu. It's you. It's you again. Why is it still you? Why is it you everywhere I go? Why is it that even when I jump into the sea, the person I see is still you? Heiyu was about to collapse. Yijosa faced the sea breeze, stretched out his hand, and put it on his shoulder. Don't be afraid, Daddy will fly you. Fly your ass. Hey, you couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, a huge Tai Chi rose under their feet. His body instantly became as light as a swallow. He was lifted up, higher and higher, faster and faster. He felt suffocated, dizzy, and nauseous. Therefore, when Yujiosa gently carried him to the top of the cruise, Heiyu couldn't help but achieve the world achievement of vomiting and diarrhea. This poor kid. Yujiosa watched him vomit so hard that he couldn't help but pat him on the back to calm him down. Actually, I'm here to apologize to you. Heiyu's face was full of tears as he slowly shook his head. This apology, he couldn't afford it. He couldn't afford it, QAQ. I didn't expect you to jump into the sea to seek death. I didn't know that the beating on the tram was such a big blow to you. Yujiosa sighed. But since I jumped into the sea with you. Seriously, are you touched? Heiyu nodded with a pale face. He didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to move at all. You're really a good person. I'll visit you to apologize another day. Yujiosa smiled. Go down with me, but it seems a little noisy down there. I don't know what happened. True love was gone. How could nothing happen? At this moment, the police should be interrogating them. If he went down with her, he would be walking into a trap. However, if he didn't go down with her, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Heiyu used the highest intelligence in his life. I can't go down. If I go down, I'll be finished. Ah. I pretended to be a woman and deceived a person's feelings. Heiyu was very sad. He's arresting me. The force behind him is very scary. The whole ship is full of his eyes. I had nowhere to run, so I jumped into the sea. If I was caught by him. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yujiosa was shocked. When he thought of his previous identity as a crossdresser, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand the brain circuits of these pubescent teenagers. He wanted to be a man picking up girls, but he didn't have the chance. He was obviously a man, but he had to pretend to be a woman. The most terrible thing was that the crossdresser not only had a girlfriend, but also a fucking boyfriend. This Heiyu didn't have a good heart. He actually had a foot in two boats and only failed now. This was too much. Hugging two people at once had ignited the anger of a single dog. The world wasn't worth it, it wasn't worth it, and just now, in order to save him, he even jumped. This was too much. This was unfair to a single dog. Chapter 200. Yujiosa felt that. An unlucky guy like him who could even be tricked to death by raising a dog. A lucky emperor who had a win-win situation with a handsome man and a beautiful woman like Heiyu was really speechless. Since he had apologized and his life had been saved, he had done everything that needed to be done. Therefore, there was no need for the so-called visit. Yujiosa said that he did not want to see the proud face of the winner of life for the time being. Thus, he dragged the person onto the speedboat like a garbage bag. After a long time, he started the motor. He lifted his foot and kicked the stern of the speedboat. He kicked the boat carrying the lucky emperor into the sea that was not filled with anger. Yujiosa left in tears, not because he was moved by Yujiosa's decision to send him away. But he was reluctant to part with the comfortable toilet on the cruise ship. The effect of the laxative was not over yet, he was already at sea. The speed of the speedboat was as fast as lightning, the paper was not by his side. How sad seeing the speedboat disappear into the night, leaving only a smear of white. Countless police and bodyguards who were chasing after the crossdresser came out in full force. They shouted something. Yujiosa stroked his long hair and tucked his slightly curly black hair behind his ear. The sea breeze was noisy, and a few strands of black silk fluttered against the tip of White Firewood's nose. Saishomaru turned his head slightly and saw Yijosa's round earlobe. There was a pearl dangling from it. It was tied with a pure silver snake bone chain and swayed against its neck. It swayed in a charming arc. It was as if he had been bewitched. He slowly moved forward, the tip of his wet tongue gently probed. It actually wound up along the carotid artery. It wrapped around the pearl and engulfed the earlobe. His fangs gently moved, like the intimacy between partners. Yijosa's entire body trembled, and his mind instantly went blank. This feeling was like being electrocuted, causing one to be caught off guard and die. He pulled white firewood off his shoulder in minutes and pinched the back of his neck. "What are you doing?" White firewood's golden eyes looked rather innocent. His ears even twitched, and he still said in a cold voice, "I'm hungry." Yijosa. He didn't know why, but he felt as if his heart had been shot by an arrow. His voice was cold, but his actions were warm. He looked like the heart of a monster, but he looked like a puppy. Holy shit! What was the difference between her and the goddess Rinbali from his previous life? Yijosa took a deep breath and pressed down on Lushan's paw that wanted to rub Saishomaru's head. He tried his best to say calmly, "You should have told me earlier if you were hungry. It's not like I'm shortchanging you. I'll feed you later." White firewood didn't say anything. After a long while, he coldly replied, "Yes." She carried him to the chaotic deck, through the bustling crowd, and arrived at the bustling ballroom. It was the same corner, the same cake, and she was smiling under the lights. The surroundings were filled with guests coming and going like clouds. Although there was a small interlude, it still couldn't stop the extravagance of this circle. Yijosa calmly sat in the corner and fed the dog. He rejected the young man who invited him to dance, defeated the young lady who was looking for trouble, and defeated the rich lady who was hugging the poodle. Finally, the sugar daddy, Seijiro, arrived. Akagi Seijiro seemed to be very busy. Other than taking him to the cruise, he had not been seen since. He only appeared to invite him to the VIP seats and wait for the auction to start after the break. However, there was no true love in tonight's auction. Luxury items, souvenirs, and antiques were put on the auction stage one by one. Yijosa held the dog and saw a group of rich people bidding crazily for the sake of saving face. That attitude of not treating money as money made Yijosa feel complicated. "Is there anything you want?" Akagi Seijiro suddenly said, his handsome face hidden in the dark, very obscure. "Whatever you want, as long as you say it, you can get it." His words were full of temptation, and he was even sure that the other party would not refuse. "Anything I want." Yijosa was surprised, and his eyes were full of eagerness. "Yes." Akagi Seijiro restrained all his emotions, thinking that she was only so-so. "Take it as compensation for neglecting my female companion tonight. You can have anything you want. From jewelry, luxury cars, bags, money, real estate." Perhaps, a woman with a bit of ambition wanted to fight for the position of the wife of the Takashi Akashi family. Takashi Akashi sneered in his heart. He was speculating about others with the worst intentions. After all, after his mother passed away, he was no longer the original Takashi Akashi. Yijosa smiled. "That Takashi Akashi-kun, you know, it's not easy to raise a dog these days." Takashi Akashi frowned. "Why?" "Provide me with a month's worth of dog food." Yijosa rubbed his hands like a fly, his face full of expectation. "I have 8 dogs. It's not easy, they eat more than pigs." White firewood. Takashi Akashi. "Don't you want to think about it?" Takashi Akashi showed a formal smile. "You can get more, like jewelry." "I have it." Saishomaru gave it to him. "Luxury cars and bags." Takashi Akashi pressed. "I have it." A luxury car was not as good as an excavator, and a bag was not as good as a velvet tail. Money and real estate. Takashi Akashi narrowed his eyes and threw out the bait. I have it. He was White Firewood's owner. Did he have to worry about not being able to get real estate in the West? TSK. Thinking about it this way, many of the good things he had seemed to be given by Saishomaru. Oh, fuck, this is the real master. I have to please him, I have to raise him until he is fat. I want dog food. Yijosa's tone was firm. As long as the dog lives, the man lives. If the dog dies, the man dies. Takashi Akashi. It was around 3:00 in the morning when the banquet ended. After sending Yijosa back to her house, Takashi Akashi rubbed his aching temples and leaned against the back seat with a frown. The luxury car drove him through the sleepless city of Tokyo, along the winding road, slowly approaching Takashi Akashi's house. It was not until 4:00 in the morning that Akagi Seijiro finished tidying up. He opened the bedroom door in his pajamas and turned on the lights in the room. In a corner of the bedroom, Heiyu was sitting on the carpet. His whole body was wet, and there was a salty smell of seawater. Kudu. Takashi Akashi looked at him calmly. It's rare to see you in such a sorry state. Heiyu Kudu's face was pale. He took out the true love heart from his arms and threw it on the bed. I met a tricky person and almost failed. Takashi Akashi picked up the true love heart and looked at the dazzling brilliance of the diamond under the light. Sorry for the trouble, I will pay you. I don't need to pay you. Heiyu Kudu sighed. Well, Seijiro, the true love heart is Auntie's relic. Although I don't know why it appeared at the auction, I will get it back for you even if you didn't ask me. Heiyu Kudu smiled bitterly and said, don't you think it's very strange? This necklace was buried with her 10 years ago. Takashi Akashi didn't say anything. He just clenched the necklace into a fist and said, I know. I always thought Auntie's death was caused by a car accident until I saw the true love heart. Heiyu Kudu pulled his hair. Wasn't it destroyed in the car accident? It was a fake. Takashi Akashi's eyes darkened. Do you know what my father found in the fake? He found a GPS device. Heiyu Kudu's face changed. What? It was a murder, not a car accident. Takashi Akashi's voice was extremely cold. My mother was targeted a long time ago. She became the prey, and we didn't know it. Seijiro. A case has been filed for a long time. Takashi Akashi stroked the necklace. His eyes were a little distracted. But neither the police nor my father's forces could trace it to the end. The clues were deliberately erased and cut off. There's a mole in the police station. Yijosa fell asleep as soon as he got home. When he woke up the next day, he found out that his bathroom had been smashed by the dogs. At that time, a group of dogs squatted neatly in front of him, wagging their tails, tilting their heads, and shaking their ears in an attempt to be cute. It was a pity that he didn't end up like a dog, and this dog-like wasn't even close. After all, they weren't real dogs, and they didn't know the essence of a dog's cuteness. Of course, Yijosa picked up the feather duster and gave it a good beating. The dog and chicken feathers flew all over the place, and the barking and cursing were the same. In the chaos of the march, a new day was ushered in. Sephiroth, who was watching his colleague being beaten, was speechless. At that moment, he was a little glad that he was a puppy. Yijosa settled the litter of dogs and went to find his two teammates next door with the information. Unlike the chaos on his side, Hattori Heiji and Kudo had already entered the state of work. They were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. He pushed the door and entered. The room was still filled with the fragrance of tea. Yijosa's spirit was refreshed. He felt full of energy, and even his fatigue had disappeared a lot. He sat down and drank the fragrant tea in his hand. He suddenly felt comfortable, and even his mind was much clearer. I heard that you went to the banquet on the cruise last night. Hattori Heiji sipped his tea. The person you met was Akagi Seijiro. Yeah. Yujiosa nodded and briefly explained what happened on the cruise, skipping the episode of the black feather fight. Just like that, the moment the power went out, the true love heart was gone. I didn't see it at the auction afterward. Hattori Heiji looked down. The true love heart. If I remember correctly, it's the necklace that is said to have the magic of love, right? Yes. Kudo nodded. Every owner of it has harvested the perfect love. Hattori Heiji touched his chin and suddenly began to flip through the thick information. If I remember correctly, the previous owner of the true love heart was Takashi Akashi Shirori, the wife who had a car accident? Yujiosa paused. Found it. Hattori Heiji took out a stack of information and quickly read it. The head of the Takashi Akashi conglomerate bought the true love heart 20 years ago and gave it to his lover. 3 years later, they got married. Another year, Akagi Seijiro was born. Well, 10 years ago, the true love heart was destroyed and buried. Wait. Hattori Heiji slammed the information on the table and rushed to Yujiosa. You said that the auction last night was the true love heart. I'm sure. Yujiosa nodded. Then what was buried with her 10 years ago? Hattori Heiji was shocked. Takashi Akashi Shirori had a car accident 10 years ago. Her body was collected. According to the signed organ donation agreement, she donated her stomach, heart, kidney. After that, the true love heart was buried with her in the cemetery. Yujiosa inexplicably felt a little cold. Hattori, the organs donated by Mrs. Takashi Akashi, who were the beneficiaries? There are records. They are all civilians. Hattori Heiji flipped through the records. A white-collar worker, a student of Waseda University, a blind man. Are they still alive? Yujiosa suddenly asked, these beneficiaries, are they still alive? Let me see. It is written in the information that they are still alive. Many of them have started a new life and seem to have gone abroad to develop. Are there people staying in the country? Yes. The student of Waseda University, let me see, in Osaka. Working in Osaka. Yujiosa thought for a long time. Let's go to Osaka to have a look. We must go to Osaka to have a look. Yujiosa turned his head and said word by word, the information says that the true love heart was buried with her. But yesterday, it appeared at the auction. The information says that the beneficiaries are civilians, and they are all living well. Hattori, I suspect that there is a problem with this information. Clang dash, the tea accidentally spilled and soaked a thick stack of paper. Kudo's eyes widened and his face was full of astonishment. Sorry. I was too surprised and accidentally spilled the tea. Yujiosa shook his head to show that he did not care. He dug out a lot of information about the beneficiaries from the pile of information and said, it is necessary to visit all the people recorded on it. If the records are not true, it can only mean that there is a mole in the police station. The development of the matter gradually went off track. Yujiosa and the other two packed up their things and hurried to Osaka. It took them a lot of time to find the beneficiary's residence in an old residential building. It was dilapidated and decayed. The streets were clean and tidy, but this place had already been listed in the scope of renovation and reconstruction. A top student from Waseda University actually lived in such an environment. They came to the door of a cramped house and pressed the doorbell several times before they saw a white-haired old woman carefully open the door. Her eyes were vigilant and alert. If Yijusa was not a harmless girl, she would not even be willing to open the door. Good day. Yijusa smiled, raised the egg in his hand, and whispered, "Excuse me. Is this No-kun's home?" The old woman's eyes lit up a little. "You are." "Ah, we are No-kun's classmates." Yijusa took out the sophistication of an adult and smiled indifferently and appropriately. "I haven't seen him for several years. I happened to pass by here, so I came to see him." The light in the old woman's eyes dimmed inch by inch. "I'm sorry. Please leave. Shinichiro." The old woman slowly closed the door, and there was a deep sigh. "I'm very happy that you came to see him, but he has left this world. I'm sorry. Please leave." Outside the door, Yijusa smiled stiffly and drew a red circle next to Shinichiro Ono's information. "I'm sorry. No-kun. I heard that he received treatment. It's really presumptuous. But, is it because of organ rejection?" There was no movement in the room. "I'm very sorry." Yijusa took a deep breath and put all the greeting gifts at the door. "I'm sorry for reminding you of something sad." He felt that he was forcibly tearing open other people's scars. This kind of approach. He could not bear it. But if he did not ask, they would not be able to get any clues. They were silent for a long time and were about to leave, but they heard the old woman in the room lean against the door and say in a low voice, "Shinichiro. It's not because of organ rejection, but he didn't get a match at all. There was no match. He suffered for a year and died in despair." Outside the door, Yijusa's hand trembled slightly as he held the information. He remembered clearly that the information recorded that Takashi Akashi's kidney should have been exchanged with this student. But now, his parents, after losing him, were in a trance and also died. Hattori Heiji took the information in Yijusa's hand, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. They left Osaka with a heavy heart. On the train to Kanagawa, Hattori Heiji turned his face and looked at Kudo beside him. He saw that he was also holding the information, lost in thought. They arrived at Kanagawa and went to the home of the second beneficiary. But they never expected that the second beneficiary would also have the same result. Kobayakawa's eyes. Still can't see. The neighbor was a housewife. She rubbed her hands and was a little nervous in front of the detectives. She was a very poor child. 10 years ago, she was only 12 years old, right? Unfortunately, she was blind, but she didn't wait for the kindness of this world. "May I ask where they went?" Yijusa looked at the deserted house next door, which looked like it had been abandoned for 10 years. The woman shook her head. "I don't know. It was a long time ago. I only remember that Kobayakawa's father seemed to have made a fortune and took her away." "What about her mother?" "Ah, she passed away a long time ago." Yijusa felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. For some reason, even without further contact, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Who had the ability to cover the sky with one hand? Who was it? Who had the ability to seize the huge chain of interests? Who was it? Who had the ability to play with the law and human lives? Who was it? Who had the ability to erase all clues, leaving the big conglomerates helpless? Yijusa thought of a saying, "Being poor is better than being rich, and being rich is better than having power. Only with power could one truly turn black and white upside down." Hattori, Kudo. Yijusa took a deep breath. "Be prepared, this case is not simple. Maybe we will be assassinated on the way to find out the truth." Yijusa wasn't being alarmist, but he was thinking from an objective point of view. He had just attended an auction last night and saw with his own eyes that it was a group of upper-class people who didn't treat money as money. And among this group of so-called upper-class people, the Takashi Akashi conglomerate was one of the most outstanding. That was a conglomerate. The wealth, connections, and power that had been accumulated for generations, and so many resources and interests, after the painstaking efforts of countless people, was qualified to be called a conglomerate. But even the Takashi Akashi conglomerate couldn't find the real murderer when faced with the death of the matriarch. Was it because the murderer hid too well, or was the murderer? Even the Takashi Akashi conglomerate couldn't touch. What kind of person could make a conglomerate retreat? It could only be someone with real power. And a person with real power was being peeled off bit by bit, revealing the most disgusting and dirty side of him. Would he let it go? Absolutely not. He would use all means to stop them. Chapter 201. The most unpredictable thing in the world was the human heart. The most difficult thing to figure out was human feelings, and the rarest thing was human nature. As the visit went deeper, even though the sun was shining overhead, he could not suppress the chill all over his body. Ichiosa and the other two moved from Osaka to Kanagawa, from Utsunomiya to Fukushima, across the palace to rock, covering almost half of Japan's territory. He investigated the 11 beneficiaries. It took a whole day. At that time, it was already around 5 o'clock in the morning. Ichiosa and the other two sat in the ramen restaurant with tired faces, thinking of the information they had collected that day. Their hearts were very heavy. 3 bowls of steaming ramen were served. Looking at the chewy noodles and rich ingredients, they perked up a little and buried their heads in the food. For a moment, there was only the sound of slurping noodles in the space. I say. Hattori Heiji took a sip of the soup and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The newly collected doubts and information, should we announce it to the police station? Kudo shook his head. They can hide these things for 10 years. Once they find out that you are investigating the truth behind it, even if your biological father is the head of the Osaka police station, you may also become their target. Damn it. Hattori Heiji gritted his teeth. Are we just going to let it go? Of course not, Kudo said indifferently. From the moment I sorted out this information, we have probably already become the targets of others. Kudo reached out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. He stared at the texture of the meat in a daze. I shouldn't have dragged you guys into the water, but other than you guys who are outside the police station, I can't find anyone I can trust to cooperate with. So, I left my family, girlfriend, and school and came to Tokyo, Kudo said slowly. The more I come into contact with people who are close to me, the more I expose. In order to ensure the safety of both parties, it is naturally better to stay away. His tone was very calm. Even though he had sacrificed a lot for this case, he still had a regretless expression. Find out the real culprit behind this. No matter the price, it is worth it. He put the meat into his mouth and chewed slowly, savoring the taste. When the heat is enough, it is time to really close the net. Controlling the fire, drawing in the net. For some reason, Hattori Heiji always felt that Kudo's statement was hinting at something. Could it be that they had to gather all the evidence in order to point the finger at the real culprit and pull him down? That seemed to make sense. Joseph finished an entire night's worth of pufferbone ramen. He smacked his lips and said, I don't care about being followed, or assassinated. Even if they climb through my window in the middle of the night, my dogs will tear them into pieces. Even if they have firearms, I have a way to deal with them. But what about you two? Joseph put down his bowl and frowned. You guys are in Shota. It's too far for me to take care of you. Moreover, the national competition of the various societies is about to begin. Every school will be busy. When the time comes, there will be more people coming in and out, and your situation will only become more dangerous. Especially the day of the school festival. Hattori Heiji nodded. I've been learning kendo since I was young, and I have a certain shooting foundation. I also know some anti-reconnaissance and anti-tracking techniques. I can protect myself. I'm fine with that. Kudo drank the last mouthful of soup and said, I've dabbled in all the things that Hattori-kun knows. I'm not an expert, but I can protect my life. That's fine. Ichiosa put down his chopsticks. Since you have the ability to protect yourself, don't think about other things. In the remaining time, we will continue to collect evidence and information, if possible. I think maybe we can cooperate with Takashi Akashi. Ichiosa whispered, I'm not talking about the Takashi Akashi conglomerate, but Akagi Seijiro. Akagi Seijiro. Hattori Heiji's eyes flickered. His mother passed away unexpectedly. How old was he at the time? 5 or 6. Are you sure he has an impression of his biological mother, an obsession, and a memory? I'm sure. Ichiosa nodded. Because I saw. His mother's obsession is beside him. In 10 years, if it was an earthbound spirit, it would have been worn down into an evil spirit. But when they met in Takashi Akashi's house in a hurry, Ichiosa didn't detect malice from the ghost, but felt sorrow. She was worried about her child, and even if she entered the cycle of reincarnation, her obsession did not disappear. This was a mother's love that couldn't be stopped by time and space. He didn't believe that Takashi Akashi didn't remember. If he forgot his mother, that wisp of obsession would dissipate with peace of mind. The more worlds he experienced, the more people he saw, and the more things he encountered, Ichiosa's heart became calmer and calmer. Since he saw monsters, shinigami, spirits, and hollow, he had already let go of the pain he suffered in his previous life. He had lost his loved ones, so he could naturally understand the taste of despair. But when he thought that there was a cycle of life, and that everything had to follow the inevitable law, he finally let go. But Akagi Seijiro, a strong and stubborn teenager, would not have the same state of mind and understanding. In a trance, Ichiosa remembered that sentence again. Help him. Please. The obsession was a mother, but it was Takashi Akashi who fell into the mire of obsession. Ichiosa and the other two didn't return to Tokyo immediately, but it didn't mean that the crisis was not approaching. When the spies everywhere were triggered, the behind-the-scenes manipulator reached out to the campus. After Kimimaro went to the convenience store to buy dog food, he noticed that something was wrong when he returned to his residence. The corridor was still the same, and the room was still the same, but the feeling of being watched was like a shadow, making a ninja with the strength of a kage very uncomfortable. Kimimaro quietly stepped out of his room and pushed open the door of Ichiosa's room next door. In an instant, he saw the house in ruins, as if it had been swept by a gust of wind, and a pile of bitten wires. The dogs squatted around the sofa, and their throats made threatening sounds, as if they were reminding him of something. Kimimaro put down the dog food and pulled out a few cameras from a pile of wires. Woof woof woof. The Pomeranian barked and pushed the low table away, revealing a bug under its head. Kimimaro picked up the button-shaped bug and said coldly, I only left for 15 minutes. Someone came in, right? Woof woof woof. Ha. Kimimaro laughed, looking gloomy, you are very smart, not letting them find out that you are different. So. Did you remember the smell of the person who came? The row of dogs stared at him faintly. Obviously, he asked a stupid question. They wouldn't expose their uniqueness, but they would certainly bring out the dog's strengths to the extreme. Remembering the smell was just an instinct. Kimimaro got up, not intending to clean up the ruins. I wanted to ask you to take me to the initiator. He rubbed the white bones on his arm, not without regret, but the master's original intention was for me not to kill people. I don't want to cause trouble for the master, but I am very unwilling to let them go. So. Kimimaro looked down, looked at the dogs, and smiled innocently. It should be okay to just scare them, right? There were many ways for a ninja to scare ordinary people. When the dogs heard this, their eyes lit up. Yijusa didn't know that Kimimaro, that other people's child he raised, was also a troublemaker. When this child reached a consensus with his own dog, the destructive power was simply max. In order not to lead the puppy patriotism astray, the big bosses who actually found it too troublesome to take care of puppies abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself in the kennel. The left and right goat milk were fed, the blankets were covered, and the script was about to destroy the world, but the plot of "Where are we going, Dad?" Anyway, he probably wouldn't die. Even if he died, wouldn't he still have Saishomaru's natural teeth? Since Tian Xingya is useless, I'll ask Aizen to walk the Yellow Springs Road and see if he can get this puppy back. If it doesn't work, I'll let Zhou Lanshu suck his blood dry and see if she can turn him into a vampire. So be it. The big bosses threw away their responsibilities and didn't take care of their children. The litter of dogs followed Kimimaro out to cause trouble, and they were so excited that they didn't even close the door. They left it unlocked, and it could be opened with a gust of wind. Sephiroth. He was deeply aware of the unreliability of his colleagues. However, as the strongest special forces soldier in Shenluo, even if Sephiroth was physically weak, he didn't have any fear in his heart. He covered himself with a blanket and quietly waited for their triumphant return. Unexpectedly, he didn't wait for the owner, nor did he wait for his colleagues. Instead, he met a red-haired young man, and a humble and kind butler behind him. The young man, about 16 years old, had soft rose-red hair, cold eyes, and a handsome face. He hadn't grown up yet, but he was tall and straight like a pine tree. His temperament was unruly and calm, and he had the posture of a superior. However, he was still a little immature. Sometimes, being too strong could easily put oneself at a disadvantage. Sephiroth stared at him. He didn't know if it was because of his intuition or the instincts of a dog, but he couldn't help but want to get close to humans. However, it depended on the person whether a dog wanted to get close to a human. It was clearly his first time meeting this young man, but psychologically and physically, he felt closer to him than other people. The young man's body was brimming with a familiar aura. Sephiroth didn't shift his gaze away. His gaze attracted Takashi Akashi's attention. "Young master." Takashi Akashi didn't say anything. He walked forward and pulled away the blanket in the kennel. He saw an indescribable puppy. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the puppy's body. His cold expression slowly became gentle. Sephiroth was stunned on the spot. He only felt that the outline of his eyes and brows were extremely familiar. It was a very strange feeling. They were clearly two different people, but at this moment, they overlapped. "Sephiroth, you're also my child. Sephiroth, if there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce you to the younger brother you've never met. He's a very gentle child. Sephiroth, I miss him very much." Unconsciously, the puppy's tender paws were firmly embedded in the soft cushion. He stared deeply at Akagi Seijiro and rubbed against his palm with a tentative and uncertain look. The young man in front of her suddenly smiled. He was gentle and amiable, and his gentle temperament instantly matched hers. "Very cute. Very cute." Their voices were different, but they said the same thing. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Everything was like a reenactment of the scene. In the chaotic world, the corrupt people never saw the light of day. In a corner, her appearance brought a glimmer of light. Different worlds, different faces, and even the size, gender, and temperament were completely different, but they had the same gentleness and sincerity. Sephiroth trembled slightly. He mustered his strength and stumbled towards him. He took a deep breath and remembered his scent. "Young master, it's time to go back." The butler whispered, "Miss, he doesn't seem to be in Tokyo. I've put away the gifts you gave me." Well. Takashi Akashi was reluctant to put down the puppy in his hand. "By the way, what gifts did you prepare?" 10 years of high-grade dog food free card, as well as remuneration for the ball, 1 year of high-grade custom-made clothing free card, and... The butler finished counting and said, "These gifts will not disgrace Takashi Akashi's family." Takashi Akashi nodded, but he reached out and picked up the puppy. He took a pen and paper and left a message for Yichiosa. He said that he liked her puppy very much and wanted to take it home for a few days. If Yichiosa had any thoughts, he was welcome to come to Takashi Akashi's house at any time. "Young master, let me." "No need." Takashi Akashi put the puppy in the crook of his arm. His expression softened, which was rare. "It's very congenial. I always feel that there's something familiar about it. If Mom was still here, she would like it too." "Mom. Then, this child." As if he thought of something, Sephiroth was stunned. When Akagi Seijiro returned home, he was sensitive to what was different. The atmosphere in the house seemed to be a lot more tense all of a sudden. His father, who had been away for a long time, was back. He changed his shoes, washed his hands and face, and was supposed to sit at the table according to the rules, but for some reason, he picked up the puppy and sat opposite his father. Takashi Akashi glanced at the dog on the table and asked calmly, "What breed is it?" "It's not a famous dog." Akagi Seijiro put a plate of goat milk in front of the puppy and said faintly, "Why did father suddenly come back?" "Father." Takashi Akashi was silent for a while, then said, "You got the true heart." Akagi Seijiro didn't say anything. He only felt that the entire Takashi Akashi's house was filled with his father's spies. The necklace that he just got yesterday could make his father come back today. Ah, yes. No one touched the cutlery, and the fragrant dishes gradually cooled down, just like the cold and stagnant relationship between father and son. They were clearly flesh and blood, but it was like a chasm. "Seijiro, don't interfere." Takashi Akashi's face was solemn and cold like a knife. "I know what you're doing, but this is not something you can interfere with. She's been dead for 10 years, father." With a click, Akagi Seijiro put down his cutlery, and his second personality roared, exuding a terrifying aura. "It's been 10 years, and you haven't given me an explanation." Akagi Seijiro sneered. "You haven't given her an explanation either." "I've found a lot of things, do you want to see?" He couldn't surpass Takashi Akashi's authority, but he had the connections of his peers. He entrusted Shinichi Kudo from Kanto to investigate the case, and spent a lot of effort to put his other identity in Hidedeku. He also mobilized Heiyu to steal the heart of true love. To dig out the truth bit by bit. Because the people involved were all high school students, the word harmless was used to the extreme. No one would have thought that they would be able to uncover a shocking case behind the scenes. Takashi Akashi didn't speak. "You know about it, right?" Akagi Seijiro's eyes were hazy. "If I remember correctly, you found out about it 3 years after my mother died. But then you went to Australia, and you were gone for 2 years. Why?" Takashi Akashi put down his cutlery. He looked at his only son, and his heart was filled with pride and joy, but at the same time, he couldn't bear it. "Seijiro, stop what you're doing, you'll be in danger." He looked at his son as calmly as possible. "Your mother and I wish to protect you as you grow up safely. Takashi Akashi conglomerate is huge, it's true. But a conglomerate is just a conglomerate." Takashi Akashi said in a low voice. "Seijiro, I will send you abroad." "Father. You must go abroad." Only when his only child was sent abroad could he start to deal with the murderer that he should have dealt with a long time ago. Seijiro was 16 years old, and he already had extraordinary abilities. In this way, even if he was in a foreign country with no relatives, he could survive smoothly and start a new life. He had endured for 10 years. It was time to end things. Seijiro, don't blame me. Akagi Seijiro lay on the bed, his eyes wide open. And next to his pillow was an obedient puppy. I hate him. He muttered to himself. When I needed him the most, he left Japan. He owed me and my mother 10 years. Sapphirose looked at him quietly, and then looked past him at the family photo on the bedside table. Takashi Akashi Shirori. So her name is Takashi Akashi Shirori. Why didn't you let me investigate? Why? Akagi Seijiro curled up into a ball, and he seemed to have a terrible headache. He held his head with both hands and groaned. Sapphirose propped himself up on his short legs and slowly walked towards him. He stuck out his wet tongue and licked his forehead. Mother. The boy seemed to be comforted. With fatigue and pain, his eyes slowly lost focus, and his consciousness sank into a dark and sweet dream. Along with his long breaths, the room became very quiet. Sapphirose lay by his pillow, and he felt a sense of peace in his heart. This was a peace and relaxation that he rarely felt since he became evil. Younger brother. What a strange word. It made him pour out the little kindness in his heart. He relaxed his body and fell asleep with a familiar scent. But soon, Sapphirose discovered that this night was destined to not be peaceful. Or rather, ever since the owner didn't return, everything was exuding an ominous aura. The sound of a steel wire lock suddenly rang out outside the window. This sound was incredibly soft, but no matter how small it was, it couldn't escape the ears of the Shinra Special Forces elite soldier. The wind brought the scent of an outsider to the room, along with the smell of blood that came from being in a sea of corpses all year round. This caused Sapphirose's killing intent to slowly rise. The window was opened, and a thin man landed in the room. He removed a gun from his thigh. He stood by the window and raised the dark muzzle of the gun to lock onto the boy on the large bed. Someone had offered $100 million for this boy's life. It wouldn't be a loss for him to complete this mission. He placed his hand on the trigger. Sapphirose's killing intent was rising, but his body was restricting his movements. He was unwilling to accept this, and he couldn't bear to do so. He had once witnessed his mother die right in front of him, and he would never allow such a scene to repeat itself. Get up. Get up. Get up. Bite him to death. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. The one-winged angel's soul roared within its weak body, and it kept trying to break free from its restraints. Even if the puppy's body was riddled with bloody wounds, it didn't matter. Come out. Let me out. Sapphirose's will rose steadily, and he managed to withstand the pressure of the rules. Bit by bit, his soul was extracted from his body. Let me out. No one can stop me. In an instant, a snow-white light suddenly illuminated the entire bedroom. A tall, white-haired man holding a katana suddenly appeared. He didn't give the other party any time to breathe. He turned the handle of the katana and swung it down fiercely. The 8 blades flash. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar rang out, and the intruder was directly cut into pieces. Before the thick smell of blood could disperse, half of the luxurious Takashi Akashi's mansion was destroyed by the 8 blades flash. A scream pierced through the night. The white light dissipated, and the soul returned. The puppy was lying next to the pillow, and Takashi Akashi suddenly woke up from his dream. Cold wind poured into the room through the huge gap, ruffling Akagi Seijiro's red hair. He stared blankly at the bedroom that had been cut in half, and his mind was filled with confusion. This was an earthquake. Takashi Akashi roared. For the first time, he didn't care about his image. He climbed up the debris of the reinforced concrete and tumbled into the bedroom that only had half of it left. He opened his arms and hugged his only son tightly. His whole body trembled, and tears streamed down his face. Seijiro. Seijiro. He sobbed. Seijiro. I'm fine. Chapter 202. It was late at night. In the most authoritative hospital in Tokyo, Kimimaro carefully landed on the ground when the surveillance cameras shifted and changed. He flashed into the dark storeroom at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, a group of dogs squeezed in one after another. They quietly huddled together and poked their heads out like thieves. Then, they lowered their ears and listened carefully for a while. After a long while, a low barking sound came from the dark corner. There's a sound coming from underground. Uchiha Madara raised his claws and poked the ground. He confirmed, other than the sound of footsteps in the distance, there is only the sound of underground. The lower level of the hospital, what is there? It's usually a corpse freezer or a parking lot. Edogawa Korgi recalled, some hospitals will set up special case research rooms on the lower level, but most of them are storage rooms for sundries. That's strange. Uchiha Madara poked the ground. His sharp claws poked out small holes. I'm sure there are human voices underground. Is there a research room below? The authoritative hospital has additional funding subsidies. They can set up another research room. Woof, woof, Korgi suddenly stopped talking. Let's go to the basement to take a look first. Dogs had no objections, but the direction they were heading in was set. How to get there was really a problem. If they wanted to drill into the ground, they had to go through the elevator, but if they took the elevator. Kimimaro looked like a human, but they were all dogs. A litter of dogs rushed into the hospital, and they were simply living targets in the surveillance cameras. As if understanding some dog's difficulties, Kimimaro turned his hand and picked up white firewood, nimbly flipping up the stairs. He used the transformation technique to transform into a bloated woman and placed white firewood in the crook of his arm as if he was hugging his own child. He turned around and glanced at the dogs who were left behind and said indifferently, "It's more convenient for me to look for trouble. As for you guys, as long as you're not caught, you can do anything." The reason why he chose to take white firewood with him was that among the dogs, only Saishomaru was bilingual. Kimimaro left cleanly and was stared at by the remaining Go-Z. He was unwilling to waste such a good chance to come out for a walk in such a long time. As long as you don't get caught, you can do anything. It was only half a sentence, but it revealed a lot of information to them. Firstly, Kimimaro was an accomplice and would never tell on them. Secondly, even the owner wouldn't know, so what were they afraid of? Tonight, Tokyo was destined to belong to Guzi. Moreover, they were also very curious about the secrets of this hospital. Ever since the owner came to this world, he didn't seem to have anything to do with the hospital. However, the aura of the perpetrator that they had locked onto was hiding here. Interesting. There were cameras outside, so it wasn't wise to go out. Since he had come to this corridor, he naturally had to start from the internal structure of the hospital. Edogawa Korgi glanced around and finally focused on the ventilation duct. Here. Korgi climbed on the pile of debris, squeezed his body, and got into the duct. Follow me, you should be able to get out. The Bibir and Pomeranian's eyes lit up. They jumped happily and easily got into the ventilation duct. Outside the duct, the Tibetan Mastiff, Samoyed, and Golden Retriever couldn't help but fall into silence. The ventilation duct wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was friendly to small and medium-sized dogs, but for large dogs, it was quite cramped. However, there seemed to be no other way out except for this way. The Golden Retriever shook its old body and refused. not suitable for me. The Tibetan Mastiff looked at its own muscles and refused, not suitable for me either. They looked at the Samoyed and saw that Aizen's face showed a human-like hesitation. Let me try. Aizen climbed on the pile of debris, carefully put the dog's head into the duct, and then tried to stretch out its front paw. It held its breath and sent it into its upper body. Very good, try harder. Aizen pushed its lower body forward and barely squeezed into the duct. Victory was in sight, and he could immediately reach the peak of his dog life. However, because the Samoyed's butt was too high, he was stuck in the opening of the pipe. Aizen was speechless. Its smile disappeared completely. It tried to crawl forward, but it was stuck. It tried to move back, but it was stuck. In fact, he could clearly feel the rusty and rough parts of the pipe rubbing against each other, bringing him a sense of melancholy. It hurts. The Samoyed kicked its hind legs and struggled. Help me, I can't get out. The Golden Retriever and the Tibetan Mastiff looked at each other, and Gilgamesh suddenly barked, try harder, you only have a butt left. The Tibetan Mastiff bit a broom from the corner, held the end of the broom in its mouth, and aimed the handle at the root of the Samoyed's tail. You will get in soon. While barking, the Tibetan Mastiff aimed the broom handle at the root of the Samoyed's tail and pushed it forward. A wood dash, the Samoyed screamed and moved forward, but a piece of its fur was torn off by the duct. It twitched and kicked its hind legs twice, and suddenly, it was on the verge of death. The Golden Retriever. The Tibetan Mastiff. Don't tell me he lost his life. The two dogs panicked. The next second, the Golden Retriever rushed up, opened its sharp teeth, and accurately bit the Samoyed's tail. With a crunched sound, something that tasted like chicken was crushed in the Samoyed's mouth. The Golden Retriever. Tailbone. Gilgamesh looked up and saw Aizen's tail hanging down stiffly, as if it had lost its soul. Since it was already like this, there was no point in giving up. The Golden Retriever used its strength to pull the Samoyed out a little bit, as if it was dragging a sack. Harder. Harder. The Tibetan Mastiff paced on the side. I can see the belly. Yes. Harder. I can see the neck. The head is coming out. Harder. With a crash, the half-dead Samoyed fell to the ground, no longer as energetic as before. The two dogs glanced at the dark ventilation duct and shivered violently. Aizen. Gilgamesh raised her paw and pushed him. After a while, Aizen bent down, curled up into a ball, and covered its lower body. It twitched and twitched, as if it had used up all its energy. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Golden Retriever looked up at the ventilation duct at the same time. Not only was there white dog fur stuck to it, but there were also faint bloodstains. The Tibetan Mastiff. The Golden Retriever. Did Aizen sterilize itself? The Tibetan Mastiff and the Golden Retriever couldn't help but take a big step back. Only Aizen was still on the ground, shivering. As men, they could understand what kind of pain it was. How unfortunate. What should we do? What else can we do? Take him to a doctor. Then, how could they find a doctor? Aizen is a dog. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Golden Retriever decided to use their sharp claws to dig the cement floor. Since the duct couldn't go out, and there were surveillance cameras outside, finding a doctor was not reliable, then they could only dig through the ground. Dig the duct into the hospital, then hypnotize a few doctors. Don't worry, Aizen, your lower body's dignity will be preserved. The two dogs began to work in full swing. Edogawa Corgi's end was very successful. The three small dogs turned left and right for a long time, then they followed the smell and landed in an office of the dental department. Corgi opened the lid of the duct and carefully jumped in. Relying on his keen sense of smell, he jumped onto an office desk and pushed open the drawers in the dark. The dental doctor was a man in his 40s, but in his drawers, in addition to the necessary medical tools, there were also unused bugs and pinhole cameras. Corgi squinted his eyes and said to his companion, "Sorry, I have to stay here for a while." 9 Orchid Flower turned to look at him. "I found something interesting," Corgi barked. He jumped up and down a few times and turned on the computer. "This hospital isn't simple. If possible, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Here, you guys. One of you is wearing a bug, and the other is wearing a pinhole camera. Help me investigate this hospital." Corgi closed the curtains and dragged a cardboard box to cover the computer to block the bright light. He placed his dog paw on the keyboard and began to decipher the password set by the doctor. "I have a feeling that this isn't a good thing." In the quiet room, the sound of typing could be heard continuously. Corgi was completely immersed in the huge amount of information on the computer. Although the other party had cleaned up the mess, he still found some clues. The deceased's organ donation agreement. Corgi clicked on it and muttered to himself, "Why does a doctor in the dental department care about this? This shouldn't be under his jurisdiction." Then, what's inside? Corgi scanned through the documents one by one and saw countless names, as well as the corresponding blood type, bone marrow, and other information behind each name. No, something's wrong. This is just an agreement. Why is there such a detailed record of the matching organ types? Yamaguchi Tomiko, Harano Hayako, Kawana. Signatories 2 years ago. Corgi compared the names and did not find anything strange. Ah. They all died a year ago. They all died a year ago. No, wait a minute. Corgi tapped on the keyboard and flipped through the pages. As he compared the sets of data, his dog face suddenly became abnormally twisted. Every person who signed the agreement, from the time they signed it to the time of their death, the longest time they could live was no more than 12 months. Moreover, all the deceased had died a violent death. Corgi suddenly trembled and felt a chill run down his spine. There were victims of gunfire while traveling to America, victims of mudslides while hiking in the mountains, victims of car accidents while strolling on the streets, and many patients who committed suicide due to depression. What he found most unbelievable was that every time an earthquake occurred in Japan, more than half of the signatories within the epicenter of the epicenter would disappear. They were nowhere to be found, and neither were their corpses found. How? How? Corgi continued to investigate and spent more than half an hour before he found another clue. The deceased's organ donation organization was an organization that brought love and light to the living. It was established 20 years ago. It was a multinational collaboration that brought the gospel to millions of living people. Gradually, Corgi's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his dog's face. He saw that the person in charge of this organization was the Hojo family, who had power, wealth, and the underworld. As for the Hojo family, they had been operating in Japan for about 200 years. Even today, when countless aristocratic families had been destroyed, they still occupied this land like a colossus. They had always appeared in the eyes of outsiders as local defenders. Whether it was in politics, business, or the underworld, they had their own influence. Without hesitation, Corgi directly encrypted all the information and stuffed it into his mailbox. On the other side, Kimimaro successfully arrived at the basement with the dog in his arms. Unlike the structure of other places, apart from the most basic corpse storage room, there was also a large isolated space. Kimimaro expressionlessly pulled out the rib, carefully ground it, and slowly pierced through the wall. A fierce argument broke out in the space, but no one noticed his small movements. Those 3 high school students must die. Someone knocked on the table, and his voice was full of ruthlessness. In one day, They visited half of Japan and found a lot of things. They must die. 3 people disappeared at the same time, and one was Kudo Kanto, and the other was Hattori Kansai. They were all juniors that the police valued. Their deaths will only cause a greater backlash. Have the new goods been delivered? Yes, everything is in order. I heard that Takashi Akashi conglomerate is making a move. It seems that their heir is investigating something. Someone crushed out the cigarette butt and blew out a smoke ring. Oh, they just sent someone to deliver their true feelings. I didn't expect to catch a big fish. We've already sent someone to Takashi Akashi's house. There won't be any traces left. Well. An old voice sounded, Takashi Akashi Seijiro and Akaji Seijiro, don't leave either of them alive. After their bodies are handed over to the forensic doctor, we'll use our people to intercept them. The 5 viscera and bone marrow can also be discounted for a good price. After losing the head of the family, Takashi Akashi conglomerate is also in our pocket. A low laugh sounded. He, that's a delicious cake. Well, after Takashi Akashi, it's Suzuki, right? Suzuki? The old man lightly tapped the table. Suzuki conglomerate only has one daughter. Rather than destroying it, it's better to marry her. If Takashi Akashi conglomerate is destroyed, the situation will become unstable if they target Suzuki again. Our Hojo hasn't reached the point where he can do whatever he wants. It's far from enough. It's better to be cautious. What about those 3 high school students? I've already asked another organization to take care of them. The conversation inside was still going on, but Kimimura's expression had already turned cold. He placed white firewood on the ground and gently peeled off his shirt. At this point, he no longer intended to scare them. Instead, he truly wanted to teach these scumbags a lesson. Kill them. No, that would be letting them off easy. There was a strange movement in the ventilation duct above his head. Saishomaru opened his eyes in the darkness and said, "It's Ma." The aura of justice and equality. Kimimaro nodded slightly. His entire body was covered in white bones, and even his face was covered in a mask. It was almost like a vast odd-level Daxu. He raised his hand and pressed it against the thick wall. The sharp bone sword protruding from his palm viciously pierced through the reinforced concrete barrier. The majestic chakra burst along the gap, and with a loud bang, the entire wall collapsed. Boom! Ah! What's that? Guards! Who's that? The large space was thrown into chaos. Kimimaro's bone sword directly pierced through the chandelier overhead. Glass flew everywhere, and amidst a series of shrill screams, the bone sword cut their faces, eyes, and exposed skin. The smell of blood began to spread, but this was far from enough for Kimimaro. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking us? Ah! There was a tragic scream as the bone sword pierced through his shoulder. In the darkness, Seiji's sinister voice slowly sounded, "All of you deserve to be crucified one by one. Burn!" He pulled out the bone sword and accurately pierced the wrist of one of them, nailing him to the ground. Kimimaro stepped over the pool of blood, like a devil. Who asked you to do something to her? Let the police explain what happened to you. Ah! The scream completely penetrated the floor barrier and clearly spread to the outside world. There were chaotic footsteps, Pomeranian and Baikuma immediately retreated, and white firewood also disappeared without a trace. Corgi jumped down from the office and drilled into the ventilation duct. The large dog in the corridor moved its ears and understood that this was the signal of its colleague causing trouble. The Tibetan Mastiff grinned, opened the blue Susanoo without saying a word, and punched the ground with a heavy punch. As the earth shook and the aftermath spread, Golden Retriever's Heavenlock tied up the Samoyed, and the 3 big dogs disappeared, leaving only the medical building that was on the verge of collapse. Doctors, nurses, and patients were sent out of the building, but the seriously injured people underground did not have time to climb out. In front of him was a river of blood. Kimimaro shook off the blood on the bone sword and left. When he stepped out of the hospital, he heard a roar behind him, and half of the medical building collapsed into ruins. Oh! He ignored it, just merged into the crowd, and looked on coldly. At the same time, in the Takashi Akashi's mansion in the wealthy area, there was a terrible 8-blade flash. This was destined to be a restless night. On the Shinkansen to Yodo, when Yijosa and the other 2 returned to the land of Yodo, they felt as if they had been in a different world. They were exhausted to the extreme, and in extreme fatigue, people's vigilance would always unconsciously decrease. Fortunately, Yijosa's intuition was keen, and he immediately noticed what was wrong. He knew that thoroughly investigating this big case would be targeted, but he did not expect that the tracking and pursuit would come so quickly. Yijosa stepped forward and patted the shoulders of his 2 companions, and whispered, "There are people following us." Kudo and Hattori Heiji's back subconsciously became stiff, but soon, they relaxed themselves, as if nothing had happened. "How many?" "1, Yijosa whispered. "I am responsible for dealing with him, you go forward." "Then you." "Oh." Yijosa suddenly shouted, patted his head, and imitated the inherent action of a girl. He frowned. "I forgot to buy sanitary pads." "Everyone." "Do you have to say it out loud?" "Ah, I will be back soon, you go first." Before they could say anything, Yijosa waved his hand and ran away. He deliberately slowed down his pace. Sure enough, when he saw a weak woman alone, the people behind them stared at him and seemed to want to deal with him first. Chapter 203. Jin. Codenamed Jin, was the leader of the world's largest fake alcohol and fake medicine manufacturer, Black Cloth Organization. At the same time, he was also an all-around killer with the image of a domineering CEO. His dual IQ was off the charts, but his moral sense was weak. He combined strategy, taste, and methods, whether it was assassination, tracking, or sniping, or melee combat, poisoning, or murder. They were all the top of the experts. He had successfully fed poison to Shinichi Kudo, and successfully escaped from the FBI's full pursuit. He had once broken out of a place where bullets rained down on him. He had also taken over thousands of major political and business cases without a single failure. He was Jin, an assassin who lurked in the dark, an existence that even the FBI had a headache for. He developed his career conscientiously, diligently, and conscientiously, being an old dong, harvesting batch after batch of prey, and training one underling after another. Finally, many years later, he became an existence that made the upper echelons of the world fear. At the same time, he was ranked as the most wanted criminal by the FBI. For decades, he was the only one who had not been arrested and brought to justice. He was the real boss, the destined boss of the world. Even if the Black Cloth Organization had the support of a mysterious boss, but to Jin, that was just a chess piece that he could control. He was confident and conceited, cruel and ruthless. Even if he had an extremely handsome appearance and an outstanding body, it could not hide the coldness and cruelty that emanated from his bones. People, to Jin, were just prey, and he had always been the most powerful hunter. However, his smooth situation seemed to have come to an end. So far, he had actually failed 3 times. Shinichi Kudo was the first prey to escape his control. If he remembered correctly, a long time ago, he had fed this young detective the drug that could kill people invisibly. But after so long, not only was the other party alive and kicking, he even had the leisure to investigate a big case. Interesting. Shirley was the second prey to escape his control. In his impression, this young and beautiful scientific genius with a high IQ was already a trapped beast. Her disobedience and betrayal made him want to kill her. However, Shirley was a smart woman. She did not see Lucien's body. She regarded his hunting as a game of cat and mouse and avoided his attacks again and again. Very interesting. Yijiosa was the third prey to break free, but it was obvious that this prey's resistance was too exciting. Jin had never encountered such an unexpected situation during his smooth journey as a boss. As the treasure of the Black Man organization, APTX 4869 could kill without leaving a trace. Once the effects of the drug took effect, there was almost no cure. And now, this pill that he had fed to his prey with a sinister grin was forcefully swallowed by him. He swallowed it. Jin suddenly grabbed his throat and tried to force open his mouth, trying to spit out the medicine. However, how could the shop's most precious treasure be spat out so easily? As soon as the medicine came into contact with his saliva, it turned into liquid. The liquid entered his stomach and was digested and absorbed. In order to achieve a 100% success rate of poisoning and murder, the Black Man organization had been constantly improving their research on APTX 4869. It was not until the moment when he was poisoned by his own medicine that Jin finally understood what it meant to reap what you sow. Jin felt the strength in his body disappearing. His vision was getting higher and his clothes were getting bigger and bigger. He was in unbearable pain all over his body, but his mind was becoming clearer. At such a weak moment, he had to deal with the hidden danger around him first. Jin reached out to his thigh, where his most handy weapon was still tied. He only needed one shot to finish off the annoying prey in front of him. Even if his physical condition did not allow him to do so, Jin knew that as a boss, he would never fail. He raised his hand to his thigh and found that his whole body began to shrink. The strap that tied the gun loosened and it slid down from his thigh to his ankle. Damn it! He propped himself up and reached down with one hand. Yijiosa squatted at the side and watched in shock as the unscrupulous man in front of him slowly shrank. The other party's eyes were red as he reached down. The more he reached, the more anxious he became, but he could not get anything out. Yijiosa was stunned for a moment, then he had an epiphany. Are you going to pee? Yijiosa felt that the other party's anxious movements were because he was holding back his urine. Do you need my help? It's so easy for me to take off my pants. Jin was speechless. His movements were getting heavier. Hey, what's that medicine? You're getting smaller. Yijiosa watched as the tall man shrank into a 1.5-meter tall young man, then slowly degenerated into a 1.3-meter tall naughty kid, and gradually evolved into a 1-meter tall radish head. Yijiosa was speechless. Jin was speechless. The radish head raised his hand and the leather windbreaker that was originally close-fitting was now wrapped around his body like a sack. The weight that was usually undetectable was now extremely heavy. The black hat on top of his head covered most of his face, and all the equipment on his body had fallen to the ground. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was 6 or 7 years old. His 8-pack was gone, his excellent physique was gone, and his keen senses were gone. The street lamp in the corner was as tall as the street lamp, and the trash can on the left was as big as it was. Jin was stunned on the spot. The self-control that he was so proud of had completely disappeared. He seemed to have been shocked silly by this amazing development. After a long time, Jin turned his neck stiffly and saw Yijiosa's completely dumbfounded expression. Yijiosa was speechless. Jin was speechless. They could only look at each other and say, "Fuck you." Yijiosa took a deep breath. Under the dim light, he reached out and took off Jin's hat. In an instant, a soft and round bun-like face came into view. It had an inherent coldness, giving the illusion that a child was pretending to be an adult. This child was mixed race. He had a head of soft light blonde hair and emerald green eyes. He had fair skin, well-defined facial features, and had the delicacy of an Asian. If he had not seen him transform with his own eyes, Yijiosa would have thought that he was a little angel that had fallen into the mortal world. He had a terrible headache. What should he do? It was obvious that he should beat up this kind of person who had tried to assassinate him from behind and then retaliate. But what was worse was that the other party had turned into a child. What the fuck? He realized that he could not do it. So what should he do? It was impossible to let the other party go, but it was also not a good idea to keep him here. A criminal was a criminal, and he was even more dangerous when he became smaller. Moreover, because he was harmless, who would believe that this child was a criminal after he was brought into the police station? Yijiosa could not help but fall into deep thought. A minute later, he suddenly got up and fished the child out of a large pile of cloth. However, there was a clatter as a pile of bullets, guns, daggers, tranquilizers all fell to the ground. Jin was speechless. Yijiosa was speechless. "Oh, you can do it, you little brat." Yijiosa picked him up by his ankles and flipped him upside down, swinging him around with all his might. The next second, the poison needles hidden in Jin's long hair fell to the ground. Yijiosa was speechless. "What the fuck, this is amazing. You can even hide things in your hair." Yijiosa no longer hesitated. He grabbed both of Jin's ankles and began to use the Heaven and Earth Grand Shift and Thomas Spin. After a total of 20 laps, Jin's eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yijiosa was speechless. Seems like I've gone overboard." Hearing footsteps coming from outside the alley, Yijiosa was stunned for a moment with Jin in his hand. Then, he calmly opened the trash can beside him and pushed the cute child head first into it. At the same time, he squatted down and picked up the things that the child had dropped on the ground, one by one. This person is actually wearing the largest men's underwear. TSK TSK TSK, shameless. It must be vanity. Oh my. This person's belt is actually wrapped with a whip. It seems that he is a regular customer of the sex hotel. Look at what this is. Fuck, I'm blind. It's actually the Nokia that has long been eliminated by the times. Oh my god. Old antique. This is the medicine that I just ate. Yijiosa took out 3 boxes of medicine from the pocket of his trench coat. He couldn't understand the complicated foreign language written on it, but compared to the situation of the initiator, he gave the medicine a down-to-earth name, youth-retaining pill. Kudo and Hattori Heiji waited for about half an hour. They almost couldn't hold back their desire to search. Then, they saw Yijiosa slowly walking over with a sleeping child. Hattori Heiji breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you okay?" Yijiosa shook his head. "What about the stalker?" "He was repelled." Yijiosa said, "He escaped very quickly." "I didn't succeed." Hattori exhaled. "It doesn't matter. It's good that you're okay, but this child." Hattori Heiji frowned. "What's going on? Is he a lost child or a victim?" "A poor child who was abandoned in a trash can." Yijiosa covered the child's face with his trench coat. "You can file a case, but before you find an adoptive family, leave him in foster care with me." Hattori nodded. "Okay." Yijiosa suddenly revealed a smile full of eel. "Hattori, can you find a reliable primary school for this child? It's best if it's a primary school that's strictly controlled, checks on entry and exit, and the child is lively and cute." Yijiosa continued. "This child was abandoned, so there must be a big psychological problem. He needs to receive treatment from the love of his peers." Hattori Heiji didn't say anything else, but his actions were off the charts. He took out his phone and gave a brief report on the child's situation. He also used his connections to find a psychologist and an elementary school. By the time the three of them returned to the apartment, Hattori Heiji had already received a notification. Yi-kun, take him for a physical examination and registration this afternoon. After the psychologist approves of his psychological qualities, he can report to the elementary school. It's a good school called the Imperial Pill. There's a test for the transfer students, so we need to prepare for it. The sky suddenly brightened, but the terrifying commotion last night had caused a chain reaction that seemed to be getting more and more intense. The extensive destruction of Takashi Akashi's residence, the glaring blade gleam from the surveillance cameras, the scattered blood and body parts. All of these formed a terrifying urban legend. The collapse of the most authoritative hospital, the Hojo family's various leaders lying unconscious in pools of blood, the scattered gibberish and clues. All of these bits and pieces of information formed the tip of the iceberg of a conspiracy. The elites of the political and business world were like sharks that had smelled blood, and they all gathered around the behemoth that was the Hojo family. It was strange. Even if it was a family meeting, why did it have to be held under the hospital? Some of the more observant individuals had already set their eyes on the hospital, and the Takashi Akashi conglomerate, which had always maintained a neutral stance, had suddenly joined forces with the major conglomerates to suppress the Hojo family's influence. All of these actions were carried out quickly, as if they had been preparing for a long time. It was so urgent that they wanted nothing more than to wipe out the Hojo family in one fell swoop. Even the commoners who hadn't come into contact with the upper echelons of society had a premonition that the sky was about to change. The outside world was turbulent, but Yi-jose remained unmoved. He returned home with the child in his arms. The moment he entered his apartment, he saw a bunch of messy wires, as well as several bugs and cameras. His lackeys were sprawled on the sofa, looking at him innocently. Yi-jose put down his gin and inspected his bedroom with a cold expression. When he discovered Akagi Shijiro's message and gift, he paused for a moment before tossing this trivial matter to the back of his mind. He picked up a bunch of things and went to the room next door. A moment later, Hattori Heiji's angry roar came from next door. Then, there was the sound of someone rummaging through cabinets and wires. The commotion outside woke up Kimimaro, who was catching up on his sleep. He rubbed his eyes, walked out of his bedroom, and pushed open the door next door. Sama had disappeared for almost 2 days, and he missed her dearly. With a trace of excitement, Kimimaro put on the purest and most harmless smile and stepped into Yi-jose's kennel. Sama. Suddenly, a blond boy wrapped in a large trench coat barged into his field of vision. It was an extremely adorable child who was curled up into a ball inside the black trench coat. He looked weak, pitiful, and helpless, as if he lacked a sense of security. Kimimaro's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by his inherent indifference. He approached Jin on the floor with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Sama picked up all sorts of things and went home again. This made him feel uncomfortable. If this child was kept, he would no longer be Sama's only younger brother. Usually, he didn't care how many dogs Yi-jose adopted, but he suddenly felt a sense of crisis when he adopted a child who was about the same age as him. It was also at this moment that Kimimaro understood how dogs felt when they saw Sama picking up another dog. Like repels like Kimimaro pursed his lips and squatted beside Jin. He stretched out his hand and put it on Jin's neck. An ordinary person. What's so special about you? As he spoke, he took off the black trench coat. Unexpectedly, what he saw was Jin's naked body. Kimimaro was speechless. Oh, he had indeed lost. Hattori Heiji pulled out all the bugs and cameras, and his anger soared to the extreme. Even when he sat down to organize the information, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. They had only left for a short while, and the other party had already targeted them. First, it was the tracking and assassination, then it was the loading of stolen goods. This time, they had failed twice. Tomorrow, they were probably going to snipe them. They were in a dangerous situation, but no one expected that the other party would act so quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, leaving almost no chance of survival. Ichiosa closed the curtains, and together with Hattori Heiji, they sorted out the timeline of all the cases, the beneficiaries, the victims, and the evidence they had collected. But without concrete evidence, everything could only be speculations. Until Kudo accidentally found a huge surprise in his mailbox, and their evidence was finally confirmed. The Hojo family has been operating in Japan for about 100 years, and is a huge family. But before that, they didn't have such momentum, and their main focus was on business. Until the Kurofune incident happened, they gathered the fallen samurai and began to take over both the black and white. Starting 50 years ago, the Hojo family gradually expanded from business to politics, but the development was not ideal. Until 40 years ago, one of their direct descendants married the granddaughter of a big figure in the political world. 30 years ago, the Hojo family entered the political circle. In the same year, they took over the largest authoritative hospital in Tokyo, and began to expand outward. 20 years ago, they established the deceased body donation agreement in Japan. After that, they miraculously became a super family that no one dared to approach. The sound of typing on the keyboard echoed in the room. Hattori Heiji and Kudo activated their strongest brains, and slowly deduced all the causes and consequences. The first victim of the body donation was a woman. 3 months after signing the agreement, she died in a car accident. There were a total of 5 beneficiaries of her body, and the specific benefits are unknown, but after her death, the son of a member of parliament who had a heart disease miraculously recovered, and has gone abroad to study. After that, the member of parliament supported a politician of the Hojo family in the general election. And the original beneficiary on the list, a teenager who also had a heart disease, died in July of the same year. He seemed to have suffered from some kind of shock. Ichiosa sucked in a breath of cold air, and his heart sank to the bottom. The second victim of the body donation was a man. 6 months after signing the agreement, he died in a wild beast attack. Wild beast attack. Ichiosa was dumbfounded. Where did wild beast attack come from? What era is this? Do wild beasts exist in Japan? That's right. The man drew a first-class ticket to Africa for a holiday, but he died in the grasslands. All that was left of his body were his remains and hair, and nothing else. Ichiosa. But strangely, on the 3rd day after the man's death, the big company that was reluctant to sign the trade agreement with the other chaebols actually chose the Hojo family. The third victim of the body donation was a teenager. As Kudo and Hattori Heiji listed out the evidence one by one, the 3 of them sweated profusely as they realized that the implications of this matter were so extensive that almost half of Japan's top officials were implicated. If this evidence were to be released, let me ask you, are you going to do it or not? Ichiosa clenched the information so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Countless people have died in vain, so many people. And there's actually a blood exchange service for the rich. This was simply insane. The reason why I wanted to become a detective was to uphold justice in my heart. Hattori Heiji said calmly, I will not retreat because of any forces or threats. Kudo smiled and added, when I embarked on this path, I was ready to die for the righteousness in my heart, fuck. Fuck. Ichiosa stood up angrily and clenched the information tightly. If I tolerate this, then I'm a bastard. This group of scum should be exposed. They should be put to death. He took a deep breath, flipped the page, and found Takashi Akashi's information on Shiki. It's not enough to rely on the three of us. There's not such a wide path. At this time, we have to rely on the influence of the Chables. Yijiosa made a decision and said, how about this, let's be prepared for both sides. The police will submit one part of the evidence, and the other part will be left for the political enemies of the Hojo family. I believe they will handle it better than us. Chapter 204. Any capable person who was engaged in the detective profession, basically, they were all solid people of action. Hattori, Heiji and Kudo grinded for an entire afternoon, only then did they finish sorting out all the evidence. They knew that the big case could not be dragged on. Because of a few minutes of hesitation, they could create the next victim. I'll leave the evidence to my father. Hattori collapsed on the tatami. Staying up late was tiring and exhausting. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. By tomorrow morning at the latest, father will definitely contact me. Osaka was one of the most populated areas in Japan. There were thousands of cases of various sizes that happened every day. And as the head of the Osaka Police Department, Minister Hattori was as busy as a dead dog. It was almost a daily routine. But even so, when faced with his son's email, he would still find time to read it. And when he understood the seriousness of this big case, I hope I can still see the sun tomorrow. Hattori Heiji muttered to himself. His precious son ran off to cause a big case that shocked the whole of Japan without saying a word. As long as he was a father, his heart would definitely be proud and worried. And under the interweaving of these two complicated emotions, what awaited Hattori Heiji was often domestic violence. When he thought of his parents' mixed doubles as kendo experts, Hattori Heiji just wanted to wail out loud. Get up, don't sleep. Kudo stood in front of the tatami. He raised his foot and kicked Hattori's butt. What are you doing? Kudo, you bastard. This place is no longer safe. Kudo looked down at him condescendingly. His eyes were very cold. In order to prevent them from colluding with each other because of the huge benefits, I selected 6 political and business giants to transmit the evidence. He grabbed Hattori's collar. He dragged him up. Before the Hojo family is convicted, not only do we have to face the trouble of the Hojo family, we also have to avoid the other 6 families from finding our tracks. Kudo quickly organized his notebook. They brought along their valuables and put on their best sneakers. Every tycoon has their unspeakable secrets. If the 3 of us skin the Hojo family alive, even though the other 6 families will benefit from it, they might not let us go. Get up. Kudo's attitude was extremely bad. Before the police in Osaka and Tokyo can't protect us, we must live to testify in court. If I die before the big case is exposed, it's very likely that all my previous efforts will go to waste. Kudo put the teapot in his backpack, and his eyes were very sinister. For status, money, human greed will do anything. If we stay here, we will just be live targets. How could that be? We clearly submitted evidence. Hattori Heiji was not a fool. He instantly figured out what was going on. You're right. It's been 20 years. How could no one have noticed anything strange? But no one knew about it. This time, he immediately jumped up from the tatami and started packing his backpack. Where are we going? Just leave Tokyo. Where is Yi-jun? Kudo paused and suddenly pulled out an ambiguous smile. She will definitely choose to stay. The reason for that was because Yi-joseph possessed a straightforward sense of justice. He didn't know what kind of environment she grew up in, but she had a strong sense of morality. She would even fulfill every promise she said. He thought she was stupid, but he had to admire her bottom line. TSK, such a person, what a pity. The development of things was completely out of Kudo's script. In order for them to successfully escape with the irrefutable evidence, Yijiosa volunteered to stay in Tokyo as a moving live target. This decision infuriated Hattori Hitsugu to no end. Yijiosa. Hattori Heiji angrily shouted her full name. Including Hojo, there are a total of 7 families. The Hojo family will find ways to kill you, and the others will want to control you. You. No. Yijiosa was very calm. Why are you so anxious? Look at Kudo, how calm she is. Hey. Kudo, say something. There's nothing to persuade. Kudo even had the leisure to drink tea. I just want to ask Ikuin, where do you think is safer for me and Hattori? Hattori Heiji was annoyed and grabbed her collar. How can we let the girl stay and we escape? Kudo calmly pulled his hand away. Isn't there one now? You go to the forest or Mount Fuji. Yijiosa suggested. A remote village is fine. In those places, even if they use manpower to search, they may not be able to find it in a short time. Okay. Kudo slowly turned the teacup. We will change the means of transportation along the way. I hope we won't be targeted. Otherwise, we might be greeted with bullets as soon as we get off the bus. Indeed, with so many twists and turns, no matter how fast he ran, there was a chance that he would give himself away. How about, I send you away? Yijiosa scratched his face. I don't have other skills, but I can run fast and fly high. I can take someone and fly away. Kudo showed a surprised expression. Fly. More than 10,000 feet. Ah, I know Qingong. Don't worry, I can send you 2 safely away within half an hour. Yijiosa spread his hands. By the way, don't worry too much about me. I know Huaxia Kung Fu. Huaxia Kung Fu. Kudo seemed to be curious. He couldn't help but ask, I have seen it in some movies and TV works. Is it a supernatural ability that can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Sort of. Yijiosa said, for example, Qinggong flying, Qi-Jin release, absolute defense. In short, it's both offensive and defensive. Kudo looked down and said with emotion, Yi-jun, you are very powerful. Let alone 7, even if there are 70 families against you, it's just a piece of cake. Yijiosa was a little embarrassed to praise him. In the end, Yijiosa suppressed Hattori Heiji's resistance. When the night fell, he lifted his body and jumped high into the air. Accompanied by the teenager's scream of horror, their figures were getting farther and farther away. Not long after, Yijiosa returned to the roof and came to Kudo. Later, when we go up, you must hold it. Kudo still maintained a calm appearance, calm, as if nothing could stump him. Don't worry, I won't scream. He didn't have a fear of heights. Yijiosa had difficulties to say, but he only gave him a complicated look. Then, he let out a long sigh and reached out to grab Kudo's belt, run up, spin, and rise. Gradually, Kudo couldn't stay calm anymore. He felt that his stomach was churning, his brain turned into a paste, and even his vision became double. A strong sense of motion sickness hit him, and he was caught off guard. Hold it. Don't be like Hattori, vomiting on your own pants. Kudo. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have made a wrong choice. After sending Kudo and Hattori to a safe place, Yijiosa also let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, with 2 ordinary teammates by his side, he inevitably had scruples. Now that both of his teammates were invisible, he could totally go all out and fight. Hojo family. Hee hee. 6 giants. Still hee hee. He had nothing to lose, so he wasn't afraid. Moreover, the villain's script in the hands of the Hojo family was too obvious. There was a 99% chance that it was the big boss he had to deal with in this world. Taking care of the Hojo family, hiding his achievements and fame. In another world, who could find him? Yijiosa was so happy that even when he returned home, he had a smile. However, when he opened the door and saw the blonde child on the floor, he suddenly realized that there was still such trouble. The blonde baby had already woken up. With a pair of indifferent eyes, wrapped in a black trench coat, he confronted Kimimaro. The dogs on the sofa were lying lazily, except for Samiyed, who was barely breathing. The rest of the dogs had a small expression as if they were watching a show. Oh, there was a new child in the family. Finally, Kimimaro was not the only one in the family. Congratulations. Thinking of the losses they had suffered under Kimimaro, they were really happy to see the situation in front of them. Sir, who is he? Kimimaro turned his head, his expression a little cold. This was the first time he showed displeasure on his face. When Yijiosa saw this, his heart skipped a beat. This feeling was really strange. It was like asking the opinion of the eldest child at home before he had a second child. So, he had clearly been a bachelor for 2 lifetimes. How did he embark on the road of second child? I picked him up from the garbage. When this sentence was said, Yijiosa finally understood that Hua Xiao's words of, "You were picked up from the garbage by your mother," were not groundless. Jin. His expression gradually became distorted. Kimimaro could not help but fall into silence. Yes, his lord liked to pick up dogs from various battlefield ruins and garbage dumps. He had even picked him up in the prison of the Huiyi clan. It was just a child picked up from the garbage. It was not strange for an adult to do such a thing. Sir, will he live with us? For the moment, yes. Yijiosa squatted down, looked at Jin, who had entered a state of alert, and grinned, revealing 8 big white teeth. I reported him and made a file. Jin. His hair gradually stood on end. Probably because he is too cute, a senior police officer saw his face and even spat out his tea. He thought he was the illegitimate child of a global wanted criminal. Yijiosa smiled brightly. Jin. His future gradually dimmed. His missing case has just been settled. A big boss of the overseas FBI personally called and said that he wanted to see this child. Now, he should be on the plane, right? Jin. Old enemies gradually surrounded him. Sigh, I prefer well-behaved, cute, and obedient children, just like you, Kimimaro. Yijiosa immediately soothed Kimimaro's hair and asked Jin in a roundabout way, for those stubborn and indifferent naughty children, I have to think about who should I give them to raise. Jin. His heart gradually became hopeless. Should I give him to the big boss of the police department, the big boss of the FBI, or? Yijiosa seemed to be very distressed. Or should I directly sell him to a rich woman? Jin. Jin, the leader of the Black Man organization, the #1 killer, and the professional villain who was dedicated to his duty, finally understood the essence of the phrase, when under the eaves, one has to bow down. As a criminal who was globally wanted but could not be found, Jin had a deep understanding of the human heart, human nature, expressions, and psychology. Based on his observation of Yijiosa, he did not think that she had a need to lie. Because, even if he was the leader of a top organization and an old enemy who had fought with him for many years, there were very few people who had seen his true face. Most of them had already become the souls of the dead in his hands. It could be said that even his old enemy was extremely unfamiliar with him, let alone a little high school detective with no reputation. She did not know anything, so there was no need to lie to him. The reason why she did this was that she needed him to give in. As long as his performance could be controlled by her, he should still be in a safe situation. If he resisted to the end, then it was very likely that she would send him away. After all, she was a girl alone in Tokyo, raising a child and a dog. His existence was dispensable, and she still had a lot of freedom. But if he could not rely on her and was finally sent to the hands of his old enemy, then there would be no room for him to turn over. Therefore, Jin made a plan in her mind and chose a path that she thought was safe. She was ready to submit to the circumstances and hold on to Yi Jiosa's Jinhua. Jin pretended to be obedient, put down his guard and pride, and acted like a real child. He raised his beautiful and delicate face, put on a pitiful expression, and whispered, "Please don't drive me away. I can cook." "Me too." Kimimara's face was expressionless. Jin raised his chin. "I can feed the dog, comb its hair, expel insects, and do housework." Kimimaro sneered. "These are all the leftovers." Jin said proudly, "I can fight in close combat, snipe from a distance, and use high-end hacker technology." Kimimaro took off his shirt, and a pile of sharp white bones burst out in minutes. "I am not a human, and you are using human skills to compare with me." Jin. His expression showed a rare moment of blankness. His eyes stared straight at Kimimaro's white bones, and he did not look away for a long time. The young man's thin body was wrapped in white bones, and every bone was glowing with a cold metallic whiteness. There seemed to be a substantial murderous aura surrounding the young man. He could control it freely, just like a killer who had long been accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, Kimimaro's body was covered with white bones, and he looked like a horrible monster. But in Jin's eyes, there was another kind of dazzling brilliance interweaving with each other. The perfect human-shaped weapon. Jin murmured. The young man in front of him, with such a magical structure, made it impossible for Jin to refuse. He was like a peerless weapon that met a covetous warrior. Jin finally looked at Kimimaro. "So, in this world, there really exist creatures that transcend science. It's a pity that you can't be a weapon." He sighed with emotion, and the regret in his tone came from the bottom of his heart. Kimimaro. The dogs. They looked at each other and felt that this child was abnormal. Should they say that if they were not a family, they would not enter the same house? If a normal child saw Kimimaro's appearance, he would have cried and called for his mother. But what about him? Not only was he not afraid, but he even had the mood to comment. What was most surprising was that his comments really hit the nail on the head. As an awakened person of the corpse bone bloodline, Kimimaro was indeed the most powerful human-shaped weapon apart from Senju and Uchiha. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange, Yi Jiosa sighed and directly interrupted the conversation. "Well, let me ask you this. Are you going to follow me, or are you going to wait for someone to adopt you? I can tell you in advance that the people who will adopt you will only be the police and the FBI. The rest is out of the question." Jin blinked, and she was as pure as a child. "I'll follow you." "Okay." Yi Jiosa exhaled. "To be honest, a dangerous person like you might explode if left with someone else. It would be strange if you could explode with me." Yi Jiosa stood up, took out a carton of pure milk from the fridge, and handed it to him. "Since you're going to follow me, what's your name?" Jin fell silent. He realized that both Jin and Jin would cause him unnecessary trouble. There were many enemies in the Black Man organization, and he had no ability to resist at all. After thinking for a while, Jin smiled a little morbidly. "Since I'm going to start over, I'll abandon my previous name." Be it Jin or Jin, it was not the time for them to be introduced to the world. "Okay, if you don't mind, I'll give you a name." Yi Jiosa revealed a smile like an eel. At the same time, the other dogs turned their heads away. They could not bear to look at him anymore. They only felt that the child in front of them was very silly and naive. Jin agreed. He did not mind doing a good deed in exchange for a relatively comfortable treatment. It was just a name. What could he do? Then, from today onwards you'll be called. Yijiosa looked at his head of light golden hair and his pair of jade green eyes. He shifted his gaze and unconsciously fixed it on a newspaper. He lightly shook the newspaper and randomly found a surname. Let's call you Idagawa Dedicated. Jin was speechless. What kind of stupid name is that? Yijiosa did not know about the collapse of Takashi Akashi's house, so he was not in a hurry to bring back patriotism. Patriotism was a poor, young, and helpless dog. It was safer for him to live well in Takashi Akashi's house. After all, he was facing a strong enemy. It would not be good if he accidentally hurt patriotism. At night, they had a simple dinner and went back to their rooms to rest. In the dead of the night, when everything was silent, the dogs pricked up their ears and heard the new member, Dedication, push open the door and come out silently like a wandering soul. What was this kid doing? The dogs watched from the side without batting an eyelid. Jin carefully avoided the debris on the ground and slowly approached the landline. Seeing that there was no one around, even the dog did not bark. He could not help but blush sickly. He picked up the phone, stretched out his finger, and dialed the number that only he knew. It was a long process of connecting, waiting, and transferring. When a familiar voice came from the other end, Jin finally tore off his disguise and revealed his true craziness. Vodka, this is Jin. A childish voice sounded solemnly. Find the address of this landline and pick me up. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. It was so long that Jin thought that Vodka had fallen asleep. Then he heard a careful greeting from the other end. Hey. Kid. Are you my boss's illegitimate child? Jin was speechless. Chapter 205. Vodka, codenamed Vodka, was the #1 lackey under Jin, the leader of the Black Cloth Organization. He was fat, simple-minded, and lacking in assertiveness because he didn't have any scheming mind and was a little foolish. He played the image of a simple-minded fool to the fullest. In the Black Cloth Organization where the elites gathered, such a difference instead attracted Jin's attention. For the scheming Jin, a simple-minded follower was much easier to control than a group of scheming subordinates. Thus, Vodka was fortunate enough to be promoted to Jin's personal lackey. He lived a life of, when the boss goes out, I drive, when the boss is about to fire, I guard the door, when the boss kills, I kill, when the boss screams, I scream as cannon fodder. However, because Jin was too powerful, even if he had a lackey by his side, it didn't stop him from breaking through the encirclement time and time again. He had truly transformed into a fighter among the bosses. As they spent more and more time together, the omniscient and omnipotent image of Jin became more and more profound in Vodka's heart. The boss was omnipotent. The boss was omnipotent. The boss was omnipotent. Whatever the boss said was right. If he accidentally did something wrong, then he must have made a mistake. Vodka had been by Jin's side for the longest time. He also often came into contact with Jin. Although it couldn't be said to be a heart-to-heart, there was at least 1 or 2 friendships. At least, the person who knew one of Jin's most private contact details was Vodka. Even if this kind of contact method could only be communicated with by the other party taking the initiative to find him, but for Vodka, this was already a supreme honor. And now, in the middle of the night, a gloomy and cold child's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. After comparing the way and tone of voice, Vodka was scared awake. He didn't know how old Jin was, but he knew that Jin was a normal man. Even if he wasn't lustful, he still needed physical relief occasionally. However, Jin was very picky, and there were few women who could catch his eye. In his eyes, before he got tired of them, he would maintain contact with the other party for a period of time. After careful calculation, according to his boss's age, it was not too much to have an illegitimate child. Coupled with the boss's occupation and the global arrest warrant, it was completely reasonable for him to protect the illegitimate child from being discovered. So, the child's voice on the other end of the phone was the boss's illegitimate child, right? When he realized this, Vodka was so scared that he lost 10 years of his life. He sat upright on the big bed and asked cautiously. He didn't know what he said had angered the other party, but he only heard a "paw" sound, and the phone was slammed down. Vodka. This was boss's illegitimate child. Even his eccentric temperament was 100% inherited by him. But here comes the problem: what could have happened to make this young master use such a private contact method, and in the dead of night? Could it be that he had been targeted by a hostile force? Because the enemy was pressing too hard, he had no choice but to seek help from his father's right-hand man, Volgut. Oh my God! Vodka patted the fat on his thigh, and his heart was suddenly filled with pride. It was finally time to prove his importance to the entire organization. Eldest young master. Don't worry. Vodka and the Black Man organization would definitely risk their lives to protect you. We would not let go of any forces that tried to hurt you. After Vodka finished imagining things, he woke up all his teammates in the Black Man organization. He ordered someone to find the location of the landline and spent the night investigating which forces were making things difficult for their boss. He wouldn't have known if he didn't investigate, but he was shocked when he did. Vodka didn't expect that there were more than 3 forces lying in ambush in the vicinity of a small Japanese-styled apartment building. You're amazing, my boss. Whether it's you or your son, your ability to attract hatred is amazing. At this time, there was no time to figure out the ins and outs of the situation. After finding out that there was a woman with a dog and 2 young children living in the apartment, Vodka was completely shocked. Were those the boss's lover and illegitimate child? As expected of the boss, who would have thought that they would be placed in such a desolate place? Protect them. Vodka, who are they? Someone questioned. Why would we need to protect them? Vodka was heartbroken. Are you blind? Those are Jin's lover and illegitimate child. Those were Jin's lover and illegitimate child. Lover and illegitimate child. Illegitimate child. Fuck. Since when did Jin, who they bet would stay single for the rest of his life, have illegitimate children? And it wasn't just 1, but 2. The heavens were blind. A devil like Jin, who killed without batting an eyelid, had a child. What were they working so hard for? In an instant, the Black Man organization was as busy as a dog on the surface, but they were also as busy as dogs in private. All the undercover agents were sweating profusely. They used all sorts of methods to spread the news overnight. Meanwhile, the enemy forces, the police, and the foreign FBI who received the news were left with blank expressions. Fuck. Jin, who was on the top of the world's most wanted fugitive list, had not only committed murder and arson, messed with the FBI, sabotaged, bombed buildings, and fought on the front lines. He even had the time to have a child with a woman. Not only did he give birth to a child, but he also raised them safely and hid them well. If it wasn't for the suddenness of the incident, who would have known that he had 2 children? After a careful comparison, they felt that they had lost in every aspect, especially when they saw the full face of Yijiosa, Zitherwine's little lover, in their hands. The blood that had been suppressed in their hearts couldn't take it anymore, and they vomited. Why? Why could even his lover, Chinjo, find a peerless beauty QAQ? Overnight, all the forces were in an uproar. Whether it was the enemy or the ally, they only had one thought in mind: Jin's lover and illegitimate child must not fall into the hands of others. With this bargaining chip, they could truly control Jin. The Hojo family actually dared to interfere, kill them. Pfft, A few conglomerates also coveted them, kill them. Yo, even the politicians knew that they were in high demand, kill them. Therefore, Yijiosa didn't know that the djinn he picked up was not a troublesome jinx, but a real live koi dash. He had inherited the strange Tianliang Wangpia physique of a domineering CEO. With just a small phone call, he caused all the major forces to break their heads and bleed. The watchers outside the small apartment changed one after another. Inside the apartment, Guzzi was lying on the window and watching the drama the whole night. He was munching on a chicken leg that he had stolen from the fridge while listening to Idagawa Corgi's explanation. Oh, the first batch was from the Hojo family, but they were killed by the second batch of men in black. Then, the men in black quietly killed the lackeys of the conglomerates, the spies of the politicians, and the undercover agents of the police station. Finally, because of the appearance of the FBI, the men in black had no choice but to retreat and hide for the time being. TSK, the struggle between humans was so exciting. The chicken leg was so fragrant. The fierce battle from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. didn't wake up the owner who was sleeping soundly. It wasn't until the ear-piercing sound of the alarm clock that the dogs nimbly stuffed all the chicken bones into the trash can, licked the debris on the windowsill, and obediently nestled in the kennel. Ah, a beautiful and peaceful day was about to begin. Yijiosa originally thought that the road to school would be full of all kinds of dangers, but he didn't expect to eat a peaceful meal early in the morning, walk a peaceful road, get on a peaceful car, and even enter the campus safely. Yijiosa. What happened to the various forces obstructing him? However, there was nothing. He finished his lesson, ate his bento, danced on the apple, and returned home in a safe and sound manner. At home, the dogs played peacefully, and the even more peaceful, dedicated, stayed next to them. The blonde child had a poker face, shook the newspaper, and drank a fat otaku cola, not in the mood to care about him at all. Yijiosa. The development of this script was completely different from what he had imagined. He looked at the clean and tidy apartment in disbelief, then looked at the calm surroundings while leaning on the windowsill. He then walked to the corridor and looked around to see that there was no one around. As far as the eye could see, it was a beautiful scene. Damn, there was no villain coming to him. What was he going to play? He had waited for a day, and he had even taken off his pants, and this was what he was going to see. A bolt from the blue. Coincidentally, Kimimaro walked back slowly with his bag on his back. Yijiosa quivered and realized that if the other party wasn't looking for trouble with him, they must be looking for Kimimaro. He strode forward, reached out his hand, and held Kimimaro's shoulder. He asked, "Kimimaro, did anything important happen today?" Kimimaro's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his Mandarin's dark history of only relying on 99 points had been found out by Sir? Yes, sir. Kimimaro looked straight into Yijiosa's eyes and took the initiative to admit his mistake. I made a fatal mistake. Yijiosa took a deep breath. Could it be that Kimimaro had killed him? I only scored 99 points in Mandarin. I've embarrassed you, sir. Kimimaro clenched his fists, and his face was full of remorse. I'm sorry, sir. Please punish me. Yijiosa. The smile disappeared completely. The dogs were speechless. It would be a miracle if the owner could score 66 points in Mandarin. Yijiosa patted Kimimaro's shoulder stiffly. After comforting his sensitive heart, he held Kimimaro's dark history test paper in his hand and could not help but fall into deep thought. They were both human, but why was there such a big difference between them? For a moment, Yijiosa entered a state of self-loathing. Little did he know that outside the apartment building, the new and old forces had occupied advantageous terrain and were fighting openly and covertly. After he finished reflecting, he pushed open the door and walked out. The forces outside had been defeated wave after wave, and they had barely reached a balance point, so he rested for a while. Yijiosa did not believe it and looked around again. However, he realized that there was not even a shadow outside, let alone a human figure. Yijiosa. Could it be that his prestige as Tigress Tong was enough to scare off the major forces? But it was so boring. Take pity on him and give him some toys. QAQ. It was still the boring magic hour, and it was still the ordinary, warm family. After Yijiosa finished his homework, he was really bored out of his mind. Since the dogs did not make any mistakes, he did not even have the pleasure of beating the dogs. Sigh. Time flew by, and it was around 6:30 p.m. The sky outside was dusky, and it looked like night was about to fall. At the same time, Yijiosa flipped open his phone and suddenly found a new message from Hattori Heiji. The Hojo family's big case had been exposed. Yijiosa's eyes lit up, and his whole body became excited. He scrambled to the television and turned it on, only to find that all the channels were broadcasting the Hojo family's big case. All kinds of news could be said to be overwhelming. This big case spanned a full 20 years, and involved more than 100 members of parliament, more than 100 multinational companies, more than a dozen chaebols, and dozens of forces behind the scenes. The number of victims numbered in the tens of thousands, and it caused a huge commotion in Japan. However, the Hojo family was really something. Even in such dire straits, they were still struggling at death's door. They even defended themselves, saying that it was slander. Yijiosa laughed coldly, waiting for the other party to die. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even a cornered dog would know to jump over a wall. The current situation was a complete mess, and who knew if the Hojo family would fight to the death. Before the outcome was clear, he couldn't let his guard down. Yijiosa chewed on the potato chips and wiped the sticky residue on the rag at the corner of the table. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. He lowered his head in shock, and his eyes met white firewood's cold, golden eyes. Yijiosa. Seiji wiped the dregs on Saishomaru's fur. Ah. Fuchiang, you can't blame me for this. You're curled up like a rag. Oh, no, I'm the one who's blind. Yijiosa's strong desire to live erupted as he picked up his dog. Even as a dog, you're noble and aloof, and you don't eat the food of mortals. Only when you're stained with the smell of potato chips will you become part of me and part of me. This woman's shamelessness had once again refreshed his understanding. Dogs. It was already late at night, and the owner was making lewd remarks again. Jin sat quietly at the side, watching coldly as Yijiosa explained something to a dog like a retard. Not only did he not understand the way her brain worked, but he even thought that she was crazy. She didn't know what had happened here, but not only were the pots and pans scattered all over the floor, even the walls in the hallway were riddled with bullet holes. She used the flickering lights to enter the spacious study and was attracted by a rustling sound. She followed the sound and pushed open the door to a cubicle. She saw a shoe on the floor. It was a man's leather shoe. It was brown, the style that Motosuke Toshimi often wore. But the question was, where was Motosuke Toshimi? Wumi entered the cubicle and saw a TV with a snowy screen and a videotape that had been spat out by a TV player. Wumi brought the videotape back and handed it to Amiya. You're saying that Motosuke Toshimi disappeared, and this was the only thing that was found at the crime scene? Amiya rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. Wumi, help me get some equipment. I'll examine this videotape myself. Wumi nodded and left. An hour later, she returned with the TV player. She knew that Chiesi didn't like to be disturbed when he was working, so she considerately closed the door and left quietly. Amiya Chiesi set up the equipment and placed the cold videotape into it. At that time, Yijiosa was gripping his chest with a bitter expression and carefully touching his own skin. After the ding from Jinjiang system, he struggled for a long time before he finally returned to reality from the abyss of pain. He thought that the pain would only last for a while, but he didn't expect that not long after he teased Illimuddin, his body would start to ache and swell again. Yijiosa felt terrible. He felt as if ants were gnawing on his skin and flesh. It was numb and painful, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He laid weakly on the hospital bed, on the verge of death. God damn it, Jinjiang system, why did it take so much effort to level up with a pure yang martial arts technique? He was boiling in ice water and stir-frying in oil. He didn't know what it would be like to level up, but it was possible that he would be in so much pain that he would die. It was so fucking painful. His internal organs felt like they were being stirred up by a hand, and his intestines were almost tied up. His limbs were sore, and his chest was swollen. Even moving his butt made him feel weak. However, Senju Takuma checked on him several times, patting his chest and saying, "Don't worry, your body is very healthy, and you're very energetic." Energetic my ass. Can't you see that my face is pale? Yijiosa waved the fake doctor away. He hugged the snow-white quilt and curled up into a ball, shivering as he nestled on the bed in a daze. He felt a little cold, and he needed a hot water bottle. So, he got up and picked up white firewood from under the bed, holding him in his hands. After a while, he got up again, picked up the Pomeranian, and held it on the back of his neck. Separated by a neck, white firewood and the Pomeranian looked at each other, and finally, their eyes fell on the owner. She was shivering, and it seemed like she was very cold. As soon as the two dogs had this thought, Yijiosa turned over and got off the bed with a bitter face. He grabbed the Samied's ears and dragged it to the end of the bed, then stuffed his feet under its belly. Aizen was speechless. Gradually, Yijiosa's body warmed up. He calmed his breathing and fell asleep. The three dogs looked at each other and had nothing to say. They were just accompanying a child to rest for a while, so there was nothing to complain about. After all, a sleeping owner was much easier to deal with than an awake one. They didn't know what Yijiosa was dreaming about, but he suddenly kicked the Samied's balls. It was the first time that Aizen had suffered such a major blow to its male self-esteem. Suddenly, its snow-white dog face became even whiter. It couldn't help but howl, curled up and rolled off the bed. Saishomaru and 9 Orchid Flower saw this, and a subtle touch of sympathy rose in their hearts. The two dogs moved away from Yijiosa at the same time, but they didn't expect this guy's sleeping posture to be so bad. He actually performed the heaven and earth grand shift in his dream. Yijiosa slapped the Pomeranian off the bed and accurately slammed it into the trash can. 9 Orchid Flower was speechless. Then he pressed white firewood with his paw and rubbed the hand warmer against his cheek, making him salivate. Saishomaru was speechless. Yijiosa kicked the quilt away, his body still curled up into a ball. He frowned, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was faintly discernible, as if it was an illusion of the nose. But as time passed, and Yijiosa tossed and turned, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, more and more. Impossible to ignore. The dogs in the room couldn't help but straighten their necks and sniff the source of the smell of blood. Finally, they all turned their eyes to Yijiosa. "Owner, hurt? Where did he get hurt?" The dogs all gathered together, and their sharp eyes swept the girl from head to toe. Not long after, they saw 2 drops of bright red blood penetrated Yijiosa's pants, slowly dripping from her thighs, and stained the snow-white bedding. The girl subconsciously reached out to cover her lower abdomen, and her face wrinkled in pain. The smell of blood became stronger, and the mud between her legs became a puddle. The 5 dogs laid on the edge of the bed in a daze, and their brains couldn't wrap around it for a long time. This blood. This doesn't seem to be hurt in the right place. Only 9 Orchid Flower, who had raised his sister before, let out a long sigh and cried, "Owner has grown up." Grown up. Uchiha Madara turned his head, "She's still a child." Gilgamesh looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief, "Stupid. Don't you know what the sign of a woman's adulthood is?" Uchiha Madara paused suspiciously, could it be? Saishomaru's expression was cold. Geraniums. Aizen's face turned a little green, and he put on a fake smile, "No wonder she's so angry today." Angry? The dogs couldn't help but glance at his crotch. Chapter 206. Some people died. Yet, they were still alive. Some people lived as if they were dead. As luck would have it, Jin. He had officially become one of the walking corpses, living a life worse than death. In a place where he couldn't see, the Black Man organization was doing their best to protect Yijiosa, the culprit. In a place he could not reach, his stupid teammate was using a lot of hidden forces to satisfy his fantasies. Where he could not hear clearly, his mortal enemy was making up a bunch of unreliable analyses in order to thoroughly investigate his life history. His kingdom and his followers, his meritorious service and great achievements. His reputation was both fierce and domineering, but in the short span of 2 days, he was slowly turning into a mess. He was afraid that there would be no room for him to make a comeback in the future. He had become his own illegitimate child that could not be exposed to the light. The dog who caused him to degenerate into a child was honored as his lover. He enjoyed a 360-degree protection without any blind spots and effortlessly occupied the foundation he had worked hard for. 800 years of hard work, all for someone else. He worked hard to deliver a big gift for his enemy. How could Jin swallow his anger? How could he not spit out a mouthful of blood? He hadn't awakened the slightest bit of being able to pick up and let go. Therefore, the next day, when Yijiosa climbed up from the tatami with great difficulty and entered the living room to eat with a lingering regret, he could still see Jin, who had not slept all night, curled up on the sofa. The air pressure was low and there was black mud. His Tibetan Mastiff guarded the door. The Golden Retriever guarded the window. He then compared the 3 claw marks on Dedicated's face and the row of teeth marks on his arm. It was not difficult for Yijiosa to guess what had happened last night. The child wanted to run away but was caught by the dog. Yijiosa did not feel much sympathy for the dedicated student. He knew that the other party's soul was a genuine adult. No matter how handsome he was, even so, it did not change the fact that the other party wanted to kill him the moment they met. He had kept Yijingye. Firstly, it was to prevent Yijingye from harming others with the skin of a child. Secondly, it was to be reformed through labor. If he did not brainwash Yijingye into socialism, he would not be fit to be the successor of socialism. He always remembered his mission, to kill monsters, level up, earn his life, and spread the word of beauty and peace. Protect the world, starting with socialism. However, Yizhan was wearing a child's shell, looking young, pitiful, and helpless. If he ignored him, wouldn't it be too inhumane? Yijiosa's brain stopped working. He walked forward and said, "Ah, are you all right? You were bitten by a dog. Oh, you're bleeding." Jin's face was cold and full of malice. He had become smaller, but at least he still had his combat awareness and instincts. But last night, he was actually rubbed against the floor by a dog, and his face was on the ground. What he couldn't stand the most was that this dog was the petite dog's white firewood. His pride was so badly hurt that he didn't know what kind of expression to put on other than indifference. "You want to go out, right?" Jin's eyes widened slightly. In the next second, he felt that he had revealed too much of his emotions, so he subconsciously restrained them. In fact, if you want to go out, you can inform me in advance. I won't imprison you or torture you, Yijosa said while putting sandwiches in his bag. You deserve to be bitten if you run away in the middle of the night. As he spoke, he looked up at the clock, walked to Jin, and pulled him up from the sofa. Since we still have time, let's go to the hospital. Jin subconsciously frowned. For what? To get a rabies vaccine. Jin was speechless. He didn't know why, but he had an ominous feeling. The ominous feeling came true. Not long after Jin was dragged out by Yijosa, he noticed that a group of people was lying in ambush nearby. According to his experience, this group of people was a combination of different forces. If he didn't guess wrong, apart from old acquaintances in the organization, there should be enemies that he had fought countless times. Instinctively, Jin was on guard. He felt his hair stand on end, as if he was in the middle of a hail of bullets. He was now just a kid who had lost the strength and physique of an adult. He didn't even have any equipment. He didn't even have a fruit knife, let alone a gun. How could he fight back? His hand was firmly held by Yijosa. There were enemies at the front door and dogs at the back door. It was as if there was no path to heaven and no door to hell. He was like a bird in a cage, unable to escape even if it had wings. After so many years, Jin was nervous, which was rare. However, he soon realized that the development of the plot was different from what he had imagined. From the bushes, there was a rustling sound. Vaguely, he heard the voice of one of his enemies, which was filled with anticipation. Hey, did you get it? I got it, I got it. Another person was a little excited. I didn't expect that a fierce guy like Jin would have such a harmless son. His son really looks like him. Yeah. His enemy sighed. He's so pretty. Why isn't he a girl? Jin was speechless. He didn't know that one of his enemies was a lolicon. By the way, what he hated the most was people saying that he was pretty. When he recovered, I'll shoot him. With this thought in mind, Jin pursed his lips and subconsciously held Yijosa's hand tightly, which caught her attention. What's wrong? Jin couldn't help but look at the bushes. Oh. Yijosa's face turned cold. You'll get used to it. It can't be helped. I'm too pretty, so people always peep at me. The dogs and Jin were speechless. Please don't put gold on your face, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Yijosa let go of Jin's hand, clenched his fists, and walked toward the bushes. 10 seconds later, 2 rather tall men were dragged out by him and given a good beating. How many times have I told you, I'm not a celebrity? If you have the time to be a paparazzi, why don't you go watch porn? Yijosa punched and kicked them. Slap slap slap. You can sneak into any place, why don't you go to the FBI? The 2 men, who were beaten up, were speechless. They were speechless. No. No. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't take any pictures. The 2 men's faces were swollen like pigs. Under Yijosa's violent suppression, their good skills were useless. Misunderstanding. You didn't take any pictures? You have a fucking DSLR and a camera, how can you misunderstand? Yijosa picked up the DSLR and turned on the video recorder beside him. He grinned hideously. Don't think I don't know that you're coveting my beauty. He turned on the video recorder and waited for his long legs or slender waist to appear. However, he discovered that all the images were of the adorable little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes beside him. Yijosa was speechless. The slap in the face came too fast like a tornado. At the same time, the 2 pig-faced men explained with tears streaming down their faces before they were killed, we really didn't take any pictures of you. Yijiosa was speechless. He took a deep breath and found a way out of the situation. It's fine if you took pictures of me. We're all men, and we all know that. But it's wrong of you to take pictures of a child. Yijiosa stood up and clenched his fists. Black mud oozed out of his body. I'll break your sexual orientation. He did it without hesitation. Ow! Accompanied by a few screams, Jin watched as his enemy, who he had once fought to the death with, lay on the side of the road with a broken DSLR in his hand. Jin was speechless. For some reason, he felt a little happy. But soon, Jin was no longer happy. He opened his dead fish eyes and looked at one of the leaders, who he had once worked with, who was dressed as an amiable old man, strolling with a sausage, and accidentally bumped into them. Ah, is this your child? The blonde hair is so beautiful. Beautiful X1. Not long after, at the next intersection, Jin bumped into a Special Forces soldier, who he had once fought with and was kicked off a tall building by Jin and broke his leg. The soldier was wearing a cap, riding a bicycle, and holding a box in his hand. Are you Miss Yi? You have a delivery, please sign for it. Unconsciously, the soldier's eyes slid to his face. Ah, is this your child? The eyes are so beautiful. Beautiful X2. After signing the delivery, Yijiosa took a taxi. Although the fare was expensive, it saved him a lot of trouble. But Jin never expected that when the window of the taxi rolled down, the person in the driver's seat was the undercover agent he had dumped was sitting there. The other party raised a sun-like smile. Ah, is this your child? He's so delicate and beautiful. Beautiful X3. Yijiosa broke through the dense crowd and took the child to the hospital. Suddenly, he remembered that Yijingye had not eaten breakfast. He took him to the bakery and met the sweet smile of the waitress. Jin was speechless. Oh, this woman was one of the leaders of the Yamaguchi-gumi. They had dealt with each other and made deals before. She was difficult, tricky, and terrifying. She was the tigress that no man dared to touch. But now, she was as gentle as water, like the nation's first love. Ah, he's so beautiful, he must be a boy. Beautiful X4. Jin's heart had already become numb. When he was forced by Yijiosa to register and enter the infirmary, he had to face the attending doctor who was giving him a vaccination. That was when Joseph truly felt what true despair was. Because the doctor who had obviously waited for a long time with the needle in his hand and was smiling maliciously was none other than the one who had fought with him many times in wits and courage. He was known as the fighter of his enemies and the bomber of his adversaries, Akai Shuichi. Akai Shuichi, a senior investigator of the FBI. He had successfully infiltrated the Black Man organization and was promoted to an elite member step by step. He was given the code name Ray. He had once toyed with the Black Man organization with his superb business skills. On several occasions, even Jin had almost been tricked by him. If he hadn't had some brains and dared to risk his life, he would have long become his prey. But now, why was Akai Shuichi, who was supposed to be working in the United States, in Japan? Why was he a doctor in a hospital? Fortunately, he was a doctor in the rabies injection department? Why? Why was that? Akai Shuichi held a thick needle in his hand. The flat glasses on the bridge of his nose reflected a ghastly light. He put on a friendly smile, squatted down, and looked straight into the child's wary eyes. Ah, this child is so beautiful. Beautiful X5. Jin was in a state of extreme vigilance, but he still had to pretend to be a real child. He must not let the other party notice anything wrong. Akai Shuichi reached out and patted his head. Good boy, don't worry. It won't hurt. He raised the shiny, sharp needle in his hand. Be brave like your father. I think in every child's heart, their father is a hero who can get up from the ground and run after being shot several times, right? Tisk, if I can't kill your father, can't I torture you? Akai Shuichi's smile became more and more kind. Jin was speechless. No. He couldn't bear this kind of humiliation. He didn't want his pants to be pulled off and his enemy to stab him in the butt. Jin wanted to escape, but unexpectedly, Yi-Jose grabbed his arm. You can't run. You need an injection. Good boy, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. Woof, woof, woof dash. Kimimaro wasn't even afraid of being stabbed, but this child was afraid of injections. How cowardly. Jin struggled violently and used all his strength. Let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. I don't want an injection. Ah. Let go of me. Let go of me. Jin was pressed down on the recliner by Yi-Jose. Akai Shuichi pulled off his pants, revealing 2 white and tender buttocks. He wiped them gently with cotton and said coldly, if the needle is crooked, you'll have to do another injection, kid. Jin was speechless. Taking advantage of the child's confusion, Akai Shuichi stabbed the needle into Jin's buttocks without saying a word. Ouch! Jin screamed. He never knew that his body was so fragile that even an injection would hurt him so much that his vision turned black. Akai Shuichi, you quack. Just you wait, I'll kill you sooner or later. However, the physical pain that Akai Shuichi gave him was far less than the mental blow that Yi-Jose gave him, just when Jin couldn't move and was trying his best to pull himself together and slowly become evil, he heard Yi-Jose's sincere gratitude. Thank you, doctor. You've worked hard. Akai Shuichi smiled. It's nothing. It's my duty. Yi-Jose was moved. Doctor, you're so kind. Will you still be the one giving the injection in the future? Of course. Ah, that's great. Yi-Jose smiled. This child is impulsive and naughty. He needs a doctor who can control him. I'll be relieved if it's still a doctor who gives the infusion in the future. Akai Shuichi was amiable. This is the duty of a doctor. Jin was speechless. There was no point in living anymore. There was no point at all. After the injection, Jin had lost the energy to be a demon when he went home. When his nemesis took off his pants and stabbed the needle into his body, he suffered a serious mental blow. The little angel with blonde hair and blue eyes was petrified on the sofa. It was as if his soul had flown out of his mouth. It was such a big blow. Yi-Jose felt sorry for him. However, he didn't have much time left and felt that he didn't have time to comfort this kid. Instinctively, he carried Bai Chai in his arms and sprinted toward Huang Tonghuang at lightning speed. It was Wednesday and the first class was Mandarin. He didn't want to be punished by the Mandarin teacher. The president of the student council couldn't afford to be disgraced. However, when Yi-Jose walked into the campus, he realized that he had been disgraced not in class but in public. He forgot that as the president of the student council of Huang Tonghuang, he forgot that today was the school festival. Tonghuang School Festival. He remembered that 2 weeks ago, he had arranged for his underlings to deal with it. However, 2 weeks later, he couldn't remember anything. The buildings of Huang Tonghuang, which had always been cold, became softer under the combination of different colors, diluting its usual coldness and solemnity. Countless boys and girls walked together. On the east side was a large singing stage, on the west side was an anime cosplay area, on the north side was a trading street, and on the south side was a chain of gourmet restaurants. Countless students in fancy clothes wandered around, filled with laughter and cheers, diluting Yi-Jose's tense nerves. He had actually completely forgotten about the school festival. When he returned to school, he thought that the school was building a new teaching building. He didn't know that they were preparing for the school festival. President. President is here. Oh my God, President, why are you so late? Speaking of which, President didn't participate in the activities of his own class. He didn't even participate in the extras of the dance club. President took many days off. I wonder what he was busy with. Everyone gathered around him and began to talk, almost turning the place into a wet market. However, there was only one meaning in the paragraph. President, you're so mean and negligent that you even forgot about the school festival. I'm sorry. I've been really busy lately. Yijiosa apologized sincerely. It was indeed his negligence. President, our class's theme is Monster Restaurant. We'll forgive you if you join us. The girl in the bunny ear dress raised a finger. After all, even if President doesn't do anything and just stands there. With President's beauty, we can still get the first place in our year group. Yijiosa was speechless. So, he lived to sell his beauty, right? Hey, President, if you run away this time, don't ask me for Mandarin homework in the future. The top student girl said calmly, including Japanese history. I won't remind you again when you have to memorize it in class. President, if you decline, I won't run errands for you anymore. Yes, I won't take you with me when there's a game about girls in the future. Yijiosa was speechless. He didn't know that they had so much information on him, damn it. Is that enough? He didn't know why, but he felt more and more tired of interacting with girls after Yijiosa handed his backpack to the girl in the bunny ear dress. He was carried away by a group of people and rushed to the changing room to change clothes. In the distance, he could still hear the excited discussion of a group of women. Ah, we finally caught her. Today, we must make her wear a cat ear dress. No, a nine-tails demon fox outfit is more suitable for the president. Her figure is so flirtatious and cheap. How about a swimsuit? Shut up, pervert. It's obvious that she looks better wearing nothing. You're the pervert. The voices and the figures gradually faded away, but the girl in the cat ear dress noticed that Yijiosa's backpack had opened up, and a furry dog head popped out. Ha! The girl in the cat ear dress was stunned. Isn't that the president's dog? Bai Chai's ears twitched, and he leaped down from his bag, leaping into the crowd in a few steps. Hey, don't run. Wait. The girl in the cat ear dress was frightened and quickly chased after him. There were many people at the school festival. What if something happened to this puppy? Chapter 207. The school festival was extremely important in Japanese universities because the students were fully responsible for this major celebration. It was a practical stage to sharpen every teenager's skills. Whether it was safety hazards, sponsorship funds, program sequence, props, costumes, invited staff, or associated universities, all the projects were done by the students. It was also the performance of each student to show the overall strength of the school to the outside world. Food, dance, tradition, modern, entertainment, games, foreign, local. Only people couldn't think of it. Without the school festival, it couldn't be done. Countless temporary shops lined up on the campus, the competition in the stadium attracted countless outsiders, and the boys and girls in strange clothes provided benefits for the otaku. The wonderful performances on the large stage made people unable to take their eyes off. The Emperor Tonghuang School Festival was extremely lively, not only accommodated the people around the school but also received foreign guests from afar. As time went by, the school festival was getting more and more popular. The high emotions of humans would form radiation, layer by layer, so that students from other schools entered one after another to see the elegance of Emperor Tonghuang. In the distance, Ryue Momoi waved at the school gate. She shouted excitedly, "Ah, Kuriko, Tetsuya. Here, here." The Siren basketball team slowly approached Ryue Momoi, and when they got close, Momoi let out a soft, "Huh?" She discovered that Ichijosa's younger brother, Kazuo, was also on the Siren basketball team. "Good day, Moai-san." Kuriko Tetsuya was also holding a vanilla milkshake. "Is everyone else here?" "Ada is playing in the stadium. Takashi Akashi-kun seems to be unable to come." Momoi put her hands together, with a hint of playfulness. With a hint of playfulness, she said, "Chi Sijun asked me to pass on a message. In order to apologize for Luo Shan's absence, everyone on the basketball team, today's school festival expenses Takashi Akashi-kun reimbursed." "Wow!" The teenagers screamed excitedly. Only Kimimaro had a poker face. He just wanted to find where Ichijosa was. The Siren basketball team followed Peach to the stadium. But today, for some reason, a large number of people were squeezing into the restaurant at the back of the stadium. It was as if they were trying to outdo each other. Peach was startled and caught an excited girl. "Excuse me, what's going on?" The girl tightened her grip on the DSLR and grabbed Peach's wrist. "You don't know." A godlike handsome man had come to the monster restaurant. "Quick, come with me. Otherwise, we won't be able to occupy an advantageous position." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl brought out the momentum of a great rampage, dragged the Peach wall, and rushed into the arms of the restaurant. "Wait, wait!" Momoi's shouts were instantly drowned out by the crowd. Siren basketball team. Kimimaro. Why did this kind of one-sided momentum and sensational effect give him an ominous feeling? The monster restaurant wasn't very large, only about 100 square meters. Excluding the front desk, changing rooms, and food cabinets, the remaining activity area was quite cramped. But even though the space wasn't large, the students who took over the monster restaurant were able to make it as perfect as possible. The inner wall was covered with gorgeous wallpaper of hundreds of ghosts walking at night, and the outer wall was decorated with fresh red and white roses. The tables and chairs in the room were all made of solid wood, and there were 2 or 3 flower arrangements and lighting effects. In the middle of the room, there were young girls in fancy clothes toasting each other, and at the front desk, there was a shy boy playing the piano. Even if they weren't good-looking and their skills weren't good, their intentions still made people stay for a moment. Coffee, juice, milk tea, desserts. Old-fashioned methods could bring in profits, but in the end, they couldn't make a huge profit. After all, there was no shortage of special restaurants at the school festival. The students who took over the monster restaurant thought that it was hopeless. They looked sadly at the wall of roses that they had spent a lot of money on, and almost bemoaned their shriveled wallets, but unexpectedly at this moment, Ichijosa was back. This was undoubtedly an extremely exciting piece of news. It was like a large stone falling into a lake, exploding and causing undulating waves. So what if there was fierce competition at the same restaurant? Ha! The person they were serving was the president of Huang Tonghuang, who everyone wanted to beat up the most, Ichijosa. So what if they were both selling coffee and desserts? Ha! The one wearing fancy clothes was the 10,000-year-old beauty of Huang Tonghuang, Ichijosa. So what if they had the same price, taste, and plates? Ha! Their trump card was Ichijosa, who everyone in Huang Tonghuang believed to be stingy and unscrupulous. In an instant, the monster restaurant's dejection was swept away, and it became arrogant. And the moment Ichijosa finished changing, they understood that this school festival, monster restaurant's turnover was definitely going to be huge. In the changing room, Ichijosa trembled in his 10-centimeter stiletto heels, clung to the wall, and almost moved out with tears streaming down his face. He didn't know that the girl's combat power was so strong. She had easily pinned him to the ground. When he came back to his senses, he was only left with a bra and underwear. Oh, shit, a thriller. Not only did Yi-Jose not feel like he was enjoying himself, but he also felt that girls who were usually soft and gentle were extremely scary. They were like wolves and tigers, and he couldn't stand them at all. Therefore, he couldn't resist this fucking disguise, and he could only lie down and enjoy. Girl A tied a pair of white dog ears on his head, and Girl B put him in a plain kimono, which was tight around his waist, puffed out his chest, and barely covered his buttocks. Was this a sex suit? No, President, it won't be exposed. Girl C sneered, picked up a furry tail from the item box, and equipped it on Yi-Jose's tailbone. The white, furry dog tail just happened to block the flirtatious look when he bent down. Should I praise you for being considerate? Yi-Jose's face stiffened. I understand the logic. Why do you want me to dress up as a dog? Ha! The girls were all surprised. President, you have so many dogs, aren't you a canine girl? Aren't you a dog lover? Don't you want to be the master's little bitch? Yi-Jose was speechless. Go to hell with your little bitch. He took a deep breath. As an outstanding and experienced single dog, no matter when or where, he had to maintain his composure even if Tai collapsed in front of him. Then he was put on a 10-centimeter stiletto by Girl D. Yi-Jose was speechless. No, no. Put me down. I'm afraid of heights, I'm afraid of heights. The girls laughed and walked out, returning to their respective positions, and some busybodies even called Yi-Jose Ganba Daddy. Seeing that there was no one to support him, Yi-Jose's long legs trembled, and he moved horizontally, trembling. President, what are you doing? Yi-Jose was serious. Every small step a woman takes is a giant leap for a man. President, it's time for you to carry the plate, table number 4. Yi-Jose was even more serious. Stupid, how can a beauty like me carry the plate? She should be placed at the door as a mascot. President, can you let go of that wall? Yi-Jose was very serious. Can I not wear high heels? Everyone was speechless. The answer was obviously no. However, not long after, the entire monster restaurant was in no mood to pay attention to Yi-Jose. No matter how long she wanted to be intimate with that wall, they had no time to care. Outside the restaurant, a silver-haired man in white walked against the light, tall and proud. He was indifferent, tall, handsome, gorgeous, and had an ancient feeling that was incompatible with this world, but also had a natural air of nobility. When he stood at the door, what was clearly a decently decorated restaurant had become a simple and crude slum. When he stepped inside, the narrow and cramped room became a magnificent palace, and the noise was far away, leaving only a touch of cold fragrance. It had to be said that Saishomaru was a man with his own light effects and BGM. When he came, he blinded people's eyes. When he sat, people became excited. Although he was used to being stared at by millions of people, and it was not the first time he was looked at by humans like this, those direct and hot eyes always gave him a strange feeling that he was running naked. After all, Saishomaru was a big demon with a strong mind. He extinguished the discomfort in his heart, and instead calmed down and began to look at the human buildings, decorations, and food. This place was really simple, far from the tincture where monsters gathered. There were also a variety of coarse fragrances, magnifying at the tip of his nose, almost unbearable. May I know what you would like to order? Saishomaru looked up and glanced at the girl in front of him, feeling that she would be scared to the point of fainting in the next second. It was very strange. He had already restrained all his aura, so why was the human still so afraid? He frowned, and his expression became even colder. Saishomaru would not make things difficult for weak humans. He just recalled Yi-Jose's usual drink, and said a name. Fat Otaku Cola. The sound was like beautiful jades striking each other, cold but pleasant to the ear. He remembered that Yi-Jose always drank Fat Otaku Cola. That black thing, was it really that delicious? Fat otaku cola. Fat otaku. For a moment, the onlookers were petrified, unable to associate fat otaku with the idol in front of them. Could it be that the idol was an otaku? He was cold and noble, and also collected figurines. He was handsome, and also had inflatable dolls. He was overflowing with dominance, and also played the game. Oh my god, the difference in style is too big. No, I can't accept this. The girl in charge of taking orders trembled. May I ask, what kind of snacks would you like? Snacks. He remembered that Yi-Gyoza often ate. His colleagues often ate it from the fridge. He had tasted it before, and it wasn't too bad. Fat otaku cola. Saishomaru frowned. That should be the name, right? The girl in charge of taking orders gradually became petrified. She maintained her stiff posture and walked back mechanically. Okay. Please wait a moment. At the same time, Yi-Gyoza finally slowly crawled out from the wall. When he raised his hand to lift the curtain and poked his head out, he accidentally met Saishomaru's cold eyes. Yi-Gyoza was speechless. Fuck, rich and powerful. At that time, he was leaning against the wall in an ecstatic position, stretching out his snow-white thigh. The sleeves of his kimono fluttered in a charming arc. His absolute territory was faintly discernible. Saishomaru was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He saw that this woman, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was not only wearing revealing clothes, but also cunningly dressed up like this. What a terrible attire. Only immature imps and women in the reproductive period of the dog clan would accidentally expose their tails and ears. Damn it, she actually dressed like this. White dog ears, a furry dog tail, long black hair that was as shiny as satin, and beautiful legs that were as slender as jade. Her waist was tightly bound, and her plump chest was almost about to burst out. Damn it, she actually dressed like this. The worst thing was that the other party's face was full of confusion, and no one knew what she was thinking. Saishomaru's murderous aura was almost tangible. Even if it only appeared for a short moment, it gave people a frightening feeling, as if they were being carried into a pig's cage in the middle of winter. They should have been unable to extricate themselves from the beauty, but for some reason, the animal instincts of humans that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years sounded the alarm, forcing them to quickly leave the scene. Everyone in the restaurant was speechless. They didn't dare to move, QAQ. The corner of Yi-Gyoza's mouth twitched, and he mustered up the courage to step on his high heels. He thought that he was graceful, but in fact, he was swaying towards his dog. An awkward silence in the restaurant was not good for business. But Saishomaru was here, and it was not easy to send him away. And now, he seemed to be inexplicably angry again. Yi-Gyoza understood that at this time, he could only coax Saishomaru. Otherwise, with the delicate and sensitive maiden's heart, he would definitely not be able to coax him. So, as a man, why should he coax Saishomaru with the same methods that he used to coax girls? Oh, maybe he was a nanny. Damn it, it was convenient for him to have a job, but he was purely trying to flirt with girls. Why are you here? Yi-Gyoza showed a flattering smile. Do you want to get a closer understanding of human customs and practices? Saishomaru didn't say anything. He pulled off the fur tail on his shoulder and threw it to Yi-Gyoza. Cover it. Yi-Gyoza was speechless. He looked down at the soft breasts, long legs, and touched the ears of the dog tail. Oh, so that's how it is. As expected of Fujiang, who had been a dog for 400 years, he thought further than me. Yi-Gyoza relied on his professional certificate of Dog Language Level 12 to decipher the meaning that Saishomaru didn't finish his sentence. A ball of fur was more like a dog. Wasn't that right? The fur on Saishomaru's shoulder was real dog skin. Yijose kept smiling, wrapping the fur tail from his shoulder to his chest, around his waist, and wrapped it around his thigh. The last bit of fur was simply clamped between his legs. It's soft and comfortable, a high-end fur. Yijose was quite emotional. He twisted his body and found a comfortable position to lean on. Saishomaru sucked in a breath. Don't move. He shouldn't have lent his tail to her. It was also a part of his body. At this time, the waitress carefully carried the iced Coke and the fried chicken bucket over and placed them between the two good-looking killers. She looked left and right, and her whole body was filled with a curiosity for gossip. What to do? Such a man and such a woman, just sitting together without talking, were enough to make people's imaginations run wild. Even if their president was a bit of a dog, even if the man opposite them was a bit fierce, but looks were justice. Yes, looks were justice. After confirming that there was no murderous intent, the onlookers entered the restaurant and lined up to pay the bill, trying to satisfy their strong curiosity and gossip. I didn't expect you to order this. Yijose's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but reach out his paw at the Coke. Saishomaru picked up the Coke cup, ignoring her outstretched hand, and raised his neck to take a sip. Yijose was speechless. He didn't give up. He reached out to the pleasure bucket and aimed at the fragrant drumstick inside. Saishomaru picked up the lid of the pleasure bucket and covered the steaming drumstick. Yijose was speechless. He kept smiling. He knew that Fu Chang was more protective of its food. As the owner of a dog, of course, he couldn't fight with a pet dog for dog food. Please give me another serving of the same. Wouldn't it be better to eat separately? By the way, Saishomaru, do you have money on you? Yijose suddenly paused. Saishomaru, do you have money on you? Saishomaru was speechless. Yijose sucked in a breath of cold air. Do you know where I left my bag? My pocket money is all in my school bag. Now. I have no money. Saishomaru was speechless. He remembered that the human with the bag seemed to be frantically looking for the dog. Yijose whispered, we don't accept credit during business hours. There's no other way. Unless someone we know pays in advance. Otherwise, we can only eat with these two drumstick buckets until the restaurant closes. Otherwise, it'll be so embarrassing if we don't have money to pay the bill. Also, if I pay the bill, won't it show that you're a man with bad taste? Saishomaru was speechless. Saishomaru glanced at her coldly. He placed his hand on the table and shook it lightly. 5 or 6 pieces of gold the size of a fingernail fell. Yijose was dumbfounded. He always thought that Saishomaru was noble and aloof. Not only was he arrogant, but he also didn't need to go to the toilet. He only cared about leveling up and killing monsters. Gold, silver, copper, and iron really didn't fit this young master. But now, he realized that Saishomaru not only carried money with him, but also gold. Yijose said dryly, we use paper money. That's something you need to solve. Saishomaru picked up a drumstick and stared at it for a long time. In the end, he didn't eat it. If he was white firewood, it wouldn't be a problem to tear apart food like a beast. But now, he was in human form. His upbringing didn't allow him to cross the line, especially under the gaze of a group of scum. Seeing that Yijose was about to say something, he simply picked up the drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth. Very good, the world was quiet. Yijose pulled the drumstick off. I say. Saishomaru picked up the second drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth with precision. Yijose was speechless. Yijose stared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes and a sinister smile. The next second, he gently moved his chair to Saishomaru's side, grabbed a drumstick with his own hands, and brought it to his mouth. "Fuqiang, have a bite." Yijiosa leaned over with a smile, his upper body tilted at an enchanting angle. "Have a taste." For some reason, Saishomaru tore off the first bite. Yijiosa narrowed his eyes and carefully turned the drumstick around. "Have another bite." "2 buckets. I don't have an iron stomach." Saishomaru didn't say anything. He seemed to be weighing something. After hesitating for a while, he still ate the drumstick in Yijiosa's hand. For the owner and the dog, this was an extremely daily scene of feeding and being fed. But for the boys and girls in the restaurant, this was the biggest blow a lovey-dovey dog could inflict on a single dog. Who was it? Showing off their love in front of them. Chapter 208. APTX 4869 was an enhanced version of dichlorvos, a highly toxic version of amoxicillin produced by the Black Man organization. It was colorless and tasteless, and it melted in the mouth. It could kill people without leaving a trace. It was a must-have medicine for home travel, murder, and robbery. Currently, it had not applied for a world patent. Its toxicity was completely fatal to humans. Currently, all the people on the list of people who had taken it had died. Only a few people were in a state of unknown status. Because there were unknown fish that had escaped the net, Jin was more concerned about APTX 4869, and in thousands of experiments the only surviving white mouse told them the answer. APTX 4869 had a side effect that had a very small chance of triggering. It would be because of the special constitution of some users, and they would return to the early stage of growth and development. In addition to their temperament, mind, and personality, the user's body, hormones, and strength would all degenerate to the early stage. They would grow up again. Unless the user's own immune system could break down the side effects of the drug, or if high-end scientists developed an antidote for APTX 4869, otherwise the user could only become a child, whether they wanted to or not. Shinichi Kudo was once a victim, but unfortunately, he became a dog. Jin was once a drug master, but he accidentally became a primary school student. Yijiosa did not have a deep understanding of APTX 4869. He only knew that this drug was poisonous and would make people degenerate into children, but he did not understand its efficacy and horror. But looking at Idagawa Jinya, who had regained his youth and was still alive and kicking, Yijiosa subjectively thought that the drug was harmless. At most, it had a little mischievous attribute. And Saishomaru was a dog demon. In the few times he had fought with him, he had used the poisonous claw and the poisonous whip. Thinking about it, in front of the ancestor who played with poison, this little thing should be a side dish to go with drinking, right? If something really happened, he would save him even if he went bankrupt. But now, it was more important to vent his anger. Therefore, Yijiosa happily courted death and fed APTX 4869 to Saishomaru. However, Saishomaru was a big monster with a poker face who was reserved and proud. In his view, poisons that were fatal to humans were not only useless to him, but would instead become nourishment for him. Thus, he did not take Yijiosa's little tricks to heart. It was just a little poisonous snack. Even if he ate a bucket of it, it would only make him feel a little full. If she wanted to feed him, then he would feed her. It was time to let her know that he was completely different from a useless human being. He was Saishomaru, a pure-blooded demon that stood at the peak of the demon realm. It was her honor to be able to feed him snacks. Thus, Saishomaru indifferently paced back and forth on the brink of death. He received the APTX 4869 that Yijiosa fed him. For a time, the scene was very harmonious, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women, the combination of icebergs and blazing flames. Until Yijiosa's finger that was feeding him medicine slowly retracted and touched his lips, until Saishomaru's tongue moved slightly faster and touched her fingertip. There was a moment of silence, and they both widened their eyes at the same time. This was just a small accident. Yijosa usually fed white firewood, and occasionally had the privilege of having his finger licked by Fu-chang. When that pink tongue gently swept across his palm, he always felt that Fu-chang was extremely cute. However, Fu-chang was white firewood size, so no one cared. It was just feeding a dog. In his previous life, when he fed a husky, his entire hand was held in the mouth of that dead dog. There was nothing strange about it. However, Fu-chang was not a dog now, but Saishomaru with a beautiful face. Yes, he was a beauty. In Yijosa's opinion, whether it was from a man's point of view or a woman's point of view, as long as his aesthetic sense was not distorted, he had to admit that Saishomaru was a beauty. And a beauty who was so beautiful that it made people ignore his gender. Therefore, when his fingertip touched his lips and tongue, he did not know if it was because he was flustered, but he really felt embarrassed, but he also vaguely felt anticipation and joy, as if he was sick. As an adult who had lived 2 lives, Yijosa knew what this felt like. But it was because he knew that he wanted to escape, stay away, and play dumb. In his view, this kind of thought was out of line and crazy, and once it started, it was very likely that it could not be stopped. After all, this was Saishomaru. Saishomaru was really a little special to him. Yijosa even felt a little despair. Instinctively, he wanted to withdraw his hand after being stunned, but he found that Saishomaru was 1 step ahead of him and grabbed his wrist. Fierce, tight, and not allowing for resistance, just like Saishomaru's occasionally beastly nature. "What are you doing?" Yijosa pulled his hand away. "My hand is not food." Saishomaru lowered his golden eyes, and the corners of his lips rose 3 millimeters as he smiled faintly. "There's poison residue on your fingertips." Yijosa was stunned. After grabbing the greasy drumstick and applying the APTX 4869 dissolvable powder, his fingertips really did carry poison. "If you don't clean it up, do you want to feed it into your mouth?" Saishomaru glanced at Yijosa from the corner of his eyes. His purplish-red eyeshadow and bright golden eyes gave Yijosa a natural and charming illusion. He stuck out the tip of his tongue, closed his eyes, and slowly and wetly scraped his tongue across his fingertips. Yijosa only felt a boom in his head. In an instant, the central TV news channel exploded into a screen filled with static. All the grass mud horses in his head held their faces and screamed at the top of their lungs like groundhogs. "No. Don't be so perverted. Wait a minute. Bridge beanbag. No. It's just licking fingers, what's there to be afraid of? He's a man, so what's wrong with licking another man's finger? Is there a need to be so pretentious? Oh fuck, he can't be pretentious. He's never seen a man licking another man's finger. When he cut his finger while cutting watermelon when he was young, his own father would not only lick his finger, but also laugh at him. But now, Saishomaru, no. He's a dog, yes, that's right, he's a dog. Imagine him as a dog. Imagine him as a husky from his previous life. That's right, take a deep breath. Yijosa, you can do it. Damn, how could a husky from his previous life have such a beautiful face? He's going to cry. Yijosa's mind was in a mess. The big screen was full of gibberish, densely covering the discordant scene that was being broadcasted. In the face of Saishomaru's illegal actions, he felt that he could not lose. He could not just sit there and wait for his death. Yijosa was quick-witted. He freed his left hand and grabbed Saishomaru's fluffy tail. He looked at the tip of the fluffy tail, thought about it, and put it into his mouth. Saishomaru trembled slightly and finally responded, what are you doing? Yijiosa's mouth was full of dog fur. He said expressionlessly, I'm just returning the favor. I'm just licking your fur. Saishomaru was speechless. He looked at the fluffy tail that had been torn off and then glanced at the pool of wet saliva. For the first time, he felt that Yijiosa's identity as a human was very good. Even in the powerful dog race, grooming was one of the compulsory lessons. If Yijiosa was a demon dog, this kind of grooming technique would not be passed on for 1,000 years. Saishomaru put down her hand and said calmly, grooming is about smoothing out and cleaning, not tearing it with your teeth. What you did just now was tearing, provoking, and fighting. Yijiosa was confused. So particular. Do you think all demons are barbaric? Saishomaru was unusually talkative. We have to remember countless points just to clean our fur, and you humans can't do that. Hey, don't you enjoy grooming your fur? I can't do anything better, so I can only endure it. Saishomaru said casually, the cleaning up of the pure-blooded great fae of the Hound clan is far from something superficial. That is real enjoyment. Yijiosa asked suspiciously, real enjoyment. Saishomaru's lips curled up 5 millimeters, and his mood improved by 50 degrees. Do you want to try? I'll give you this honor. This isn't your country. You want to try? Yijiosa muttered to himself, feeling like he was about to step into a trap. But Saishomaru didn't seem to have the potential to engage in multi-level marketing. Humans are humans after all, Saishomaru mocked in a low voice. Vision, temperament. That's... No. I'll try. When Yijiosa saw an opportunity to escape, the first thing he thought of was to stay calm, even if he didn't know what the so-called try was. Yijiosa was looking forward to it. What kind of enjoyment is this? Supreme VIP. Does the country of demons do this too? Saishomaru didn't explain much. How long are you going to grope? Let go of my tail. Yijiosa was speechless. He looked down at the bald tip of his tail and couldn't help but fall silent. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance. Kimimaro and the members of the Siren basketball team finally squeezed into the demon restaurant. Unfortunately, the monster restaurant was already overcrowded at this time. Kimimaro squeezed through the crowd with difficulty and walked to Yijiosa's table. When he saw that his boss had noticed him, his bright eyes suddenly lit up, as if they were swaying with dollar signs. Boss. People. Kimimaro, you're here at the right time. Yijiosa held his hand excitedly. We didn't bring any money, so we'll have to rely on you to settle the bill. Kimimaro was speechless. He looked at Saishomaru with a blank expression, then looked down at Yijiosa, who was sitting crazily, and asked dryly, Boss, are you dating? Saishomaru was speechless. Yijiosa was speechless. For some reason, there was a feeling of extreme awkwardness that made him want to die. In the end, the demon restaurant exempted Yijiosa and Saishomaru from paying the bill. It was because they were too good-looking, so their turnover was off the charts. Because there were too many people, they were blocked and couldn't leave. They sat there in a daze until evening. Night gradually fell, and the drama club and dance club's large-scale performances were about to begin. People moved to the large stadium, and the food street was much emptier. Yijiosa and Saishomaru walked together with a group of basketball players on campus. Tetsuya Kuriko's voice suddenly sounded. Meijinji-san, I heard that Karise-kun will be on stage for tonight's drama performance. Ah, yes. Meijinji Wuyue smiled. It's a pity that the drama club members' looks can't support the image of a prince, so we can only ask for external help. We asked Karise-kun from Haichang. Karise-kun is a model, right? Kohara Atsushi held the drama club entrance ticket in his hand and ate ice cream. No wonder the tickets are a bit expensive. What's the drama this time? Midori asked. Karesu-kun is a prince. Are you talking about Snow White, Romeo, Juliet, or the mermaid? Meijinji seemed to have thought of something, and his whole body stiffened. It's Cinderella. Cinderella, not bad. Tetsuya Kuriko chuckled. To be able to act with Karesu-kun, the girl who played Cinderella must be very happy, right? Meijinji's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No, it's not worth being happy about. What's wrong, Meijinji-san? Because. Meijinji covered his face, and his voice was very unstable. Even his shoulders were trembling. Because the person who played Cinderella is Bright Green Peak. Crackle dash, it was like a thunderclap had struck everyone's heads, and they were all burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. For a moment, Midori's glasses were crooked, Ziyuan's ice cream fell, Vulcan's chicken leg was stuck in his throat, and even Tetsuya Kuriko felt that the vanilla milkshake in his hand had turned bitter. Bright Green Peak. Yijosa said in horror. This isn't Cinderella, it's a black girl. Crackle dash, another thunderclap had struck everyone's heads, and they were all dumbfounded. He's so black. Once the stage lights dim, won't he look like a fluttering skirt? Yijosa was going crazy. Are you sure this isn't a horror movie? In an instant, everyone seemed to foresee the scene of a young boy and girl screaming in fear. They would trample each other to escape, causing countless casualties. Also, Bright Green Peak has 8 abdominal muscles, and his body is full of muscles. He's wearing stage makeup and fiery red lips. Are you guys planning to cause trouble? Crackle dash, it was like a tribulation. Each scene in their minds was more horrifying than the last, and each frame was scarier than the last. Midori adjusted his glasses. So, why is Bright Green Peak the choice for Cinderella? Any girl would be better than him, right? Yasaki-kun's office told us that Yasaki-kun is on the rise now, and we don't want any scandals. Momoi sighed. Yasaki-kun. After much consideration, he chose Bright Green Peak. Why did Bright Green Peak agree? Yasaki-kun said that he has a cute picture of little Kuriko sleeping in kindergarten. I didn't expect Ada to agree. Crackle dash, thunderclaps fell one after another. A short sentence revealed a huge amount of information. Everyone looked at Kuriko at the same time, only to see him suddenly crush the entire cup of vanilla milkshake. Oh my god. Even the vanilla milkshake can't stop Kuriko. Yellow Peak and Bright Green Peak are finished. Kuriko's face turned cold, and a terrifying murderous aura overflowed from his body. At this moment, although he was only 168 centimeters tall, he was forcefully pulled up to 268 centimeters tall. This is too much. Kuriko pulled out a pair of scissors from his trouser pocket. I agree with Takashi Akashi-kun now. Those who don't obey should be killed. No, Kuriko-zai, calm down. Why do you have scissors in your trouser pocket? Did Takashi Akashi brainwash you? A group of people noisily escorted Kuriko to the drama club. By the time they successfully took their seats, the stage play, Cinderella, had already begun. Lights, music, trees, and characters, the story had begun, and everything seemed normal. Saishomaru sat together with Yijosa. This was the first time he had the leisure to watch a human show. Although the costumes were strange and the movements were exaggerated, they were not without merit. Until a lump of charcoal, Ching Feng Dehui, wearing a maid outfit, exposed the muscles on his arms, was scrubbing clothes in a large wash basin. He had fiery red lips, full and firm chest muscles, thick and terrifying thighs, and stretched black stockings in a large bow at the back of his waist. He was everywhere, showing the temptation of a wild and flamboyant man. There were several spluttering sounds, followed by waves of coughing. Saishomaru was speechless. At this moment, he had mixed feelings. It was as scary as seeing a chubby Gilgamesh belly dancing. Kakexu. Dehui Qingfeng almost forgot his lines. No, he couldn't say Kakexu. He was now a kind Cinderella. Damn bastard. At this time, the narrator sounded, Cinderella was a kind, weak, and beautiful girl. She was often bullied by her stepmother and stepsisters. Qingfeng scrubbed his clothes hard and played his best acting skills, but he heard a crack and the prop broke. Qingfeng was speechless. Everyone was speechless. A weak girl. Often bullied. The narrator trembled slightly. On this day, the prince in the palace wanted to choose a beautiful bride for himself, so he invited all the unmarried girls in the country to his ball. Cinderella wanted to participate, but because of her stepmother's power, she couldn't fight for herself. On the stage, Dehui Qingfeng stared at his stepmother and stepsisters expressionlessly. The three girls trembled in his tall figure. Qingfeng was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Because of her stepmother's power. Couldn't fight for herself. The narrator took a deep breath. Cinderella cried out of grievance. Dehui Qingfeng took a deep breath. His tall and burly body slowly squatted down, imitating the actions of a child, and began to rub his eyes. The whole scene was like Tarzan squatting down to count ants. It was terrifying. Qingfeng finally remembered one of his few lines. Whoa whoa. Everyone was speechless. No. Please let us go. Even Saishomaru looked away quietly. He realized that he really shouldn't have had too high of an expectation for this stupid human. Finally, the pumpkin car appeared. Little Fairy's magic wand came. After a series of special effects, Dehui Qingfeng put on the Balala Little Fairy costume and rushed to the palace like a tank on a pair of huge crystal flip-flops. Little Fairy with the magic wand was dumbfounded. Wait! What happened to the car? The narrator tactfully turned the tables. Cinderella jumped off the car and ran for love. Everyone was speechless. She was crazy. The lights changed, and the palace was magnificent. The handsome prince, Prince Huang Ase, stood in the middle of the crowd, toasting with each other. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The fangirls below the stage cheered, and the fangirls below the stage rubbed their eyes. Until their idol rejected the 108 girls, they saw a piece of clothing floating over from the dim light. Oh, no, it was the tall and majestic Miss Hui. Everyone. No. 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 The prince shook off the crowd and walked towards Miss Hui in a daze. He stretched out his hand and revealed a look of infatuation. He recited in an aria-like tone, "Ah, beautiful girl, will you dance with me?" Miss Hui reached out her bare paw and firmly held his hand. "It's my pleasure." Huang Ace's face turned green, and he whispered, "Little Qingfeng, be gentler." Qingfeng's face turned pale, and he whispered, "What should I do? I forgot the dance steps." Both of them were dumbfounded. Huang Ase took a deep breath. "Step on my leather shoes, I'll support you." He had no choice but to do this. Qingfeng stepped on Huang Ace's shoes, and the hard crystal flip-flops almost flattened Huang Ace's feet. They were intimately close to each other, dancing very heavily on the stage, as if they were carrying the weight of the world. At this time, even Yijiosa couldn't watch it anymore. Oh my god. Prince is a masochist, right? Saishomaru was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "What's a masochist?" Yijiosa whispered, "It's. They like to be abused, and the more they are abused, the more excited they get. He raised his head and looked at the scene on the stage, and then looked at the group of humans in front of him who were staring at the stage. So, humans are all masochists. She's also a human. She's also a masochist. The more she is abused, the more excited she gets. Saishomaru leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Miss Huey's performance finally came to an end. The prince carried a pair of huge crystal flip-flops and looked around for the beautiful girl who had disappeared, and finally found Bright Green Peak. When Bright Green Peak's smelly feet reached into the flip-flops, Huang Ase was so happy that he cried. He slowly squatted down and covered his leather shoes. Great! I finally found you. Damn, my feet hurt, it's finally over. Qing Feng recited the lines expressionlessly. There are so many beautiful girls in the world, why did you choose me? Chapter 209. After many years, Yi Jiosa, who was a fighting, leftover Buddha, finally ushered in the troubles of puberty again. However, this time, the object of his troubles was not the little sister with a thin waist, long legs, big breasts, and a good face. Instead, it was the big brother with narrow buttocks, strong waist, and clear abdominal muscles. To be honest, as a man in his previous life, he lived to the age of 24. Even if he had never been in love, at least he knew that his orientation was not gay. He was a straight man of steel, the kind that was as straight as an asphalt road without turning. Even if he was with the same sex, their daily pattern was always comparing who could pee farther, who could last longer, and who was bigger. He was a man, and to a man with the same body structure as him, how could he have feelings other than friendship? Even if he swayed around naked in the public bathhouse of the school, he was not interested in the strong and compact body of the so-called class hunk and school hunk. They were both men who didn't know each other. I have everything you have, how could there be coveting? Of course, after living for so many years, it wasn't like he had never met a gay man. But although he was a straight man, he wouldn't deliberately judge the right or wrong of others' orientation. It was none of his business. Why should he care if others liked men or women? What's more, when the two men were together, they could still move out a cute girl for a single dog like him. In a sense, he was still very grateful to the gay man. Unfortunately, he didn't get out of singlehood until he died. Perhaps his obsession with girls was too deep, therefore, after a reincarnation, he inexplicably became a girl. But it was fine if he became a girl. What was the reason for his tangled emotions now? In Yi Jiosa's inherent concept, he was a man, and he liked women. But as time passed, he gradually became Buddhist-like. From a young boy who loved beautiful women, he turned into an old monk who was single and didn't harm girls. But now, he actually felt that men were more attractive than girls. So what had happened to him all these years? Did he like men? Was it in his nature to like men? Yi Jiosa frowned, and the handsome faces of the men flashed through his mind. He carefully recalled their figures and appearances, and used his rich experience as a man to determine what the skin under their clothes looked like. Putting everything else aside, the group of teenagers playing basketball in front of him were all handsome boys. Huang Sei's skin was fair and beautiful with long legs, Qing Feng was tall and sturdy with a wild personality, Zi Yuan was lazy and undisciplined, Lu Jin was strict and serious, and even Haizi Zhou was petite, cute and adorable. Pfft, men are so adorable. He realized that he was seriously ill. All right, the youthful and handsome youths who played ball were almost a collection of most of the types of male gods. They could completely satisfy the tastes of most women or men. But could he be interested in them? No. Nothing. Nothing at all. Not only did he not, he even wanted to put his arm around their shoulders and ask them if they liked Miss Suo or Miss Yu more. Was it because they were too young, and he felt that there was a generation gap? Yijosa could not help but think of a group of rather old single dogs in the Soul Society. He also recalled the vast odd in the virtual circle that no one wanted for thousands of years. Fuju Jushiro, gentle and healthy, white hair, thin and naturally beautiful. He had considerable strength and a good family background. In the 21st century, Hua Xia would definitely be a warm man with a lot of female fans. But did he like it? No, he did not like it. Xiao Mu Haiyui, cold and noble, few words, handsome, beautiful and wealthy. It was said that his family was rich and devoted. In modern society, he would be a domineering president. There were many girls who wanted to marry him. But did he like it? No, he did not like it. Even if Xiao Mu Haiyui's temperament looked very similar to that of Saishomaru. TSK, were they not beautiful enough, not feminine enough, not slender enough? Yijosa scratched his ears and cheeks. He could not help but think of the androgynously beautiful Yukimura Seiichi, the handsome Kengo Otobi, the slender and abnormally thin Urkiola. But did he like them? No, he did not like them. He had lived another life. In his previous and current life, he had seen at least 1,000 men, if not tens of thousands. However, so many people could not make him pay too much attention to them. Saishomaru. How could it be? When did it start? Yijosa faced the evening wind, and his thoughts flew further and further away. And the more he thought about it, the more his heart could not calm down. Since when did he learn to compare all kinds of men with Saishomaru? Since when did he have a close and instinctive affection for the tall and indifferent white-haired man? Since when did he develop different feelings and inexplicable thoughts about Saishomaru? Was this right? Was this really okay? Yijosa exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He stared at Saishomaru's tall and straight back under the moonlight. His heart became more and more tangled. He was sure that Saishomaru was very special to him, but Saishomaru was a man. No, that's not right. Saishomaru was not even a human, he was a demon. He was also a dog demon, not to mention his little thoughts. Just the fact that humans and demons are different was enough to make him suffer. If he remembered correctly, Saishomaru's father had an extramarital affair and caused Inuyasha to be born. These two were clearly biological brothers, but as soon as they met, they fought to the death, a dog biting another dog's mouthful of fur. Saishomaru hated half-demons, and he could not understand his father who fell in love with a human. The most terrible thing was that Saishomaru was the heir of the Western Kingdom, the descendant of a great demon, the only pure-blooded only child. A great demon like him should marry a female demon who matched his family background, consolidate his rule, carry on the family line, and give birth to a bunch of outstanding dog demons like him. Instead of getting together with a human halfway, and enduring the torment of his lover leaving him in the long life of a demon. He deserved the best, and he deserved the best. Yijosa was deep in thought, and even his footsteps stopped. He followed Saishomaru out of Emperor Tonghuang mechanically. They walked slowly along the busy street, and were brought to a secluded alley little by little. He was so lost in thought that he did not even know when Saishomaru stopped. He walked forward until his head knocked on the armor in front of Saishomaru's chest. What the hell? Yijosa covered his face subconsciously, and there was a little cat urine in the corner of his eyes. Why did you stop? At least say something. Saishomaru lowered his head, looked at the hair on top of her head, and said calmly, "What are you thinking about?" Yijosa was speechless. His body gradually stiffened from there. To the school, right? Saishomaru's voice spread in the quiet night and sounded even colder. What are you thinking after coming out? As a human, you are very strange. Saishomaru said slowly, you are observing me, and your emotion is fear. What are you afraid of? Yijosa twitched the corner of his mouth. Fear your ass, fear your ass. Saishomaru, we have been together for a few years, do you think I am afraid of you? If I were you, I would have run away a long time ago. There was almost no extra emotion in Saishomaru's golden eyes, and he said in a firm tone, why did you lie to me? Yijiosa was stunned. I am a big demon. Suddenly, he leaned toward her, and his right arm quietly wrapped around her waist, pulling her to him. Yijiosa, you always seem to forget this you. Yijiosa was stunned, and subconsciously struggled, but found that she was already locked in the other's arms. Saishomaru's right arm held her, and his left hand raised and gently pinched her neck. The big demon narrowed his eyes. There are tens of thousands of prey that I, Saishomaru, have hunted, and among them, there are many outstanding ones who are more qualified and powerful than me. Do you know how I did it? Saishomaru revealed a trace of murderous intent. The moment they fear me is the moment I make my move. But what were you afraid of before? Saishomaru's velvet tail stretched out, and like a snake, it wrapped around Yijiosa's body. Are you giving me a chance to make my move? Yijiosa rolled her eyes, and pushed his arm. Let go of me first, my waist is about to break. Did your brain get smashed by flip-flops today? If you want to kill me, I will risk my life to fight with you. Do you want to see which is harder, the Jinshan River or your teeth? Saishomaru did not say anything, and slightly let go of her. After a long time, the big demon said, I will not kill you. Different prey naturally had to be treated differently. Yijiosa was not food, nor was she an obstacle to his dominance, nor was she a stepping stone for him. She was what he wanted to get. Saishomaru's golden eyes were unfathomable, and he simply hugged her tightly, released his demonic power to cover his breath and figure, and took her to the sky, flying in the night to a faraway place. Yijiosa was speechless. He could not understand Saishomaru's tricks at all. Where were they going? Was he planning to chop his prey into pieces and throw his body into the wilderness? You may not believe it, but I was just thinking about a serious question before. Yijiosa decided to confess and save his life. Do you think it's possible for a man to fall in love with another man? A man falling in love with another man. Thinking of the previous stage play, Saishomaru could not help but think of the image of the white-skinned Huang Se and the black-skinned Qing Feng. He did not know why Yijiosa asked this question, but Saishomaru never spent time guessing what others were thinking. What he did most often was to confess his own understanding. Yes. Saishomaru was very calm. In the demon world, it is very common. Demons, especially big demons, have a very long life. Saishomaru recalled, many big demons will have more than one partner in their life. And when it comes to partners, big demons are very demanding. But demanding, they do not care about gender. The moonlit night was hazy. Yijiosa looked up at his silhouette bathed in the moonlight and was lost in thought. He always felt that at this moment, Saishomaru's sharpness seemed to have been neutralized, and he became especially gentle. It was as if the 1,000-year-old snow on the mountain top had some warmth. Matching strength, thinking, and ideas determine who the final partner will be. Saishomaru tightened the person in his arms. Big demons also have the right to decide their own partner. The stronger they are, the more they can transcend the restrictions. Men like men. I remember this is a taboo among humans. Saishomaru suddenly sneered, demons are different. Even if they are blood-related, they can still give birth to children. The closer their bloodline is, the stronger their offspring will be. Yijiosa's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Her surprise perfectly pleased Saishomaru. But soon, Saishomaru could not be happy. In other words, if your father and Shirluyi had given birth to a girl, then... Yijiosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Then Inuyasha would be your wife. Saishomaru's mood gradually froze. Oh my god. Yijosa showed a sympathetic look. What a pity, if Inuyasha was a girl, you wouldn't have been single for 400 years. Maybe you would have been single a few years ago. He suddenly wanted to throw her down from the sky. Let me think, if Inuyasha was a girl, you probably wouldn't have been so ruthless. After all, she is your future wife, right? Maybe you would have to bring her to the West and raise her. After all, girls are precious. You are more than 400 years old this year, and Inuyasha is more than 200 years old. Looks like they are very mature. What a pity, if the gender was changed, your child would be able to run, right? Saishomaru slowed down and landed on the cliff with a cold face. I suddenly feel that your father is farsighted. I knew that you couldn't get a wife with a cold face every day, so you had to give birth to another one. Who knew that one wrong move would cause the whole game to be lost? Inuyasha has one more GG. Shut up. Saishomaru, really, your father loves you. He's even thinking about your wife. Saishomaru's breath suddenly became a lot more dangerous. He stared at Yijosa in his arms and stared at her chattering mouth. Very noisy, yes, it should be blocked. He suddenly lowered his head, lifted her chin, and pressed his lips against hers. Under Yijosa's slightly widened eyes, he reached out his hand and clasped the back of her head. His fangs touched the corner of her mouth, and the tip of his tongue licked the dark red. The wet tip of his tongue went into her mouth and drew across a row of delicate teeth. He had always thought that the act of helping each other in times of need was very far away from him, but he didn't expect that he could taste a different taste as long as he lowered his head. She was silly, he knew. She began to struggle, he also knew. But he also knew that as long as her hand was not holding the sword, there was no real resistance. The prey's reluctance was like an invitation to the great demon, inviting him to taste her taste. Saishomaru was not a vegetarian. He had once used her to relieve himself, so he would only desire more. A good hunter would not let go of a rare opportunity to behave atrociously. You! Get away from me! Yijosa's mind was completely tense, and his body instinctively made him resist. It was true that he had some thoughts about him, but wasn't this kind of progress a little too scary? Damn, no. He was still a baby QAQ. In the end, as a baby, he was pressed to the ground. Below him was a soft fluffy tail, and above him was a great demon. His hands were on the side of her body, and his silvery hair slid down and spread around her ears. I won't marry. Saishomaru's voice was cold as usual, but his breathing was very heavy. I won't marry them. Yijosa's heart suddenly thumped. At 200 kilometers per hour, it was as intense as drinking Red Bull and chewing on stride. He slowly leaned down, his cheek against Yijosa's neck, and inhaled her breath. I just want to. Ugh! Suddenly, Saishomaru groaned and fell on Yijosa. He didn't know what went wrong, but his whole body was burning, and his claws were expanding, as if he was suppressing something unbearable. Even his fangs grew a little longer. Saishomaru's clear eyes glowed with a beastly red light, and the bones in his whole body made a crisp sound, as if they were reorganizing themselves. Even his meridians, body, and flesh were changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What happened? While speaking, Saishomaru's voice rippled like a ripple, and actually changed from a mature and deep voice to a clear and tender voice. Even though the toxicity of APTX 4869 had been digested by Saishomaru, its side effects were still effective. In less than 2 minutes, Saishomaru changed from a handsome man to a tender bun. His armor was put aside, his clothes were scattered, and the Zanpakuto, natural fong, an exploding fong fell to the ground. His flowing silver hair became slender and tender, and his long and strong limbs turned into tender arms. There was a lot of soft meat on his arms, and there were many small wrinkles. The solid muscles were gone, and it turned into a soft belly. The knife-like outline disappeared, and it turned into round cheeks. The purplish-red crescent moon pattern was still there, and the cold and proud temperament was still there. However, when the young Saishomaru crawled out of a pile of clothes, he was angry and did not give any face, but Yi-Joseph felt that he was cute, so damn delicate and beautiful. At that time, Saishomaru was lying on her chest with his loose clothes rolled up. His golden eyes were full of anger, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was inconvenient, Yi-Joseph suspected that he would give him a meal of sugar-fried chestnuts in the next second. Saishomaru. Oh, no, Sakeshitamaroko looked at her coldly, and with a serious face, he scolded in a childish voice, "What did you do?" Yi-Joseph was speechless. "No, hold it in, I can't laugh." "But so cute, oh my God." She was like an exquisite little girl. He only knew that Saishomaru was beautiful, but he didn't know that he was so beautiful when he was a child. He trembled as he propped himself up, and reached his trembling hand under Sakeshitamaroko's armpit, and picked up the glutinous rice ball. "Saishomaru. You." Sakeshitamaroko frowned, and his round face was full of bitterness and hatred, like a 2- or 3-year-old baby considering whether to eat rice paste or drink nanai for lunch. Too cute. Did you feed me the drug?" Sakeshitamaroko was experienced and mature, and he analyzed in a childish voice, "Poison doesn't work on me, so there is something special in it that restrains my recovery ability." As he said that, Sakeshitamaroko reached out his chubby little hand and gently squeezed it. With a completely harmless tone, he threatened, "When I get my hands on it, you will have to pay the price." Turning into a cub, and doing it in front of her. It was unforgivable. He had indeed indulged her too much, so much so that she had stirred up trouble to this extent. Yi-Joseph was almost melted by her cuteness. He hugged the soft and cuddly dumpling in his arms, and took a deep breath of the milky fragrance. "Oh, Saishomaru, I like you so much." Sakeshitamaroko froze. Yi-Joseph kissed his little face, and his whole body was filled with the glow of a love-struck man. "Daddy loves you." Bathed in Yi-Joseph's saliva and kisses, Saishomaru could not help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 210. As a pure-blooded demon. Saishomaru's childhood was undoubtedly very long. Unlike human infants who only needed to eat, drink, and defecate, he crawled out of his mother's womb and had the consciousness of being a beast. The bloodline of the White Dog clan was overbearing and powerful before ancient times. It was mixed with the powerful talent of the great demon of Zhongzhou State, and it was tempered and summarized by generations of direct experts. He left behind brilliant and practical combat techniques for his descendants, as well as an incalculable amount of wealth. Saishomaru was a great demon born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had the highest end configuration since he was young, whether it was his bloodline, his talent, or even his potential value for growth. They all surprised his parents. But similarly, how capable he was. The higher the expectations, the heavier the responsibility. Saishomaru obtained resources that others could not reach, so he had to pay an immeasurable amount of blood and sweat. He was intelligent and mature early. He chased after the strong and wholeheartedly wanted to defeat his father at his peak to become the truly strongest. The same childhood the fox spirit in the neighboring territory was still laughing and playing. He had long been hiding in the grass to hunt. The same growth period the descendants of the great demons of other countries were still learning skills. He had long followed his biological father to the battlefield. The same maturity period the male great demons were busy courting and fighting for territory. He had long consolidated his forces. What was the joy of childhood? What was the troubles of adolescence? What was the love and hate of adult demons? In Saishomaru's eyes, heart, and concept it was useless, boring, and boring. As a demon of other people, since he was young, Saishomaru had always been self-controlled, casual, and casual. He never targeted the weak because the weak were not worth his attention. He never underestimated the strong because the strong were worth learning from. His growth amazed all the monsters, even his parents. Even his father admitted that at the same age, Saishomaru was much more outstanding than him. It was a pity that his eldest son, Saishomaru, was too cold and too unreasonable. A strong person who was full of power but didn't know what compassion was could never be called a true, strong person. If one did not understand the importance of life and did not learn to be benevolent, no matter how strong one would only be a tyrant. In General Quan's memories, the only time Saishomaru showed any emotion was when immortal fairy Lingyu forced him to wear female clothes. Saishomaru had never been a normal child. He had his own ideas and was brave enough to put them into practice. He was experienced and prudent, and had an extremely strong self-esteem. Even if he was a little impulsive occasionally, such situations were rare. He had no friends of the same age, no rivals, no one to protect, and no brothers. Just like that, he walked forward alone, not stopping for anyone. Until the appearance of 16 Knights and the birth of Inuyasha. Saishomaru, who had always been indifferent, had a rare suppressed anger and competitive mentality. It was also rare for him to doubt and resent his father's decision. However, he didn't attack the half-demon mother and son after his father's death. He was Saishomaru, and he had the dignity of a strong person. Even in accidental, coincidental, and unexpected situations, he would stand indifferently in a distant place, watching the stupid half-demon fall, get up, be rejected, and be driven away. And when Inuyasha used his soul-dispersing iron claw for the first time and saw blood, he left completely. To Saishomaru, Inuyasha was too naive and undisciplined during his childhood. He was stupid and didn't know himself at all. As expected, he was a useless half-demon. What was the childhood? It was used to hunt, kill, train, and grow, not to play, fight, and run to the side of their birth mother for comfort. This was an inherent concept of Saishomaru. Therefore, even after hundreds of years, when he coincidentally returned to the childhood, Saishomaru still carried on the excellent qualities of independence, self-control, and did everything by himself. However, he didn't expect that Yijiosa was so interested in his young. Many of the little troubles he encountered with his mother, he could also encounter with Yijiosa. The difference was that his mother had a playful attitude towards her young. But Yijiosa spoiled him unconditionally. Most importantly, he couldn't resist or reject this kind of spoiling. Saishomaru was a competitive person. Even if he became a glutinous rice ball, he still knew how to take care of himself. He wrapped his clothes and armor with a small amount of demon power, turned them into a size suitable for him, and put them on neatly with his chubby little hands. But when he saw the 3 swords on the side, the big demon held his bun face and frowned slightly. Not long after, Saishomaru dragged his short fluffy tail, rolled up the 3 swords and carried them on his back. The soft and cuddly ball, carrying 3 swords that were almost as tall as him, with a serious bun face, and a calm and serious look, like a little kid pretending to be an adult. Yijiosa held back his laughter and gave loving encouragement. Great, Saishomaru is so smart. If this was the way humans educated their young, it was no wonder why humans were so weak. Looking at Saishomaru's expression as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child, not only did Yijiosa not care, but his heart was even melted by the cuteness. Facing Saishomaru in his childhood, he found that he almost had no bottom line. Come, hug. Yijiosa opened his arms and puffed out his chest. Human women were almost unreasonable. He carried the long sword on his back, walked around Yijiosa with his short legs, and walked into the depths of the forest. But at this time, he was small and weak. Before he could go far, Yijiosa grabbed his arms and carried him up. "Ah, Saishomaru, you're so soft." Yijiosa sighed like a crazy man. There's still the fragrance of fried chicken from lunch. He rubbed his poisonous claws that were glowing with green light, thinking about whether to give her a claw. Unfortunately, his hesitation made him miss the best time to resist. Yijiosa tossed him up and down like he was weighing a piglet. Then, her breath blew into his ear. It was a little ticklish. The pointy demon ears trembled and turned slightly red. "Saishomaru, you haven't experienced the double qigong of the great Pure Yang, right?" Yijiosa was excited. "I'll bring you along to show off and fly." As soon as he said that, Saishomaru felt that he was in trouble. Sure enough, she did not ask for his opinion at all. She started running, sprinting, and leaping into the air. A blue Tai Chi suddenly appeared. She pulled out her long sword and threw him away. Instinctively, Saishomaru stepped on the sword with the tip of his foot. Sheathing the sword, holding his waist, twisting and turning, getting closer. A slight dizziness came over him. He looked up and saw Yijiosa's enlarged face. "Relax." Her voice was broken by the night wind. They leaped into the air, glided, rose again, and slowly landed. Compared to flying in a straight line, this was the first time Saishomaru tried another way of flying. It was gorgeous, but... "Woman, where are you flying to?" Koshianamaru looked at Tokyo that was getting further and further away. Her childish voice sounded like thunder. "Tokyo is getting further and further away." Yijiosa was speechless. He turned his head stiffly, only to realize that he was careless and seemed to have flown a little too far. In order to save his dignity, Yijiosa said calmly, "I just want to show you a different scenery." There was a hint of contempt in Saishomaru's small eyes. "Really, you have to believe me." Thud dash, there was a loud sound. Yijiosa did not look at where he was flying. He carried Koshianamaru and both of them crashed into a billboard. Children had a bad temper. Saishomaru had a cold expression on his face throughout the journey. Even Yijiosa's sweet words could not coax him away from crashing into the billboard and rolling 3 times in the bushes. Yijiosa was exhausted. He sighed and carried the child back home. He passed by the alley of the apartment that was full of ambushes. He had no idea how shocked the spy in the bushes was. "What? Jin has 3 illegitimate children." Someone broke down and said, "If she didn't carry him back, we wouldn't even know that there was a 3rd one." "So, how many illegitimate children does Jin have?" "What a despicable and sinister man. He has a nest of children. Even if we catch one, we won't feel it's a pity. Wait there and continue to keep an eye on him. Let's see how many illegitimate children he has. We'll catch them all in one fell swoop." Only Vodka, who worked diligently at the front line of the Black Man organization, had tears streaming down his face. He took out a small handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was touched and said, "He's indeed the boss. He can fight, resist, and give birth. He's really a man who stands at the top of the food chain." All the undercover agents of the Black Man organization were speechless. They all worked for the organization, but why was Jin so much ahead of them? So, was this the main reason why Jin became the boss of the Black Man organization? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, no one would have thought that the man who stood at the top of the food chain, the evil man who was envious, jealous, and hateful in their hearts, was now sitting on the sofa, watching a Yamato TV series with a nest of bored dogs. When Yijiosa and Saishomaru came back, they saw such a scene. A boy with light blonde hair sat in the middle, with soda, potato chips, and fried chicken piled in front of him. He was surrounded by dogs of all sizes, and there was dog food, water, and chicken skulls in front of him. They stared intently at the TV series, watching the latest serial of The Legend of the Great Mystery Man's Harem. In the scene, and indoors, handsome men of all sizes with different styles sat together, fighting over who could win the favor of the female general. The verbal exchanges were especially intense. Dogs wagged their tails and ate 2 mouthfuls of dog food. Their faces were full of disapproval. Uchiha Madara smacked his lips and barked a few times. If it were me, I would kill them all, take away the woman I want, and use the Sharingan to erase her memory. Violent. Aizen commented bluntly. Attacking the heart is the best. Attacking the heart is useless. Love between men and women is important in bed. The king is more important than the combination of benefits. Gilgamesh was unperturbed. I have power, influence, and capital. She can't refuse. Vulgar. 9 Orchid Flower licked the water and disagreed. Using feelings to bind the other person is a long-term solution. Even if there's no benefit, she won't leave you. Idagawa Corgi calmly barked. The love between a man and a woman originates from hormone attraction and dopamine secretion. It's a sweet illusion. The novelty period lasts for 3 years at most. After that, the love will turn into familial love. Being together is a habit, if. 9 Orchid Flower looked up. I heard that you have a girlfriend. Idagawa Corgi wisely shut up. Even if Lan wasn't by his side, her prestige as a second Dan Taekwondo black belt was still there. The dogs were silent for a moment, then turned to look at Yoshi Asakura, who had been silent all this time. Yoshi Asakura paused and expressionlessly said, I choose Earth. The dogs were speechless. Since you've chosen Earth, why did you watch Big Quinn with us? The plot continued, and only the sound of chewing could be heard in the room. When they came back to their senses, they realized that the owner's scent had filled the room, mixed with the smell of Saishomaru. The dogs didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until a snow-white ball climbed onto the sofa and sat down properly that they suddenly realized something was wrong. The dogs turned their heads stiffly and looked at the glutinous rice ball with short arms and legs. They sniffed the familiar scent, confirmed the cold gaze, and compared it with the same makeup. They widened their eyes in disbelief and almost burst out screaming like groundhogs. In an instant, the Yamato TV drama left them. The delicious dog food and the fat otaku happy bucket also disappeared. In the not-so-spacious room, all their senses were activated to the maximum as they stared fixedly at the killer glutinous rice ball. Uchiha Madara's legs trembled slightly. Saishomaru. Saishomaru gave him a cold look. The dogs were speechless. Oh my god, so it was Saishomaru. They thought that the owner had given birth to a chubby boy for Saishomaru after not seeing him for a few days. They were scared to death. No, that's not right. Why did Saishomaru become smaller? After Gilgamesh became fat, Saishomaru became smaller. Compared to becoming fat, becoming smaller was even more intolerable for other men, right? The dog's eyes changed a few times, but Saishomaru was indifferent. But his calmness, naturalness, and maturity that didn't match his age caught Jin's attention. Jin had never seen Saishomaru before. The first time they met was now. His memory wasn't wrong. When Yijiosa left in the morning, he took white firewood with him. A day had passed, but he didn't see white firewood. Instead, there was a white child in the house. At this time, Jin didn't have the concept of monsters or dogs or humans in his mind. In his eyes, Kimimaro was the perfect human-shaped weapon, and this white child was also a talent that could be molded. Jin curled his lips and wanted to find out more. So he picked up the original potato chips on the table that he had fallen in love with and handed them to the child beside him. What's your name? Saishomaru gave him a look. Saishomaru. Jin smiled. Aren't you going to ask me what my name is? Saishomaru looked at him as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child again. Idagawa is dedicated to his work. Jin was speechless. The smile on his face completely froze. How did you know? Jin was dumbfounded. Ever since he turned into a child, he had been in contact with very few people. The name Idagawa is dedicated to his work could be counted on one hand. Saishomaru spat out the word boring and looked at his arms and legs. His mood suddenly became bad. He looked at Jin indifferently. Then, in front of the child, he circulated his monster power all over his body. His silver-white hair moved even though there was no wind. This was the first time that Saishomaru had turned into a domineering monster. His eyes turned from gold to blood red, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing countless sharp white fangs. His face was covered with hair, and his body began to elongate. His whole body shone with white light, and little by little, he turned into a 2-meter-tall white firewood. Jin was speechless. He was stunned on the sofa, and the original potato chips scattered all over the floor. The scene that was beyond science shook his worldview and refreshed his knowledge of the past 20 or 30 years. White firewood bared his teeth at him, then slowly shrank his body and turned into a fluffy puppy. Jin was speechless. He was completely dumbfounded. The dogs clicked their tongues and ate up the potato chips he dropped. When Jin came back to his senses, the dogs all looked at Jin and showed a friendly smile of the core values of socialism. Jin was speechless. He slowly got up from the sofa with a blank face, and his legs were a little wobbly. He wandered like a ghost to look for Yijosa. At this moment, Jin finally understood that he was still a baby. I saw it. Jin was in a trance. The dog turned into a human. I saw it. Yijosa gnawed on the apple and did the questions without raising his head. Oh, Fuchiang. You'll get used to it. Is that a monster? Jin felt that his worldview was shattered into pieces. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Fuck, that's a great question. Yijosa put down the apple and smiled. Young man, since you asked with sincerity, I'll be merciful and tell you, we are dogs from Oat Planet. Dogs. At this moment, the name Dogs was deeply imprinted in Jin's mind. Saishomaru realized that as his body returned to its infancy, his demonic power had weakened a lot. Even maintaining the form of a puppy was a little unstable, and he would turn back into his human form from time to time. However, the puppy form was not lethal at all, and he might even become Yijosa's pillow, toy, or Barbie doll. What made Saishomaru the most intolerable was that they even had to take care of him when he was taking a bath. In the bathroom, Killer Glutinous Rice Ball hugged the showerhead and refused. Get out. If the tiles are too slippery, I'll fall. If the bathtub is too big, I'll drown. How can I be at ease? Yijosa rolled up his sleeves and snatched the showerhead. It's not like I've never bathed you before. Why are you so angry? Get out. No. Yijosa laughed bitterly. Be a good boy, listen to me. I'll tell you a bedtime story later. Saishomaru Glutinous Rice Ball grabbed his clothes. Do you want to be melted by my poison? Yijosa quickly took off his shirt and resisted all his resistance. Do you want to be pinned down and spanked? Saishomaru was speechless. He was stripped naked and placed in the bathtub like a small iceberg. Yijosa carefully applied shower gel from his neck to his shoulders, from his back to his waist. The skin of a child was very tender. Even if he rubbed it carefully, there would still be a few red marks. Yijosa involuntarily lightened his movements, and the momentary gentleness blinded Saishomaru's senses. He relaxed his body along with her movements, giving her control. But, inadvertently, Yijiosa glanced at the other's lower body. In his limited contact with it, he only remembered that it was ferocious and scary, rough and hot. But now... Yijiosa was stunned, and he instinctively gloated. Ha ha ha, you've become smaller, and you're quite cute. Oh my god, ha ha ha. How can you be so cute even when you're chirping? Killer Glutinous Rice Ball was speechless. Chapter 211. As long as he was a man. He could not tolerate the word small. Especially in front of a woman he had a good impression of. Small was tantamount to undermining, embarrassing, and losing face. Saishomaru wanted face, strength, and dignity. He was angry and not easy to coax. Ever since Yijiosa ridiculed him, his face had completely darkened. The crystal doll standing in the bathtub could not bear it any longer. He raised his foot, hoping to kick her face as if he was stepping on evil spirits. He wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Little did he know that he was small and weak. The difference in height was too great. This foot directly hit Yijiosa's elastic chest and bounced him back under the backlash of the force. There was a splash of water. The glutinous rice ball was pushed into the bathtub that was filled with water. He suddenly sucked in a mouthful of soap bubbles. Yijiosa quickly scooped him up. He patted the baby's chest and back. He felt a lingering fear. See, I told you that you would drown in the bathtub if I let you bathe alone. Yijiosa soothed his anger. He made a decision. In the future, don't refuse when I bathe you. You want to save face and suffer. He did not say anything with a cold face. In his heart, he wrote down Yijiosa again and again. Until he was served to dry his body, Saishomaru wrapped a fluffy tail and placed it on the bed. He turned his back, as if he did not want to talk to mortals. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom across the wall. The fragrance of the shower gel spread through the crack of the door. With wisps of rising mist, the water vapor rose. It was quite intoxicating. Saishomaru turned his face and stared at the bathroom for a while. Then, he turned his head and nestled under the blanket. He lay on his side and pondered. He stared fixedly at the window, looking through the gap in the curtains at the darkness outside. When Yijiosa dried his hair and entered, he saw Saishomaru with his back to him. He seemed to have fallen asleep. He carefully lifted the blanket and lay down quietly, leaving only a bedside lamp on. The light was dim, and everything was silent. The dogs in the front hall had already gone to bed, and Jin had shut herself in. The night finally looked like a night. Saishomaru. Yijiosa leaned over and stroked the baby's fluffy tail. Are you asleep? You fell asleep. Yijiosa let out a long sigh. I wanted to ask you if I should prepare diapers for you since your body has become smaller. Do you wet the bed at your age? This heartless woman, always jumping on his bottom line. Did she really think that he would always indulge her? Then, he was pulled into a warm embrace. She hugged him from behind, rubbed her chin against his hair, and said softly, I want to take you to school. You probably think it's useless, right? The great demon frowned and remained silent. But I hope that you can be a little more humane than humane. Yijiosa yawned, and tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Just like just now, you kicked me when you were angry. It's nothing strange. Sometimes, although you are embarrassing, it makes me feel that you can be approached like this. Yijiosa stretched out his fingers to circle his silver hair. How should I put it? It's rare to see you lose your composure. I'm very curious. Saishomaru opened his eyes and listened to her nagging. You live such a noble and cold life every day. Don't you get tired of putting on airs? Yijiosa murmured, even if you become white firewood, you rarely play with your own kind. I don't know how you spent your childhood. Yijiosa's breath gradually became longer, and his voice was a little vague. Since it's not easy to get a second chance, just be a happy child. I'll take you to the amusement park and the arcade, okay? You were born in the Warring States period, so you definitely haven't played these things. Yijiosa smiled and patted his fluffy tail. You said that the great demon's life is very long. At least, remember me a little more. Saishomaru was a little stunned. He instinctively turned sideways, but saw that Yijiosa had already fallen asleep. The great demon's life is very long. At least, remember me a little more. Saishomaru pursed his lips and settled down. He was a great demon, and his life was based on 1,000 years. She was a human, and her life was only 100 years. 100 years to 1,000 years was like a firefly to the bright moon. When he was still young and vigorous, she had already become a white-haired old woman. Her hair was black and white overnight. Saishomaru suddenly found it difficult to sleep. Inexplicable emotions piled up, and the natural tooth on the bedside seemed to respond to his mood and slightly trembled. She would die eventually. She would die before he did. And death was an irresistible fate for him, and responsibility was a heavy burden that he could never shirk. With the West as the center, a prison, and a long life without her. Saishomaru only felt extremely agitated, and he tossed and turned restlessly. In the middle of the night, he broke free from Yijiosa's embrace, slipped out of the bed silently, picked up the natural tooth, and sat quietly on the floor. Natural tooth was a knife of healing. It could connect to the underworld, reverse life and death, and save the life of the dead in an instant. But even natural tooth could not let a human have an extra 100 years of life. He would eventually lose her, and this was a predetermined ending. Saishomaru was in a daze, and he did not know why he felt an unbearable sourness in his chest. It was a strange feeling of bitterness. He was angrier than when he saw his father rushing to die, and more sour than when he knew that Inuyasha inherited Taisuya. He wanted her to live. It was rare for Saishomaru to suffer from insomnia, but Yijiosa was still sleeping without a care in the world. He had almost planned Saishomaru's future school life, and realized it in his sweet dreams. As he slept soundly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the spacious classroom, a group of cute radishes sat together, chatting about the anime they watched last night, the Gundam they played, and the dishes they ate. After the bell rang, he looked at Sesame Glutinous Rice Ball, who was wearing a steamed bun face, listening seriously and taking notes. The math teacher wrote down the difficult question on the blackboard, and he smiled. Sesame Glutinous Rice Ball, please solve this math question for everyone. Sesame Glutinous Rice Ball released his scholarly aura, walked up to the podium with his head held high, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote down the solution. He was welcomed with applause and cheers from his teacher and classmates. When the delicate child returned home, he held the test paper with full marks and jumped into his arms. He blinked, and his face was full of arrogance. He looked like he was begging for praise, but he refused to say it. Mom, I didn't embarrass you, humph. Oh, fuck, he's so cute. Yijiosa felt like he was about to be melted by his cuteness. Wait, what's with Mom? Ha ha ha, Saishomaru also knows how to call me Mom. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. But at this moment, the door behind him slowly opened. A familiar and tall figure walked over, as if carrying frost and ice. Yijiosa couldn't help but turn his head, and the moment his eyes met, he suddenly trembled. Dad! At that moment, there was only a crisp call left in his dream. But this call was like a pair of large hands, ruthlessly tearing open the secrets in his heart, and displaying all of his foolish thoughts and delusions in front of him. Yijiosa was scared awake. Yijiosa hugged Saishomaru, and both of them had dark circles under their eyes. The apartment was filled with an indescribably low pressure, and even Jin was a little quiet out of fear. The first day after the school festival was the students' holiday, and it was time for logistics to clean up the field. Taking advantage of today's free time, he had to take dedication to the appointment office for a comprehensive psychological examination. And the psychiatrist was a rather young woman. Dr. Hasegawa, good day, Yijiosa smiled and pushed Jin forward. I'll leave this child in your care. Jin pretended to be simple, but in his heart, he felt like a roaring horse was galloping. This wasn't a psychiatrist, she was clearly an employee of the Black organization. Even if she wasn't a core member, she did work for the organization. If he remembered correctly, her name seemed to be Hasegawa Eri. So the question was, she was supposed to be the woman in charge of the North American arms transfer in the organization. Why did she come here to work as a psychiatrist? Was it because of the vodka, or? She had a relationship with the police, and was an undercover agent. Chin-jio remained calm and collected, her face was pure and innocent. Hasegawa smiled and looked at Jin's face with extreme gentleness. What a lovely and beautiful child. It's just a little psychological test and a few small questions. Don't be nervous, there's no injection. Jin. He suddenly remembered Akai Hidaichi's needle. Yijiosa waited outside, and only Jin and the female doctor were left in the room. As Jin expected, all the test questions given by the female doctor were basically predicting whether he had antisocial tendencies. But Jin was Jin after all. He imitated the innocence of a child with the wisdom of an adult. No matter what the other party gave him, he could predict, choose, and answer with the eyes of a child. Half an hour passed. Hasegawa smiled as he saw off Jin and Yijiosa. He stared at the analysis report on the table for a long time, then grabbed the landline and dialed a number. Asai-kun. Hasegawa held the report and said with certainty, this is just a child. His actual age is about 8 years old, and his mental age is only 12. I don't understand. Why do you say he's Jin? Jin isn't a child anymore. This is his child. Yes, I believe in my professionalism. Sorry, this child isn't antisocial, nor is he paranoid. After half an hour of conversation, I think he's a smart, simple, and a little cunning boy. Hasegawa told Akai Hidaichi his conclusion. On the other end, the young FBI investigator drank some cocktails and hung up the phone with a smile. The one who knew the enemy the best was always the opponent. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would take root and sprout. Jin had done a lot of research on human psychology. It wasn't difficult for Jin to unknowingly brainwash a psychiatrist into believing that he was just a child. Then the question was, how did Jin become a child? How did he get adopted? How did he enter the school obediently? Was he really Jin? Akai Hidaichi was still very annoyed today. He loosened his bow tie and looked at the latest big news in the Tokyo Times. His lips curled up. The girl who lived with Jin was a teenage detective who cracked a big case with her partners. The greater the fame, the greater the responsibility. Jin, a criminal, mixed in with the detective team. Was she planning to turn over a new leaf? When Yijiosa took Jin to Daidan Elementary School to report, he had no idea that he had become a celebrity. Following the Hojo family. The behind-the-scenes deals were exposed bit by bit, and the big case that had been covered up for a long time came to light. The one-sided crusade completely shattered the last fantasy of the Hojo family. Due to the involvement of too many people, the people in power in Japan almost lost their credibility. They had to apologize solemnly and increase their efforts to reward the people who solved the case this time. Yijiosa was among them. When he stepped into the principal's office of Daidan Elementary School, he received a warm welcome. Yijiosa was completely dumbfounded as he handed Jin to his teacher. He bowed to a group of tearful elders and accepted their compliments stupidly. By the time he figured out what was going on, Jin had even finished the entrance test. Naturally, Jin scored full marks and was successfully admitted. Yijiosa took Jin to buy school supplies and a change of clothes, and then sent him back to Daidan Elementary School in a daze. When Jin's figure stepped into the classroom, Yijiosa seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du vessels, and finally had a flash of inspiration. Oh my god. Did he make his debut as AC? Oh my god, did Kudo and Hattori Heiji know about it? Oh my god, they could even receive an award and be commended. The lighting, music, and coquettish positioning, the three of them should have a famous name, right? Or should they be called SHE? He really was a genius. Jin felt that he was really unlucky, and his life was full of misfortune. What did he do in his previous life? Why did he always encounter Akai Shuichi, the bastard, no matter where he went? Instead of being an FBI investigator and investigating a large number of cases, he had to stay in a small place like Japan and tease children for fun. How shameless. He was a doctor when he took injections, he was a teacher when he went to school. Were all investigators so free? Ah. Jin sat stiffly in his seat and stared blankly at Akai Shuichi, who was lecturing like a dog. He just wanted to pick up his gun and poke him into a sieve. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Before he could poke Akai Shuichi into a sieve, he had been accurately thrown 3 pieces of chalk by the other party. Crack! Jin's anger rose, and he broke the pencil in his hand. The little turnips in front and behind him trembled, and their mouths shrank as tears flowed down. At this time, silence spoke louder than words. Even Akai Shuichi was a little overwhelmed. In fact, it was quite difficult for him to deal with children. Jin narrowed his eyes, looked at the child who was crying out of breath, and then looked at Akai Shuichi, who was stiff all over. He sneered 3 times in his heart, and had already thought of a good idea. After one class, the terrifying legend of the new teacher Akai being a devil who dug out the hearts of children and ate them spread throughout the class. Emotions gradually fermented, settled, and formed. In the last class in the afternoon, when Akai Shuichi stepped into the class, he was shocked to find that all the little turnips were staring at him with fear, panic, grievance, and tears in their eyes. When he threw chalk at the blonde boy again, a group of students were so frightened that they burst into tears. Akai Shuichi was speechless. I can't be a teacher anymore. Since all the children in the class had a negative impression of Akai Shuichi, the female teachers had to come forward to comfort the children and ask in detail the reason. But there was no logic in the 7 or 8-year-old children. Between the questions and answers, there was only sobbing. Akai Shuichi is a devil. He will dig out our hearts and eat them. He even threw chalk at Idagawa-kun. He's a bad guy. Akai Shuichi's short teaching career was labeled as devil, tyrant, and bad guy. After several discussions, the teachers appointed the quietest and most obedient Idagawa-kun as the class monitor, making him the bridge between the teachers and the students. Jin was extremely obedient. I will definitely try my best to improve the relationship between Akai Shuichi and the students. Hee, brat, just wait for me to kill you. Akai Shuichi maintained his smile. I will also try my best to restore my image and become an excellent teacher. Hee, brat, just wait for me to kill you. Today, the FBI and the Black Coat Organization are still getting along very well. Yijiosa did not expect that the first to arrive at the apartment building was not Hattori Heiji or Shinichi Kudo, but Akagi Sejiro, whom he had not seen for a long time. He was wearing a white shirt and casual pants. He had lost a lot of weight, but his eyes were more determined. However, when he gently stroked the puppy in his arms, he gave off an extremely gentle feeling. Akagi Seijiro returned to Yijosa's house with patriotism, which had disappeared for a period of time. He also brought another 10-year dog food card. It could be said that he had won the heart of Yijosa. Patriotism was well cultivated. Although many parts of its body had different shades of fur, at least it was a size bigger than before. Sephiroth quietly nestled in Takashi Akashi's arms, arching his body to cover Takashi Akashi's chest, protecting his vital parts. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and looked around, as if looking for any suspicious people. "I'm very sorry. I heard it a little before." Akagi Seijiro stroked Patriotism's back and said softly, "It took care of me a lot. It seemed to treat me as its owner. It was always protecting me." Yijosa served milkshakes and pastries. He sat on the sofa with Saishomaru in his arms and said in a slightly surprised tone, "Protecting you? Well, it's incredible, isn't it?" Akagi Seijiro's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were nostalgic. "But I can really feel that it wants to protect my heart. So, I have to return it." Patriotism's front paws were firmly clinging to his shirt, and its tender claws were hooked onto the fabric, unwilling to let go. The Hojo family made a move against the Takashi Akashi conglomerate. Akagi Seijiro said lightly, "Half of the Takashi Akashi's residence was destroyed. The place where my father and I live now is not very safe. We were attacked 3 times. Each time, it was reminding me." Akagi Seijiro forcefully took off Patriotism and placed it on the short table. Who knew that the puppy was so angry that it kept digging into his arms with its hind legs? "It can't stay by my side." Akagi Seijiro smiled bitterly. "I haven't figured out how many remnants of the Hojo family are left. It's too dangerous for it to follow me." Patriotism seemed to be a little angry, and it growled in a low voice. Saishomaru narrowed his eyes and whispered in Yijosa's ear, "It wants to stay." Yijosa knew that his dog was not ordinary. He smiled and said, "Takashi Akashi-kun, keep it." But Patriotism's barks grew louder and louder. "It wants to protect you." It was Saishomaru who spoke. Even at the cost of his life. All the dogs in the room pricked up their ears and raised their heads to size up Akagi Seijiro. They really didn't understand what was so special about this young man that their new colleague would risk his life to protect him. Akagi Seijiro was still wandering. Saishomaru frowned and dropped a heavy message. "It's calling you, brother." Takashi Akashi was stunned, and his face was full of confusion. Dogs. Chapter 212. To Uchiha Madara, the word "younger brother" was nostalgic and sad. To Saishomaru, it was complicated and annoying. To Yoshi Asakura. "Oh, younger brother," something like that. It was better to go and die, except for Uchiha Madara, who could understand Sephiroth's determination to give up his life for his younger brother. The others really could not understand why the other party made such a choice. A creature like his younger brother was completely a big trouble. In Yoshi Asakura's memory, his younger brother, who was born from the same mother as him, always righteously stopped him from dominating, stopped him from competing for the Psychic King, and stopped him from ruling the world. In the end, he even brought a group of friends to gang up on him. Such a stupid guy did not deserve to be his younger brother at all. Hee. Yoshi Asakura was curled up in the corner. His whole body was emitting a gloomy black gas, as if he had used up all the blue talismans, but he was an African chief with an all-out lineup overflowing the black mud in the depths of the Holy Grail. A creature like his younger brother was completely a big idiot. In Saishomaru's memory, his half-brother was not only weak and naive, but also mentally retarded and reckless. He fought with him for his own father, fought with him for iron and broken teeth, he disobeyed his brother's decision and resisted his brother's iron fists. 50 years ago, the leopard cat clan found trouble, and the stupid brother fell in love until he was sealed. 50 years later, when he went to the grave on Qingming festival, the stupid brother played with a knife until his arm was chopped off. Such a brainless half-demon. As expected, it was better to crawl on the ground. Saishomaru curled up on the sofa, his mood falling at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second, as if he had used up all the forging resources and found out that what he got was a nail clipper. The air pressure around him suddenly turned as black as coal in a furnace. The chain reaction caused by the younger brother continued to ferment after KOing the two big bosses. Because Saishomaru and Yoshi Asakura discovered at the same time that Akagi Seijiro indeed looked much better than his stupid younger brother and the stupid half-demon. When they thought of this, their mood became even worse. Embarrassing. They couldn't even compare to an ordinary human. Little brother. Akagi Seijiro was a little confused. He was sure that he was holding a puppy in his arms, and he was also sure that the silver-haired child in front of him was a human. So, was this child's babble? But when he thought of Yujiosa's uniqueness, Akagi Seijiro had no choice but to expand his thinking in the direction of fantasy films. Sorry, I'm sure I don't have a brother. Takashi Akashi smiled, but his attitude was a bit strong. I am the only heir of Takashi Akashi conglomerate. My father will not have an illegitimate son to threaten my position. My father will not create an illegitimate child to threaten my position. The low air pressure in Saishomaru was almost freezing. So, not only was his stupid brother inferior to a human, even his own father was inferior to a human. Dog work. Of course, I know that you are the only heir of Takashi Akashi conglomerate. Yujiosa nibbled on an apple. He didn't intend to hide it from Takashi Akashi. The other party had given him 20 years of free dog food. This was a huge sum of money. How could he let his sugar daddy be a little confused? Takashi Akashi-kun, my dogs are not ordinary. Yujiosa confessed. At first, I thought they were just ordinary dogs. I even wanted to send them to be sterilized. Dogs suddenly became depressed. Even Sephiroth fell into silence. But after a series of things happened, I found that although they were wearing dog skin, I didn't know what was in their hearts. Yujiosa already had a rough guess in his heart, but he couldn't give him all the information. After all, although Takashi Akashi was his sugar daddy, he was not his family. Yujiosa's heart must be biased toward his wife and outsiders. To tell you the truth, the child beside me is level 12 in dog language. Yujiosa maintained his smile. I didn't raise patriotism for a long time, but in the end, whether he is willing or not, he may have to follow me. Takashi Akashi's hand holding the dog tightened. Compared to the time he spent with you, he will spend more time with me in the future. So, if you still have feelings for him, please don't rush to return them. At this moment, Yujiosa's voice was full of tenderness. Take him with you and cherish these days. I know you don't have an older brother, but maybe you were brothers in your previous life. Whether Takashi Akashi wanted to bring a dog or not, he must persuade his sugar daddy to bring a dog. Otherwise, his sugar daddy may be killed in all kinds of kidnappings and assassinations. It was better to bring a dog than to bring a dog. Yujiosa was brimming with the aura of the Virgin Mary. What's more, I respect the decision of patriotism. If he wants to accompany you, he will accompany you for a while. Don't you like him very much after raising him for a while? Raising a puppy was a troublesome and delicate job. Recently, he had to raise the slaughtering glutinous rice balls, so he couldn't do it alone. It was better to hand Igua over to Chi-Si. Not only would he be able to eat and drink well, but he would also be taken good care of. Moreover, patriotism would make Takashi Akashi happy. Maybe he could even get more dog food. Ah, a white hole, a white tomorrow was waiting for him. Brothers in your previous life. Akagi Shijiro's expression was a little complicated. That's really a little scary. He hugged the dog, and his mood was very complicated. He had always been favored by the heavens. If his older brother was a dog, it would be really terrible. But when it came to patriotism, he really couldn't bear to part with it. Takashi Akashi's expression was inscrutable, and finally, it was fixed on helplessness. He said as if to compromise, "I'm sorry, I want to stay with him for a while longer." With that, he got up and prepared to leave. "Sorry to disturb you, Yi-kun. It's getting late, I should go back." But you've only been sitting here for half an hour." Yi-josa was stunned. "Aren't you staying for a meal?" "No, I have a lot of homework to do." As if remembering something, Takashi Akashi's eyes softened. "Thank you, Yi-kun, for the Hojo case. My birth mother died in the hands of the Hojo family. My father laid low for 10 years and was ready to make a move. He even planned to send me abroad. If it wasn't for Yi-kun and your companion exposing the evidence and attracting a lot of firepower, I'm afraid that Takashi Akashi conglomerate would not have been safe." The Hojo family turned out in full force, bent on killing Yi-josa and the other two. It was precisely because the three of them attracted the firepower that the people in the rear could free up their hands to blow the matter up and destroy the Hojo family. Yi-kun is indeed very powerful. According to the intelligence I know, there have been 3 groups of people who wanted to cause trouble for you. I didn't expect that not only did you come out unscathed, but I also heard that you even attended the school festival. 3 groups. Yi-josa was dumbfounded. What 3 groups? How come he didn't know anything about it? Moreover, he hadn't met a single suspicious person who wanted to cause trouble for him, causing him to be bored for a whole week. But now, according to what Takashi Akashi said, the other party had been looking for trouble for a long time. Then the question was, where were the people looking for trouble? The Black Man organization that withstood all the firepower, sacrificed countless underlings, and consumed a large amount of ammunition was also hiding their achievements and fame today. Akagi Shijiro smiled. After avenging his birth mother, his smile became even purer. "I won't bother you anymore, Yi-kun. After the renovation of Takashi Akashi's residence is completed, I hope that you can attend the gala of the Takashi Akashi conglomerate. Please also tell Hattori-kun and Kunto-kun that the doors of the Takashi Akashi conglomerate will be open for them." Even though the youth was only 16 or 17 years old, his actions were extremely calm and magnanimous. His upbringing, etiquette, and conversation, although inevitably sharp, had a bearing that ordinary people couldn't compare to. As expected of the heir of a large conglomerate, he was different from the ordinary citizen, thought Yi-josa, the ordinary citizen. After bidding farewell to Takashi Akashi, Yi-josa couldn't help but carefully look around the apartment. After confirming that there were no so-called enemies around, he couldn't help but turn to Saishomaru. "Have you encountered any hitmen who came looking for trouble?" "No. It was impossible to encounter them. After all, those who came looking for trouble were all hurting each other under the apartment building, and almost all of them were dead after that. They didn't even meet face to face, how could they encounter them? Strange. Where did this group of people go?" Yi-josa was completely dumbfounded. Where else could they go? They were either bathing in the Yellow Springs, getting lost on the other side, or suffering in hell. The dogs yawned lazily, living the boring life of their owner, talking all day long. Even their mentality became more and more relaxed. 3 days later, the decline of the Hojo family was a foregone conclusion. Hattori Heiji and Kudo, who had disappeared for a long time, returned from the deep mountains and carefully sneaked into the Osaka Police Department, where they were tightly protected. About a week later, when the last criminal of the Hojo family was arrested, Hattori Heiji and Kudo were finally liberated. After liberation, it was the highest award ceremony in Yodo. This award ceremony was extremely grand. Not only did the political and business circles participate, but even the radio station began to broadcast it live, and the news media followed up one after another. The truth of the shocking case came to light, and the newborn calf defeated the veteran king. From the perspective of social significance and personal character, it had a great explosive point and igniting point. Because of the great responsibility, the award ceremony attended by Yijiosa and the other two was in full swing outside, and solemn inside. Kudo and Hattori, the two veteran detectives, needless to say, had received glory. Even Yijiosa had made a name for himself, receiving many recommendation letters from universities and invitations from law firms. At the same time, the students of Tongwang University and Shoda High School were in an uproar. It was one thing to hear about the news, but it was another thing to see their classmates' faces on TV. When they found out that the person next to them was a well-known detective, one could imagine how excited the teenagers were. So, when the three returned to school, they found their drawers, wardrobes, and shoe cabinets filled with snacks, love letters, and snacks. The grand occasion lasted for a long time, so long that the three worked together to solve two old cases, but it still did not subside. It even became more and more intense. Even Kimimaro, who was far away in Sirin, and Jin, who was holed up in Daidan, were affected. However, this affected was not affected. As Yijiosa's younger brothers, Kimimaro and Jin were his weaknesses. Some criminals, in order to prevent the juvenile detective group from investigating the case, always took the unconventional approach and wanted to kidnap the two children. Of course, all the criminals who had this idea were defeated. They had no idea that Kimimaro was a normal person when he wore the school uniform, but when he took it off, he was a white-bone demon. This was the same principle as Clark wearing underwear on the inside, and Superman wearing underwear on the outside. All the criminals who tried to kidnap him were tied up and brought to the police station by him. Fine, we can't afford to offend them, can't we? There was still a 7 or 8-year-old child in Daidan Elementary School. If they swarmed up, they would be able to take him away. They really couldn't take him away. Could this world be reasonable? Why would an FBI investigator be a math teacher at Daidan Elementary School? Not long after they arrived at the school gate, they were fucking wiped out. Why was it so expensive to be a bad guy these days? No, I'm going to cry. Forget it, I don't want to play with elementary school students anymore, okay? I heard that there was an even younger child with silver hair who was sent to kindergarten a few days ago. This one in kindergarten should be fine. Right? So, the criminals were on the verge of death. The side effects of APTX 4869 were slowly being eliminated by Saishomaru, but Saishomaru was indeed the master of poison. In the process of neutralizing the toxicity, not only did the venom in his body gradually adapt to the side effects, but it could even dissolve the exact same poison. In order to pursue perfection, Saishomaru was used to being a glutinous rice dumpling, so he was not in a hurry to change back. The life of a great monster was very long, and maintaining the same appearance day after day was a boring thing. Since he coincidentally became a child, it was not a bad idea to spend some time to live a new life. Moreover, after becoming a child, his long hair, fluffy tail, crescent moon, and eyeshadow didn't seem strange anymore. No human would argue with a child's clothes. Yichizawa asked Hattori Heiji to get a certificate. After that, he happily sent Saishomaru to kindergarten. In the name of beauty, he wanted to experience his childhood life. Saishomaru didn't directly refuse. Human life was so short, and even if he indulged her, it would only be a few decades. After that, he might not have the chance to indulge her anymore. He followed Yijiosa to the kindergarten, and because he couldn't carry knives, he gave his 3 knives to Yijiosa for safekeeping. After entering the kindergarten, Saishomaru was very glad that he didn't have any weapons with him, or else he would probably massacre the entire kindergarten. Human cubs were much easier to deal with than Yijosa when he was a bear, but it also meant more trouble. They loved to cry, clingy, and playful. For example, the little boy with a runny nose in front of him tried to stretch out his dirty little hand to wipe his noble tail. Paw! Saishomaru's glutinous rice ball was overflowing with cold air, and he slapped the boy's little hand away. Wah! Snot and tears flowed down, and the little boy cried himself hoarse, "My hand hurts. My hand is swollen. Wah! I don't want to be friends with you, wah!" The little boy faced the setting sun, his heart broken, and covered his face as he ran. Saishomaru was speechless. Another example was the little girl with a long ponytail in front of him, who smiled sweetly and was full of vigor, inadvertently showing the shadow of Yijosa. Killing glutinous rice ball didn't refuse her tentative approach. After the boring plasticine lesson, the little girl grabbed the sleeves of killing glutinous rice ball, dragging him out. "Nanako made a good friend, and wants to go to the washroom with her." Saishomaru was speechless. He raised his head, looking at the sign of ladies' washroom, shook off the hand of Nanako, and turned to enter the men's washroom. He didn't want to solve the physiological problem, but just wanted to tell the stupid kid not to mistake his gender. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the men's washroom, the little boys in the washroom all screamed, "Ah, get out! How can a girl enter the men's washroom?" Saishomaru was speechless. If all cubs were like this, he didn't think he needed any air. The slaughtering glutinous rice ball lived in an abyss of suffering. Wherever it went, it made a large number of children cry. For the whole day, he had to sing, slide, play with plasticine, draw, and play games with the cubs. However, other than drawing, he didn't participate in anything. He behaved like an autistic child. As for his painting, it was passed around by the teachers, and they praised him for his artistic talent. In fact, he didn't do anything. He just turned his hand into a dog's paw and printed a plum blossom on it. However, Saishomaru's plum blossom seal was indeed the most precious treasure of mankind. Today's killer glutinous rice meatball is still arrogant to the point of being unsociable. Saishomaru got through his boring daily life, and when it was almost time for school to end, he finally had some fun. A woman with a pungent perfume wearing a slender outfit. She hurriedly got out of the luxury car and grabbed his arm. Saishomaru's eyes turned cold, and his poisonous claws began to move. The woman played the role of an anxious mother. She first stuffed him into the car, and then explained the situation to the teacher in charge. Seeing that Saishomaru didn't resist and didn't make a fuss, the teacher let down his guard and said goodbye to them with a smile. When the car was far away, the kidnappers tore off their gentle disguise and became extremely ferocious. "Brat! Listen up. Tell your sister to bring the things she found to this location. Otherwise, we'll kill the hostages." The kidnappers grinned. "You don't know what killing hostages is, right? It means killing you." Saishomaru was speechless. He turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the rapidly moving scenery outside the car window. He watched the high-rise buildings moving away at an extremely fast speed. "Brat!" The kidnappers raised their fists, ready to teach him a lesson. "Don't you know how to speak? Don't you know how to be afraid? Do you need a beating?" Saishomaru's cold eyes turned to him. He closed his 5 fingers and gently slid them across his neck. A thin line of blood cut across his neck. The extremely corrosive poison leaped into his blood, digesting his body at a flying speed. The people in the front seat didn't have time to react. The kidnappers in the back seat, along with their clothes, were completely dissolved by the poisonous claws. The poisonous gas began to spread in the car. The speeding luxury car completely lost control and crashed into the guardrail of the bridge. A moment later, accompanied by a dazzling fire and a terrible explosion, the kidnappers in the car were completely sent flying. The white shadow flashed and disappeared, leaving no trace. Saishomaru flew high in the sky, looking down at the humans who were in a mess. He was indifferent and calm. He wouldn't make things difficult for young children, women, and the weak, but he would never be lenient to those who had evil intentions. Those who stood in his way should be prepared to be killed. Washing away his human form, his essence was still that of a bloody and terrible big demon, and it had never changed. Saishomaru returned to the intersection not far from the kindergarten. He leaned against a telephone pole with a small school bag at his feet. After the traffic lights changed 3 times, he saw Yijiosa waving at him from the other side of the street. She walked towards him with 2 ice cream cones, smiling happily like a husky who had just caused trouble. Fuchiang, hee hee hee. That. Saishomaru had a bad feeling. I forgot to bring the key. After thinking about it, I used the sky tooth to open the lock. Yijiosa said shyly. I had no choice. You have so many knives, but it's the only gentler one. Saishomaru was expressionless. I didn't expect the tip of the knife to be stuck in the keyhole. So I took out the sky tooth. All right. Our apartment is no longer livable. Chapter 213. Didn't Yijiosa bring the key? No, not only did he bring the key, but he also put it in his pocket. Could he be blamed for losing the key? No, he really couldn't think of squatting to go to the toilet. The key could roll into the urinal with a ding-dong sound. The key swung the water. It completely disappeared. He lifted the skirt of his school uniform and stood in a horse stance. He turned into a stone statue. There was only one thought in his mind. Should he fucking fish or not? Nonsense, what the fuck? No matter how rough he was, he couldn't dig the cesspool with his bare hands. After digging it with his bare hands, he would be despised even if he fed the dog food. Moreover, he still had to eat and take a bath. Wouldn't it be disgusting? Yijiosa left the school with a livid face. He ran all the way home. Looking at the dark keyhole, he first thought of knocking on the door. Unfortunately, the dogs went out for a walk on their own. There was no response in the house. What should he do? The children still had to go home to eat. He couldn't open the door and find that the stove was still cold, right? Yijiosa thought for a moment and took out a toothpick. How would he know that his lockpicking skills were not good? The toothpick was stuck in the keyhole. This was bad, not to mention lockpicking. Even with the key, he couldn't enter the door. He scratched his head. He picked in his backpack. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, he chose the natural tooth. To put it bluntly, he was attracted to the special physique of the natural tooth, which was slender, sharp, and did not cause any damage. Although the size of the natural tooth was too large and did not match the tiny keyhole, as long as he could take out the toothpick, even an iron pestle had to be ground into a needle. Yijiosa held the tip of the knife and carefully stabbed it into the hole. The natural tooth did not disappoint him. The tip of the knife rubbed into the small hole and gradually touched the switch in the depths. With the change in his touch and hearing, Yijiosa could not help but reveal a confident smile. The left and right natural tooth could not cut through the things in the world, so why not pierce it to the end and directly open the door? As soon as he thought of it, he even used his inner strength and pierced the natural tooth into the keyhole in one go. And firmly inserted it into the lock. However, did the door open? It didn't. Did the knife break? Not really. Anything that was destroyed by Tianxing's Fang would return to its original state. Naturally, the moment the door lock was pierced by Tianxing's Fang, it also gradually returned to its original state. Therefore, the natural tooth replaced part of the door lock structure and was firmly stuck in the lock frame. Yijosa, the king of 10,000 dogs, would never admit defeat. Yijosa pondered for a while and felt that removing the door was a good idea. However, it was common for people to make mistakes, especially today. He did not check and took the exploding teeth by mistake in an instant. It was as if he was chopping a wire with a kitchen knife. Sparks and lightning flashed along the way. The beam of light from shattering teeth pierced through the apartment building and destroyed the entire apartment building with a huge destructive force. Shattertooth's damage output had always been a bug. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a chain reaction. Anything that was affected by the exploding teeth would be radiated by the all-creation style in a series of 2, 3, or even 3. Moreover, the destroyed item would never be able to recover. Yijosa held the exploding teeth and watched the entire apartment building collapse, disappear, and turn into ashes. When the lightning disappeared and the pressure dissipated, he stood in the ruins in a daze, staring blankly at what was in front of him, the perfectly intact door that was guarded by Tianxing's Fang. Yijosa. Apartment buildings in Tokyo, Japan, were generally rented to office workers or students. A collapse at this point would not cause any casualties. However, the property damage was an astronomical figure. The 3-story apartment building had 6 households on each floor, and there were a total of 18 households. Not to mention the funds for public facilities and reconstruction, just the compensation for each household would make him go bankrupt. In other words, he had gone through so much to become well off, but one wrong move and he would return to the Stone Age. Yijosa straightened his neck and looked at Shattertooth. He suddenly felt that Saishomaru was the real boss who hid his strength. Then the problem was, he had been mocking and teasing him recently. When he recovered. Yijosa. Oh my god, jumping to Gokuraku Jodo at the edge of death. Debts had to be paid, dogs had to be coaxed, thighs had to be hugged, and it was necessary to curry favor. When Yijosa and Saishomaru returned to the ruins, there were police cars inside and out. Kudo and Hattori Heiji checked the scorched ground and concluded that there had been an explosion. Revenge, right? Hattori Heiji deduced, our case violated the interests of too many people, so it's normal for them to kill us. It's just that they miscalculated the time we finished school, so they didn't succeed. All the police officers nodded in agreement. Yijosa opened his mouth and said dryly, actually. I did it. So, who wanted to kill us? Kudo touched his chin. Blowing up an apartment building is not a small project. First of all, the murderer had to quietly avoid the cameras and sneak in. Second, they had to calculate a reasonable position to place the bomb. Third, they had to clean up the mess and retreat. Finally, they had to monitor the development of the entire incident. All the police officers quickly took notes and recorded all the suspicious points. Yijosa plucked up his courage. That, actually. I did it. Who could it be? Hattori Heiji and Kudo deduced interchangeably. The Hojo family. No, they are powerless to turn the situation around. Is it a philanthropist that we overthrew before? No, he's already in prison. So, is it the executive who was pulled down? Impossible, he doesn't have that kind of connections. All the police officers also fell into a strange thinking circle. Yijosa raised his hand shakily. I want to say, I did it accidentally. I will take responsibility. It's not good to hide. It's not like he has never been in debt. It's not like he hasn't been in debt before. Stop it. Hattori Heiji rolled his eyes. You did it. Did he accidentally do it? What is your motive? What are the tools? What is the purpose of doing this? What benefits can you get? Why did you do this? Yijosa was speechless. What could $1,000,000 do? How much US dollars could it be converted into? Not to mention hiring an assassin, he couldn't even afford their appearance fees. Wait, how could he be so poor? As if he had thought of a bad result, Jin's hands trembled as he gritted his teeth and connected to the internal line of the Black Man organization. He had almost given up on this organization, but the Black Man organization had taken away his capital to make a comeback. This was unforgivable. The second the call was connected, all of Jin's self-restraint was fed to the dog's vodka. What happened to my money? Jin lowered his voice and roared, why is there only $1,000,000 left in my account? Vodka's brain structure was different from others. After hearing Jin's voice for so many days, he was so moved that he shed tears. Young master. I'm not a fucking young master. Vodka completely ignored the other party's childish arrogance and continued, young master, don't worry. Even if the apartment building is accidentally destroyed, we won't let you be homeless. Huh? Jin was dumbfounded. What apartment building was destroyed? Oh, we saw sister-in-law enter the apartment building. I don't know what happened, but the apartment building collapsed. It seemed to be sister-in-law's doing. Vodka honestly said, in order not to make things difficult for the landlord, I transferred my boss's funds to make up for the reconstruction of the apartment. Jin was speechless. His money. His money. The money that he had earned after working hard for 20 years. Recently, the organization has been unable to make ends meet, but the Black Man organization is my boss's painstaking effort. I want to use some funds to make up for the organization's deficit. My boss is also willing. Jin was speechless. He pressed hard on his chest, feeling that he needed emergency treatment. As he spoke, Vodka was moved by himself again. Young master, don't worry. As long as I, Vodka, am here, I won't let you suffer. Jin was speechless. As long as you, Vodka, are here, Jin's life will be shortened by 10 years. He decided to cherish his life and stay away from Vodka. Jin smashed his phone, gave up on Vodka, gave up on the Black Man organization, and even gave up on the last $1,000,000. He had deeply felt Vodka's stupidity, and he also understood that in the near future, the Black Man organization would not even be able to afford basic employee benefits. It would only become heavily in debt. What else could he do? Apart from abandoning the organization that he had raised with his own hands, what else could he do? In a trance, Jin realized that apart from the identity of Edagawa dedicated, he had nothing left. Jin was speechless. He could have lived a happy life, but the lack of money had harmed him. It turned out that even though he had moved to a different place, his life was still very peaceful. It was just that Yi-Joseph felt guilty, but he didn't know what to do. Other than working harder to help solve the case and catch the criminals, he finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to confess, but he realized One day, Hattori Heiji looked at him with a complicated expression for a while, then he took a sip of tea and asked, Yi-Jun, let me ask you a question. Don't be angry. Yi-Joseph said, go ahead. It seemed that what he had done had been exposed. Are you very close to Akagi Seijiro? Hattori Heiji weighed his words and said carefully, it's just that my friendship with others is very different. Your relationship is very special. Yi-Joseph thought for a while and said, my relationship with him is indeed very good. Not only did he attend the ball with him, but he also let him take care of the puppy. From time to time, they would exchange fancy ways of disciplining Ayabundahue. Their relationship was really not ordinary. Hattori Heiji sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder. No wonder what? After the apartment building was destroyed, a huge sum of money was invested in your name, which was almost enough to rebuild a new building. If it was funded by the Takashi Akashi conglomerate, then it's not surprising. He didn't expect that Yijiosa and Takashi Akashi had such a relationship. Hattori Heiji carefully looked at Yijiosa's beautiful face and felt that it was not a loss for Akagi Seijiro. Sigh, it's good to be rich. Now it was Yijiosa's turn to be stunned. Takashi Akashi-kun. What the fuck? What a fucking sugar daddy. Did patriotism please him so much? Not only did he give them dog food, but he also helped clean up the mess, and now he even invested in a building. Sugar daddy. At this moment, Yijiosa decided that Akagi Seijiro was his god. Jin, the completely forgotten victim, was speechless. There was no longer any meaning to the existence of this world. The pace of life progressed in an orderly manner. As time passed and the Hojo family was truly destroyed, Yijiosa finally realized that he seemed to have gotten the wrong world boss again. It was already 2 months later when the Hojo family's big case came to an end. The basketball Winter Cup was coming, and the final exams were coming soon. The renovation of the Takashi Akashi mansion was finally completed. Time flew, but Yijiosa still didn't receive the system's notification about the completion of the mission. The seasons had changed, and it began to snow in Hokkaido. However, the Japanese girls were still wearing short skirts. The Japanese New Year was coming, and Yijiosa was getting busier and busier. He realized that even though he had solved many big cases with Hattori Heiji and Kudo, none of them had given him a reminder about the completion of the mission. There were fewer and fewer old cases on the table, and the juvenile detective group's reputation grew. The relationship between the three of them grew stronger. Today, not only did they establish a foundation in Tokyo, but they also made a name for themselves by running around all over Japan. The number of people who came to investigate cases gradually increased. Most of the time, they were so busy that they couldn't rest. But there was pain and happiness. This was justice. On a rare day off, Hattori Heiji went on a date with his girlfriend. Kudo bought a plane ticket to go abroad, saying that he had received an additional commission. Kimimaro had made friends and was working with Siren's basketball club. They were organizing a group tour in Hakone. Dedicated lived a very peaceful life. He liked to make tea during the day, read the newspaper at noon, and walk the dog at night. Patriotism was well taken care of by Akagi Seijiro. After not seeing him for a long time, not only had he grown a lot, but he also carried a lot of weight. He was clearly an ordinary Chinese rural dog, but he was raised to have the temperament and demeanor of a famous dog. He had been guarding Akagi Seijiro, never leaving his side. Busy and ordinary, this was an ordinary life. Yijiosa held Saishomaru's hand, and together they went to the shrine to make a wish, went shopping at the mall, and even went for a stroll at the arcade. Saishomaru maintained the appearance of a child. After taking off his armor and kimono and changing into modern clothes, he wrapped himself in a hat, coat, cotton pants, and snow boots. He looked clumsy and ignorant, and extremely cute. After being a child for a long time, Saishomaru had almost adapted to this kind of life. The side effects had long been digested. The reason why he maintained the appearance of a child was because Yijiosa's guilty, worried, and intolerable expression all day long made him happy. She seemed to think that he could only be a child for the rest of his life. Saishomaru, how long does it take for you monsters to grow up? Yijiosa deftly peeled the chestnuts, piling them on the plate one by one, and served the dog obediently. The growth period of a big monster is at least 100 years. Saishomaru said faintly, my infancy period is 100 years, and my growth period is also 100 years. Yijiosa's smile gradually disappeared. 200 years is our adulthood period. Saishomaru's eyes were slightly cold. You fed me 12 pills, now do you know what a stupid thing you have done? Yijiosa. He was wrong, he was really wrong. Sorry, sir, I kneel to you, I really didn't expect. Heh, do you think this is over with an apology? Saishomaru began to settle the score. You made me return to my infancy period. For the pups of the dog clan, this period of time is dangerous and fragile. Yijosa wanted to cry but had no tears. I swear, I will protect you with my life. If anyone dares to harm you, they will have to step over my dead body. Saishomaru snorted. I doubt the credibility of humans. The so-called oath is just a human lie. Yijosa. Then what do you think I should do? I did not do this properly, but you can't not give me a chance to turn over a new leaf, right? Saishomaru was silent, and then raised his eyes to look at him again. After a long time, this sir slowly opened his mouth. Then use your life as a deadline to fulfill what you have said. Yijosa. Wait, what's wrong? Heh, what's wrong? Saishomaru sneered, so you are only so-so. Yijosa thought for a while. It was just a bodyguard, there was nothing wrong with it, right? Deal. Yijosa agreed, lifetime.